my sunshine, you're my light, you're my morning, you're my night. I hope I'm doing what is right, 'cause I'm loving you for spite. Girl,
you always make every moment right. I cannot wait to reach home tonight.
girl,
You always make every moment right. I cannot wait to reach home tonight.
oh na na na.
Hamidullah, you are the apple of my eyes. And for you I'm willing to make a sacrifice. People say this will not work. People say our love's a joke, 'cause they don't know what true love means, and they just can't come between. You always make every moment right. I cannot wait to reach home tonight.
Girl,
You always make every moment right. I cannot wait to reach home tonight.
you're my diamond, ruby and pearl. You're the sweetest woman in the world. I thank you for being my wife. I'm the happiest man in this life. Girl,
You always make every moment right. I cannot wait to reach home tonight.
girl,
You always make every moment right. I cannot wait to reach home tonight. Boy, you always make every moment right.
oh, mama.
I cannot wait to come home tonight. You always make every moment right. Boy, I cannot wait to come home tonight.
Girl,
You always make every moment right. I cannot wait to reach home tonight.
girl,
You always make every moment right. I cannot wait to reach home tonight.
is why you want me.
Hey, 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 hey.
Yes. While walking in the city, I met an old girlfriend. We grew up from small. She was surprised to see how much of that I got, and so handsome and tall. She said it doesn't seem like long, we were so very young. You mean so much time went by, like it was just the other day. We used to run and play, oh how time could really fly. So I show her day before yesterday was yesterday, yesterday. Yesterday was today, yesterday. Today was tomorrow, yesterday. Tomorrow, today gonna be yesterday. Day after tomorrow, tomorrow gonna be yesterday.
Time does fly.
Yes,
Time does
I
fly.
tell you.
How time really flies.
She remind me about the first time I dip in the salt. She says she who encouraged me. She was sitting on a rock, I was standing in the water, reaching up to my knee. She said I didn't want to go, I was going in too slow, and only reached halfway. So she hold me by my head and pushed me facing it. Boy, that seemed like yesterday, I tell you. Day before yesterday was yesterday, yesterday. Yesterday was today, yesterday, yes. Today was tomorrow, yesterday. Tomorrow, today gonna be yesterday. Day after tomorrow, tomorrow will be yesterday.
Time goes
I tell you.
by, time goes by.
Yes.
How time really flies.
I remind about the time when she was playing with the lizard and I with the butterfly. She was shaking up the lizard, so I squeezed the butterfly, and she started to cry. And the time when we was naked jumping on the bed, and her mother pushed the door, kept me on the bed, misbehaving. She was 3 years and I was 4. I tell you, day before yesterday was yesterday, yesterday. Yesterday was today, yesterday. Today was tomorrow, yesterday. Tomorrow, today gonna be yesterday. Day after tomorrow, tomorrow will be yesterday.
Time goes by, time goes by. How time really flies.
While we talking, she remember the days in school. She say that was really fun. The things we used to do, the games we used to play, now them days are so long gone. She said the time when I bet you can't take out the lizard in class and I lose the bet. I would really like to see how big that lizard come, that is if it ain't dead yet. So I show her day before yesterday was yesterday, yesterday. Yesterday was today, yesterday. Today was tomorrow, yesterday. Tomorrow, today gonna be yesterday. Day after tomorrow, tomorrow will be yesterday. Time does fly. I tell you, time does fly. How time.
On Monday, the 10th of October, Sexy in White at Lauderhill Festival Ground, 1400 North State Road 7, Lauderhill, Florida, from 5 p.m. till 2 a.m. Featuring Cass the Band, Raymond Ramnarai, and Dylan Adan, Patrice Roberts, Jay Perry, Jimmy October, and more. Limited early bird tickets cost $50. VIP is $70. Get them at Eventbrite. For more info, 786-286-6166. Sexy in White, the biggest white outdoor party for Miami.
Now you can get the world-famous Miami Carnival panorama on pay-per-view on WACK.tv for $10 US. Bands competing for the 2022 Miami Carnival Steel Band of the Year are Metro Style Steel Orchestra, Lauderhill Steel Ensemble, New Generation Branches Steel Orchestra, Elite Pan Stars Academy, and Mellow Groove Steel Orchestra. Special appearances by YY Steel Orchestra from Japan, Roadblock Steel from Trinidad and Tobago, and Newtown Playboy Steel Symphony from Trinidad and Tobago. Date, Friday, October the 7th, 2022. Time, 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Location, Central Broward Regional Park, Lauderhill, Florida. World famous Miami Carnival Panorama. Pay-per-view on WACK.tv for $10 US. That's WACK.tv. Log in, secure your spot, and enjoy the sounds of steel.
It's Miami Carnival. It's Miami Carnival. Look out for Trini food specials at Ali's Roti Shop for the Miami Carnival weekend. Ali's Roti Shop for the Miami Carnival weekend. Get your curry crab and dumpling, roti, chicken pilau, bacon shack, aloo pies, and many, many more Trini foods. From October 7th to the 10th, join us, fall in, or come in for a good Trini line. Ali's Roti Shop, 303 South State Road, 7 Plantation, Florida. Mr. Desmond will be there on Friday the 7th from 3 p.m. Call them at 954-533-6017. Don't you feel like a doubles today? Don't you feel like a doubles today? Come into your
I'll never forget all the fun we had. Hands in the air when we get on bad. I'll be missing my sweet carnival. You are the diamonds in our sun. What we go do when you're not around? I'll be missing you, my sweet carnival. Tuesday morning I'll be grieving. Monday and Tuesday reminiscing. No more pretty masks when we hit the road. Oh, I don't know if you can feel it. I felt the internal bleeding within my heart when they cut you off. Now I have to back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Carnival to banter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in my corner alone in my room, deep in my mood while I'm feeling blue. When you're coming back, my sweet carnival. Carnival, we both make chemistry. Traditionally, we make memories. When you're coming back, my sweet carnival. Tuesday morning, I'll be grieving. Monday and Tuesday, reminiscing. No more pretty masks when we hit the road. Oh, I don't know if you can feel it. I felt the internal bleeding within my heart when they cut you off. Now I have to back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't even to banter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's only temporary. It's only temporary when you're coming back. When you're coming back, carnival. Tell me when you're coming back. It's only temporary. It's only temporary when you're coming back. When you're coming back. Hey, hey, hey. To back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Carnival to banter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I have to back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Carnival to banter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To back up a bumper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To back up a bumper.
Within this life, corruption and strife have superseded righteousness and truth. Prophets of doom paint pictures of gloom, pronouncing man an absolute brute. But as I go my way, I see things every day that gives me hope and courage to say, though it is cold out in the world, there is still some loving, there is still some goodness. When I see the average man taking time to understand and console the handicapped and the old, I know there is still some loving, there is still some goodness in his soul. When I see the glory of father's pride and mother's love, witness a genuine romance unfold, I know there is still some loving, there is still some goodness in this world. Hey. powers that be debate and decree injudiciously according to whim. Chaos and war like never before. Merchants of hope could future as dim. But as I walk along the beaten paths I found, reason to think my belief is song. From pole to pole, Satan in control. But there is still some loving, there is still some goodness. When I see man positive and man who could still forgive, not just to impress with a noble role, I know there is still some loving, there is still some goodness in his soul. When I see a bosom friend hold on to the very end, unselfishly put friendship before goal, I know there is still some loving, there is still some goodness in this world. Psychotic and crude is characteristic of man's attitude. Remorse and guilt, suspicion and fear, horror and filth exist everywhere. Yet oftentimes I see in my society traces of conscious morality. Although this world is out of control, there is still some loving, there is still some goodness. When I see the surrogate whose reactions demonstrate respect for their fellow man on the whole, I know there is still some loving, there is still some goodness in his soul. When I see sincerity in an act of charity, and I hear right virtues being extolled, I know there is still some loving, there is still some goodness in this world. Chapels of sin.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and men. Good afternoon, ladies and men. Do we have gentlemen still? Anyhow, what kind of, I don't know what kind of man is that gentleman, but okay, let me just say gentleman. Yeah, a gentleman or gentleman. Good afternoon to one and all. Thank you very much to Damien Melville. That's right, the ultimate fireman is on the inside with you until 3 o'clock.
Satan in control.
Yeah. It's Wednesday. Oh, sorry, it's not Wednesday. I get confused with this song that Funny sang earlier on, boy. Oh, today's not Wednesday? Oh, today's the day before Wednesday? Okay, alright, the day before Wednesday, alright. Okay, it's that day. Alright. Good afternoon, wherever you are locked to 90.1 FM or 0.1. Okay, 0.1. I don't know what's the abbreviation for point? You had to point your finger? Alright. Or you put your finger in a particular direction and that's your point. Okay. Alright. So if you want to say point, Lisa, you put your finger in that direction. Okay, alright. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi David, good afternoon. Savvy checking in with you, my brother.
Keep on checking. How much you reach?
I won't tell you when I reach it then.
Okay, alright. But then
Okay.
I will know.
I would like you to check with me too.
Alright.
Okay, Oleg, okay.
Okay, alright. What number we starting at? out. Yeah. Yeah, boy. So that's how we bounce it here, boy. On a point. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lavish Spender.
What?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lavish Spender. You know all who spending money lavishly, but because I will have to call your name, Mr. Lavish Spender.
No problem, sir. All right?
Okay, Lavish Spender.
Okay, sir. No problem.
Have a blessed afternoon, Lavish Spender.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
Oh, yes, sir. So you must be you must be looking and listening somewhere in the world. Good day to you. Welcome to Trinidad and Tobago, the land of love, the land of honey, the land of sugar, and the land of sweet women. Women are sweet, and I wonder, men are what, boy? Sour? Okay, women are sweet, and men are unsweetened, maybe. All right. Well, I'm sure the men have some kind of sugar in them. If the women could have some form of sugar in them, then the men could have something. Probably the men have salt. Oh my goodness. So, fellas, I'm sorry. I mean, men, I'm sorry. A good thing I'm not a man.
Everybody living insane. I just don't know who to blame now. It's like we don't know what's right or wrong. Madness in every tongue now. You build your world, made your laws, give it to man. Man change the rules, designed to frustrate and destroy man. It's only you alone could understand what man bad so far. Only racism and bloody wars. Where is the love? You died to show us, Father. Gone with the wind. Buried in St. Jack. Living in the roots of hell. A place where devils dwell, Jack. Save the children's soul. Take back your world. The thing they call progress is for who could thief the best now. Dishonesty is the key to wealth and prosperity now. And any thoughts of righteousness is a damn disgrace. And no love, no peace, corruptedness right in front of your face. It is a shame, I want you to put the hunting right down here. Plenty starvation everywhere. Where is the love? You died to show us, Father. Gone with the wind. Buried in St. Jack. Living in the roots of hell. A place where devils dwell, Jack. Save the children's soul. Take back your world. And if money is king, money that wicked thing, no. Nature has food for all, but no money, no food at all, no. Mass oppression, too much dog eat dog upon your land. Man killing man, I feel just now there'll be no more man. So do something to let us know that you're still around. You are the Almighty, and you can't go wrong. Where is the love? You died to show us, Father. Gone with the wind. Buried in St. Jack.
the children's soul. Take back your world.
I said, Jesus,
Where is the love?
Father.
Try to show us, Father.
Say, stop it now, stop it now, stop it now, stop us now.
Jah, living in the roots of hell. A place where devils dwell. Jah,
Buddha,
save the children's soul.
Allah,
Take back your world.
Jehovah,
Where is the love? The try to show us, Father.
time to intervene.
You're boasting how you is a free African, and no longer you were working for the white man. Your grandparents' pain must have continued, so now you're taking a rest from the work they do. We have oil and gas, Calypso and man. Tourism is high in this land. Every creed and race find an equal place. Tell me what's your contribution? Hey, is born and leave you. What you achieve, you don't have a clue. A CPF contract don't make you a man. Now you're preaching oppression on African. But the Chinese control the groceries, the restaurant and casinos. The Syrian control big companies, all them factory and them cloth stores. The Indian control the pot shop, big contract is the Indian law. But when it have a hit on the block, it's then the African just get it walk. They will buy him a 9 Uzi or a Glock, just to make sure the African get it walk. Bomba, boy, they're using you to kill your own black brother. The seeds of this land now have no future. Who minding your children? Now you cannot tell. So you send out a hit from inside the cell. Every life you take is another way. That's a whole generation gone. It's a mother's scorn from her child that born. The love for money, drugs and gun. You're working for them big boys in the bamboo. Now it's wet man they calling you. You is a rude boy, don't want to work hard. Now you're empty in the pail down in Reminiscing. But the Chinese making the lo mein, the fried rice and the noodles. The Syrians in almost every store you go. The Indians plant in the garden, specialize in growing short crop. But when it have a body to drop, they will make sure the African get it walk. When it come into crime, the black man on top, they will make sure the African get it walk. Your grandparents living longer than you. Instead of burying them burying you. At the age of 18, you make a will, because you're sure by 20, you're going to get killed. The first to land was the African, but yet we still way behind. The sugar plantation, pride of Great Britain, was started by the black man. It's these army boys have all the truck. So is he and Coastal getting the work. To make fast money is the black man thing. They will kill you for a bracelet.
So we just had some Calypso for lunch. Hope you had a good lunch.
Chinese will send for a wong.
Calypso for lunch, heading up to the news at 1 o'clock.
The Syrian will make sure.
Calypso for lunch, you had Calypso for lunch, alright?
Be in the family. The Indian will marry 2 children.
Esquire boy, good afternoon to you.
Family land. But like the African, he on a mission. like he trying to kill out the African. Then on top of that, the girl taking abortion. So you see, nobody for African.
Good afternoon, I'm Leanne St. Clair, and this is your 1 o'clock news update on WACK 90.1 FM. Opposition leader Kamla Persad-Bissassa on Monday accused the Prime Minister of continuing to disrespect citizens by hosting lavish parties while encouraging people to make sacrifices. In a media release, Mrs. Persad-Bissassa said that on October 1st, Prime Minister Rowley hosted a lavish party for himself and his wealthy friends, paid for by taxpayers, which totally ignored the suffering of the poor and working class. The Minister of Sports and Community Development, Shamfa Kojo, said her ministry will continue to focus on programs for youth and the development of entrepreneurship so that people could become self-sufficient and contribute to the development of Trinidad and Tobago. Meanwhile, the decomposing body of a man was found in Lavantil on Monday afternoon. Police reported that at about 1:30 p.m., the body was found in a bushy area of Pashley Street Extension. And there has been an increase in the number of reported incidents of fraudulent motor vehicle insurance certificates. Therefore, the Association of Trinidad and Tobago Insurance Companies, or the ATTIC, is asking owners to be extra vigilant. In regional news, the National Emergency Management Organization, or NEMO, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is reminding the public that based on data collected over the years, the months of October and November are usually the 2 months of the hurricane season with a record number of heavy rainfall and landslides. In international news, North Korea has fired a ballistic missile over Japan in what appears to be a deliberate escalation to get the attention of Tokyo and Washington. And in sports news, Commonwealth gold medalist Nicholas Paul will miss the 2022 UCI Track Cycling World Championships due to injury. Stay tuned for another news update at the top of the hour and our major newscast coming up at 4 p.m. right here on WACK 90.1 FM.
Coffee Boys International present their 13th annual Miami Carnival Fair. Friday, October 7th at the Firefighters Memorial Building, 8000 Northwest 21st Street, Doral, Florida. Fet indoor and outdoor with Foreign Bass and Casanovas from New York City, Goldfinger from Toronto, Miami Survival Sound, TNT's Alpha B, and DJ Foren. Coffee Boys Miami Carnival Fair. Sponsored by Heineken and Limor Transportation. Part proceeds to the National Center for Persons with Disabilities in Trinidad. Pre-sale tickets only, $40. More at the door. Call 770-318-7734, 561-628-2029, or 561-351-4810. Tickets available at Sweet Aunt Kathy, Joy's and Sings Roti, and online at eventbrite.com. Full security, free lit parking, party at the best fete ever. Coffee Boys International's 13th annual Miami Carnival Fair. Friday, October 7th at the Firefighters Memorial Building, 8000 Northwest 21st Street, Doral, Florida.
Miami Carnival 2022 kicks off with Junior Carnival on Saturday, October 1st at the Carnival Village in Broward County. Doors open at 1 p.m. Then on Friday, October 7th, it's Panorama Night at the Carnival Village in Broward County, featuring guest steel orchestras from TNT, Japan, St. Thomas USVI, and New York, along with our competing steel band from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. What an event! We continue on Saturday, October 8th. Come and enjoy the official Miami Carnival Shoe experience from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. And the grand finale is on Sunday, October 9th. It's the Miami Carnival Parade of Bands and Concerts at Miami-Dade County Fairgrounds from 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. The parade starts at noon with more than 20 mass bands on the road. The concert starts at 1 p.m. featuring Patrice Roberts, Howard George, Sherwin Winchester, Eddie Charles, and the A-Team Band, Julian Believe, and many more artists. Call 305-653-1877 or online, MiamiCarnival.org. Hosted by the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Part by the Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs.
Now you can get the world-famous Miami Carnival Panorama on pay-per-view on WACK.tv for $10. Bands competing for the 2022 Miami Carnival Steel Band of the Year are Metro Stars Steel Orchestra, Laura Hill Steel Ensemble, New Generation Branches Steel Orchestra, Elite Pan Stars Academy, and Mellow Groove Steel Orchestra. Special appearances by YY Steel Orchestra from Japan, Roadblock Steel from Trinidad and Tobago, and Newtown Playboy Steel Symphony from Trinidad and Tobago. Date, Friday, October the 7th, 2022. Time, 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Location, Central Broward Regional Park, Lauderhill, Florida. World famous Miami Carnival Panorama. Pay-per-view on WACK.tv for $10. That's WACK.tv. Log in, secure your spot, and enjoy the sounds of steel.
One Bet! The biggest live band and artist bet, starring Kes the Band, Raymond and Dilly Danan, Farmer Nappe, Nadia Batson, Skinny Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, Shay Dell, A-Team, Melik, Jay Perry, Jimmy October, Kenneth Salik, and more. One Bet, Saturday, October 8th at the Miami-Dade County Fair and Expo Center from 9 p.m. until 4 a.m. Get tickets now. One Bet Miami 2022.eventbrite.com.
Trinidad and Tobago, the mighty Trini is coming to Queen's Hall with some of his special friends. On Sunday, November 6th, it will be an evening of fun, laughter, and sing-along with Gypsy, Chalkers, Trinidad Rio, Funny, Aaron Duncan, with special guest appearances by Ronnie McIntosh, ace pianist Dane Galston, Drupati Ramgunai, and reigning Calypso monarch Terry Lyon. And of course the man himself, the mighty Trini. It's going to be Calypso, sweet Calypso, soca and pan. Sunday, November 6th, Queen's Hall Auditorium. Your MC, D. Chairman. Music by Michelle Henry and the Calypso Encore Band. Your chorus, the backed-up basic voices. Admission, $250. Available at the Queen's Hall box office. For further info, call 376-5699. Showtime, 6 p.m. Up in the air!
Hi there. Welcome to VG Construction.
VG, thank goodness. You build houses, right?
Well, yes, sir. But are you okay?
Shh. I'm trying to escape from all of those horrible contractors and builders out there. Oh, the horror!
Sir, relax. You're safe now.
Listen, can VG Construction really build my home without all the problems? The bad work, the lazy workers, and unprofessionalism?
Yes, sir. At VG Construction, our architects, engineers, builders, and crew execute your project professionally.
You know, I hear a lot of contractors always want extra money.
Yes, but VG Construction guarantees no cost overruns. In fact, we absorb the extra costs.
What? Nobody does that.
Plus, we'll do your landscaping and, based on the project, include a free pool.
A free pool? What? I need to get my wife now.
Build without the hassle and horror. VG Construction, a member of the VG Group. Visit VGGroupTT.com or call 22-DREAM 224-7336.
It's time to speak out.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine.
With David Matthews.
Paula?
Yes.
Hi. You have a question?
Yes, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
TNT. Dial those digits now.
Thank you very much, caller.
Speak out! It's time to speak out TNT.
Weekdays from 1 p.m. Numbers to call. Local 652-4901. International 1786-292-2789.
Yeah, boy, 10 minutes after 1 o'clock. And today is the day for Speak Out. I don't know if there's anything remaining to speak out on because apparently that like there's only one thing to speak out on. Is there anything else to speak out on? I am wondering. My goodness. Let me see who's somebody. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
For the love of my country, Miss Bisasa, Queen of Lavish Spending, are calling you out. And all them little boys who you have surround you in big man pants are calling all you out. Miss Bisasa, Queen of Lavish Spending, when you was Prime Minister, it's helicopter ride from Philippines to the Parliament. And now you're opposition leader. You have no outboard motorcycle police escort and all kinds of things. The $7 million bill you leave, that not lavish spending? Oh yes, the bill you leave, you take a corrupt company to do work. Is that not lavish spending, Queen and lavish spending? The people in Philippines say no, they're sleeping comfortable. No helicopter making noise in their head when they're sleeping and they have to jump up. Queen of lavish spending. SIS, I not lavish spending, Queen of lavish spending. If Dr. Rowley do that what you claim, and bring the receipt, bring the bill, and publish it in the Gazette, not on the television. We cannot see the fine print, Queen of lavish spending, and take it to the police, Queen of lavish spending. Now you're outside. You know everybody who lavish and spending money, but when you was inside, you didn't know nothing, Queen of lavish spending. Shame on you and all them little boys in long pants who surround you, especially number 36. And your ex-housing minister, a such a little boy, for the love of my country, Queen of lavish spending, I'm calling you out. Produce it, but put it on the Gazette. So we will see the fine print and see where Dr. Rowley spent it on, who he catered, how much money he spent for it. Queen of lavish spending. And the water treatment plant, Queen of lavish spending, are calling you out and all them little boys in big man pants who you have surround you for the love of my country are gone, my back broad.
Thank you, sir. Oh, you're back broad. Okay. Okay, you're back broad. Okay, broad back.
Man, good day, sir. This man only calling every day Bacchanal. Bacchanal is the king of Bacchanal. Every day is Bacchanal. He's the king of Bacchanal on the radio. All right, partner.
Okay, sir. Oh, Papa, you speak out.
Tell him, man.
Yes. So, it's another day when you wonder what's happening. You wonder where we going. Where are we today? Are we in a better place? Are we in a worse place? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Everything is great.
Now I understand that people are upset and everybody have an opinion. But my thing is there are some prominent talk show hosts that gets on the television and what's the word? Degrade? Degrade. That's the word.
That boy?
Get on the television and on the radio and degrade females. There was this one TV personality that got on the television, a prominent talk show host, and said some very unkind things about Shamfa Cujo. Now, I don't mind you having an opinion. Everybody have one. It's yours. But why degrade people like that? Can't you just put your point across in a decent manner without having to disrespect people like that? I find that was really, really uncalled for and very disrespectful. He said some very unkind things, and this is where we have the society breakdown, especially when you have kids listening to people that's supposed to be stand-up.
Yeah.
It was really, really terrible. That wasn't nice.
Okay,
that was nice. That's just my opinion. As I said, everybody have one.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, Shampa is under the radar. Scotland is under the radar. You know? Anybody else? Anybody else? Only PNM people under the radar right now, you know. Speak out.
Hey, good afternoon, David.
And to you, sir.
I want to make a quick point. I've been wrestling with it for a minute. You know, I listened to, parts of the budget speech and some of the rebuttals. And one of the things that I hear keep coming up, including the your previous newscast, where the opposition leader is claiming, excessive spending by the leadership of the government. You know, like one of the rebuttalers in the parliament talked about, the prime minister is always traveling for his health care and that kind of stuff, as if to suggest that there's anybody who would be the leader in any leadership of any country wouldn't have access to the same things. I'm not confirmed. But more importantly, even if this guy wasn't prime minister, the guy has a PhD in a unique field. Chances are he would be living a very good life. If not, maybe, except for the perks, maybe he would have probably made more money. Because I have friends living in Trinidad right now that's making more money than the prime minister. So, you know what I'm saying? Of course, the perks and all those different things puts him in a different level, of course. You have security, you have the apparatus and all that stuff. But the point is that, sometimes public servants, public service, if you're looking to make money, is always not the best way to go. So my guess is that if he was not prime minister because he worked hard and put himself in a position to quote unquote be successful, he would have been able to go get his health care taken off as many times as he needed as well, because he would be well positioned to do so financially. So the red herring and the red meat that is thrown to the people who don't really think independently is what this is about, right? Those kind of comments by the leadership of the opposition, and their cohorts. But that's all it is. It's just red meat. And I think we've been 60 years now of this kind of in the politics, and I think I'm not sure when we're going to go around the corner and be more substantive of what we talk about and what we oppose and what we bring to our supporters by way of conversations to allow them to think and dream and hope and demand. I think this kind of politics is it just keeps us in the same way that everybody behaves in the country. I kind of third world vibes, bro. It's deplorable, and it doesn't speak well of leadership.
Do you think the media have anything to do with that?
Oh, the media is complicit. The media, I've always said that. The media is not, you can't really even say it's media. You just have order takers. You don't have journalists in Trinidad, bro. Very, very few people I would consider journalists, because it seems like nobody does any research and comes and brings a question to anybody. It's just nonsensical repeating of a question and putting the mic and trying to put people in a spot and say, aha. There's very few journalists. So yeah, absolutely. The entire system is split down the middle with the same kind of red meat politics, and including the journalists. There's no independence. And from my perspective, when you're reading this, you know exactly where they're going. When you're reading that, you know exactly where they're going. There's no independence, and you know I think they're missing an opportunity because they're missing to represent the power that they are. As a branch of the development of Trinidad and Tobago. And your observation is very correct. It's very sad that the media is so politicized and so it's so brazen. It's right in your face. It's not even, it doesn't even allow you to think. Yeah, the media is ridiculous. I mean, there's no reason why the opposition leader can get away with saying anything without anybody asking her any rebuttal questions. So she say, I'm having a news conference, and they just put the mic in her face and let her speak. And nobody asked her. I never hear anybody asking her any rebuttal questions, any follow-up questions. Based on what you're saying that? Why are you, based on what? Of course, everything is set up like that. But I mean, I don't know how we go forward. How we decide to continue to develop. I mean, with this type of attitude. And it lends to everything. It lends to the low productivity. Everything is it's a pool. It's a pile. But the leadership of the opposition. I mean, after year go, year come, year go, year come. In these budgets and stuff, maybe they did a little better this year than the previous years, with more details and more substantive stuff. But the leadership style, to me, they really should bring more information to the people, to allow the people to think a little more independently. But I'm a dreamer.
I got you.
Bless.
Thank you. 6524901. That's our number to speak out. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, David.
Sir.
I want to join with the last caller and to say this. This thing, all this talk about ministers being able to purchase cars and having these perks. These perks are available to thousands of public servants. As a 23-year-old, I was entitled to that based on the job that I had just taken. And that ran almost right through my career. And I know so many people. At that time, it was 65 hours. And they have thousands of public servants who have those same things. The difference is this. If your salary high or you have money, you're able to purchase an expensive car above and beyond what the perk actually is. So if you see a fella buying a BMW, that is really his money, that he's independent of the perk. Because there's a ceiling on the vehicle. And the fact that they raise these things over and over is because they're targeting a particular population who mightn't be aware of this. And we see this as a big thing. Hey, the minister's getting car and they're getting car free and all kind of, without understanding what it is. So you have to pay back that, Whatever the state gives you, the car, you must pay that back, and it has time frames and requirements and all these things. So that when they raise these things are really red herrings. And if you take all the traveling officers in the country and you add up the cost of that, that wouldn't even make a big dent on the budget. But yes, there is still reason, because as we say, the targeting a particular audience. What is disappointing to me? Here are the answers I want. The budget has a deficit of 1-point-something billion. Right? Now, that being the case, if we want to make adjustments to the subsidies, right, and all these different social programs that the government would make available, to me, people who are opposing the present proposal should be able to say, well, look, I would continue to spend X on subsidies, so I'm paying for your gas, but because I have to do that within this budget framework, I will have to deprive another area of government policy from funding. If they could show me that and say, well, look, spend this money from the health system, take 1 billion from there and put it to pay the subsidy, and it looks sensible to me, I could say, all right. But if you just come in and saying, we want more, we want this, we want that, this shouldn't take away this. All those are popular statements. They only appealing to the emotions of people and saying, hey, this might sound popular, so I will put this out there without actually analyzing it. And if we have to maintain subsidies, then maybe we have to borrow additional money so the budget deficit will widen again. So when I hear discussions like that, I can listen. But when somebody come on and say, oh, the man say coal, use a coal pot, what have you? The man said, if we'll use a coal pot. No, it might be a good reference because it might make people say, oh, what is he talking about? But as I pointed out this morning, the man next to me, he's sitting there and have a chula in the backyard. You know, that is used occasionally. No. Here was another caller saying, if the government talking about coal pots, they must put a policy in place with for bicycles. They must put a policy in place for bicycle use and all this thing. The budget doesn't have anything about bicycle use as a government policy. You know? It has something about CNG subsidizing conversion of CNG in the car, so you can hold the government to that if they are able to meet that. But the bicycle is just a by-the-way reference a man makes. And to me, for that to hold, for everybody to hug on to that in the debate, is a lack of understanding of what this fellow was saying. Some people laughing. I say, you know, if the government proposed that as a policy, everybody will say, oh, we ain't riding no bikes, so and so. And they'll laugh at it. But if you go to Europe, all over Europe, bicycle use in urban areas is a normal thing. With facilities to accommodate that. So I don't know if the government intends introducing that as a policy, but the statement by the lawyer, the MP for Lavender, or whatever it is, that is not a government policy. That is his own personal reference.
Your voice fluctuating, caller. See if we could direct your voice into the phone.
Yeah, we are in a heavy rainfall here. Right now, only for the
But here now, I wanted to ask you one thing, caller. You hear me there?
Yeah.
Do you know of any in your lifetime? Do you know of any perfect budget?
No, well, the thing is, a budget is an attempt to meet the needs of all the stakeholders who want something from the budget. But that is never actually achievable. Some will have to do it all right. Some will, it always has some unevenness, some projection as to what they want to do. But as you say, the best budget is one when everybody a little unhappy.
Right. So probably this budget is a good budget then.
But under the circumstances, I think if somebody have better ideas, just bring them out now and stop belly aching and this and complaining. Say, hey, I feel they should do this instead of that. And the thing is that we're running our budget deficit since 2008 when they had the financial crisis. But I suppose everybody forget that.
All right. Okay, man. Thank you. Yes, thank you. All right, 6524901. That's our number. And this budget debate will continue for a while. It will continue. It's not going away right now. Speak out.
That's it.
What's that?
Good afternoon, David.
Oh, good afternoon to you.
Yeah. Taking up from where Mr. President left out.
Yes.
I want to say that the question of the subsidies and the protest over the removal, and as you suggested, nobody is saying if you leave the subsidy on gas and so on, what else? What other areas would be deprived? So I want him to understand that all of these things being said by people who are in positions to know better and to understand the working of the economy. All of this was prefaced by the fact that there are those of them who claimed that the government lying. They have plenty money. They're dishonest. They get extra money from gas. And that is what they expect you to pump back in. When they know fully well, I am sure they understand very well that the fluctuating prices of these things, the instability of these prices cannot maintain a drastic increase in salaries, nor to leave subsidies as they are while maintaining certain social programs and so on. They know that very well. But the idea is to prove that the government lies and that they have the money and that the money is for them and their friends. And you see people judge you by their own standards. You understand? They judge you by their own standards. And they can be trusted with the nation's purse. They expect everybody else to be doing the same thing. But as far as I have seen so far, there has been transparency in spending. There has been accountability in terms of what has happened, where the monies were spent, and what. So all of them who on their witch hunt and digging up and turning up and seeing things that not existing and holding up paper in the forum and things, in the forum and certain claims go very well. The mischief is afoot, and therefore it is just the fan flames of discontent, as I said already, to cause the country to be in constant turmoil. Yes, the measures in the budget have put some people in a really serious position of, inability to live, maintain a certain standard of living. There are those who are already struggling, and it's putting pressure on them. Those who were barely making it, it puts some additional pressure, and those who felt that they were okay have to dig deeper now. But this is across the board. This is what has been the outcome of the inflationary situation that we are facing and so on. So when people, in their wisdom, wisdom within inverted commas, decide to use these things to continue to flare up and to feel that that is a way to get back into government, well, oh gosh, what do you expect? What do you expect? This is what it is. The reality is that we are facing a worldwide situation. I saw people in France complaining, creating protests and so on over increasing prices, food prices and so on in France. We are not isolated in that respect. But what I'm saying is, when people have to make a downward adjustment, it's always going to be difficult. It's always going to be difficult. And this big brouhaha over the minister said, over Keith's statement about the code protest, I saw it as a kind of metaphoric thing. I saw it as being metaphoric. I saw it as being telling people, listen, he understands the reality of the time, and we have to make downward adjustment. A downward adjustment is never an easy thing. If I accustomed going on the holiday every year, jumping on a plane and so on, with this thing now I have to kind of measure up, make adjustments here and there. Maybe I can't go where I used to go. Maybe I could have to settle for right Tobago, or maybe not at all right around Trinidad. I take my children, and maybe the food on a day-to-day basis, the kinds of things I want to splurge on, I can't splurge no more. I have to cut and contrive. It's an adjustment, and it's not nice. It's not nice for anybody who has to make, especially those who have to make drastic adjustments. But the reality is, this is where we are. And I keep saying, if this is what you're going to crucify the government for, there are 3 more years left. When the election time comes, vote them out now. Vote them out. That's my whole thing, vote them out. But Dr. Rowley and his team supposed to keep on the steady path that they are on.
Wakola, I want to ask you the question too. Do you have any perfect budget?
No. From year to year. From year to year, you hear complaints after a budget. And it's usually in the negative. Oh, God, the sky falling in. I'm not surprised at the reaction. And there are those who just capitalizing on the what's happening right now, the tempo. They kind of capitalizing on that. So?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, then.
Thank you very much. 6524901. Yeah, that's our number to speak out. I really have to wonder. If a perfect budget was ever presented in the House of Parliament, whereby everyone's need was met, there was no outcry, no complaint, everything was done perfect. I wonder if that ever happened. Speak out.
Good afternoon, David.
Yes, sir.
David, I am sitting here and I am very pleased that the budget has brought so much understanding from so many people. And, they will be able to deal with the people. As the lady pointed out, there's going to be people who will suffer and so on. But we have enough people here to talk to them and so on, because they're talking to us and seem to be persuaded that there's nothing much better. While we don't expect a perfect budget, there's a lot of difference between 0 and 100. And we don't expect, as a teacher myself, I did not expect my best students to be 100% all the time. And that's why I told people there's a need for lessons. Nobody's going to make 100% in everything, and nobody's going to make 100% all the time, even in something that they are good at. So while I don't expect 100%, I wanted to be more on the side of very hopeful, as opposed to people having to say, well, this is how life is in these times. It means that we just are in the tide, and if where the tide goes, we go. There's other people in the world that don't take that position, But, we're not getting a lot of people buying into the idea that there are things we can do, and therefore there's no need to do anything. If you can persuade people that there's not much you can do, and this is how the cookie crumbles, as they say. This is where the world is at this time, and we are not in any position to tinker with the situation in our environment here, and we have these advantages and disadvantages. Maybe we can work around them. Like a batsman, he has limitations, of course. I mean, even Lara and Tendulkar and Bradman and all them fellas used to get out, right? But they played to their strengths now. They had more strengths than a lot of batsmen, right? And so they could have played some more, and they could have do so much better. But even Courtney Walsh, the most consistent West Indies batsman, consistent at making duck, he would do his best not to get out when it counted, when he was trying to hold on so somebody else could make the runs and we could win, or we could draw or something. And nobody expects him to bat, to do anything except make duck maybe 4, 5, 10 or so. But even in his position, with no expectations, he would try. He would say, well, this is our situation, I'm trying, right? I'm going to try and hold on. That guy at the other end there, that tail-ender bowler who is better than me, he might be able to hit the ball and we'll get there, we'll get by. So you have to take what lemons or whatever nature throws at you. In our case here, there will always be ups and downs because we have put ourselves at the mercy of oil and gas prices. Now you might say, well, it's oil and gas we have. Nobody's stopping us from doing other things. I mean, if you have a tamarind tree in your yard, you don't have to live off a tamarind only, right? You could make things. You could make sugar cake. You could make tulum, ice cream. You don't have to say, well, it's tamarind we have and it's tamarind we live and die. You understand? But we have chosen to say that this is an oil and gas economy. Well, we have to abandon the oil part of it. This is a gas economy, and now we have to abandon that. Because our gas, and we have it, it's out there in sea, in deep water, in pockets. In Texas and Louisiana and Georgia and in other places in the States, they have gas on land. And it's not very deep. And the pipelines run on land. They don't run undersea. You don't have no undersea thing to think about. Drilling undersea. And when you drill, you're getting plenty. You're not talking about pockets. So it's going to be a cheaper investment there to harvest a lot of gas, and here it's going to be more expensive to get a little bit. So we are not a high priority investment. Even though they would have bid for blocks, they want incentives now because they're going to tell you that we can get that gas into our plants at such and such a price, and to get your gas into our plants is going to cost so much more, and you have to give us that in tax breaks. Plus, we don't know when the pocket will run out because we get dry holes here, right? As the technology has improved, we continue to get dry holes, but they don't get dry holes when they do fracking because they know where the shale is, and when they do the fracking, they don't get dry holes. So I'm saying, if we want to just keep thinking that oil and gas and we'll go wherever the tide takes us, and that mindful that nobody can make 100 and so on all the time, and there's no perfect budget. The fact that there's no perfect budget is not an excuse to have a bad budget, right? It just means you have to try so much harder to get something more than what you have. We seem to be willing to just, roll over. But there are people who cannot roll over. They will starve. There are people who will suffer without starving. They will have to buy the food and medicine, of course. And if you have to buy food for your children and medicine for yourself, I have a feeling you're going to buy food for the children now. So look at your situation now. You understand how it goes. So we had to do a little better than just try to pat everything down and smoothen it out and, shove the problems in a corner and criticize people who are drawing attention to things that might be done a little better. Thank you.
Thank you. 6524901, that's the number. So, the discussion will continue for a while still. All right? Speak out.
Hello, David.
Yes, sir.
I heard on the news earlier on that the woman who feed the child with the poison thing, no bail for she.
And,
yeah.
And what are they doing with her?
Huh?
And what happens to her at this stage?
No, I hear what happened.
Well, she's have to be evaluated.
Oh. Well, I thought Pinal would talk about that because you always know what going on up Lavantil, and it's because them mothers up there, they had the father, they did no children, father are wrong and all kind of thing. I hear him talking about this incident at all. You don't know about 4 other children, and it's not Douglas children, so it's not to say that is African men. All is Indian children, sir. You understand? And the father gone. That will cause you to get the child this poison. Yes, for sure. But you're talking about that at all. But if it was up Lavantil over him, you're always talking about you as a teacher and children come to school and they have the father around and they always have different father and all thing. This woman have 4 children and the young one 5. No father around. I didn't know that this was going in that community. Let you call back and tell me about that.
Thank you. Oh boy. Speak out.
Speak out. Good afternoon, Admiral David. How are you, sir?
I am sheltering because the rain is threatening in a serious way at this time.
All right. Before I make my comments, I hope my alma mater in Hardbargain had a wonderful birthday yesterday. But, Mr. Pinal said something I want to pick up on slightly, okay? He said if you have a tamarind tree in your yard, you're going to eat tamarind all week, right? I think that's what he said, right? But you see, where I live, and in my neighborhood, if I have a tamarind tree, and my neighbor have a pomerac tree, and another one over there have a mango tree, and one have a soursop tree, you get me drift? We don't have to eat tamarind all year long, or all week, because we live and we look out for one another. And I mean that, seriously. I do mean it, okay? So I don't have to say, well, look, all I have is tamarind. No, my neighbor will be willing to give me some mango, and I will make some anchar, some cuchilla, and you'll get some, you understand? You get me drift, right? Now, as far as the budget is concerned, and you always hear me, and everybody who listens hear me talking about the BS. And I don't mean I always say the British system, okay? Because of this British system, one opposition wouldn't applaud or praise the governing party, okay? Because see, it doesn't matter what budget the PNM put, it's going to have a problem for the opposition. If they, could you imagine they say, listen, we're going to increase the subsidies, we're going to do this. You know what the opposition will say? Aha, that's an election budget. You don't understand? Don't expect the opposition to come out in praise of the government. It matters not what the government does. So I'm not going to lose time and sleep when they worry. No, that's what they're going to do. They've been doing it worse now than they've been doing it before. If they didn't do it, I'll be shocked. Okay? So I don't even want to waste time on what they're saying and what they're not saying. It's the modus operandi. And unfortunately, they supported Trump and follow suit. You understand? So that's not the way it is. But anyhow, certain jobs have certain perks, okay? And as a prime minister or as a minister of government, there are certain perks you will get. And that's not for the PNM alone. That's for the UNC. If the PDP, any government comes into power, that is what they're going to have those perks. The people talk and go like, if only PNM going to get that. That's not how it works too. All right, let somebody else come in and have an opinion. Have a blessed one, my friend.
Thank you very much. Speak out.
Good day.
Hi, good day to you.
Hello, Brother David.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the budget thing too, but all has been said and you can't please everybody all the time. So, what I'll get back to is Mr. Pinal made a statement yesterday about the stupid Bible reading people what they didn't believe and things. I take that personally. That bothered me whole day yesterday.
Yeah.
Because if anybody else is saying anything about another ethnic religious group, it's going to be real power. And I find that man should either apologize and stay off the radio or some kind of thing, but you can't go around by talking people, religion, and what they believe in.
Oh.
Right? And I think that was real stinker, real low. Right? And I don't know how the other people will take it, but I as a Christian take that personally.
So when he said it on the other frequency, how they reacted? They let him continue or they stop him?
I talked to other people about it and they just find it wrong. You only people you want to apology or skip off here. Look, watch it. He's talking about a religion that is not his own. He might talk it here like that. A party that you don't just support and probably even race. Like people just have a problem. You know, and he should learn to be more how to put it, boy? More accepting of people and their different beliefs and what they think. I have friends who don't believe in the same political party I believe in, but I ain't going to call them stupid. I have Hindu, Muslim, Baptist, I'm not going to call them stupid because they believe in something else. You understand? And this is what every country, or what every creed and race have an equal place, religious tolerance. People like that are making this country divided. You know, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, man. Thank you very much. 6524901. Speak out.
Hey, David. How are you doing? I wanted to come back in. I want to applaud Mr. Pinal for his analysis of the gas situation as it relates to our speculative nature of where our gas is versus where it is in North America, vis-a-vis on land versus water. And it speaks and it's consistent with what the government has been saying, right? That sometimes you drill and you get a black hole, right? So I want to applaud him for that analysis. What I want him to think about, because it's almost like a contradiction, is that it's not like they're saying we are oil and gas country. We are. It's not like they don't have to say it. That's what we are. That's where most of our revenue is coming from. And the notion and the idea and the talking point that people talk about diversified economy, it's not an overnight thing. You don't diversify the economy overnight, right? It's a process. And even having said that, if you look at what's happening in the world post-COVID, it's not just oil that's lacking. There are countries that have wheat and other products which have a problem too. So even if we diversify the economy, we don't set the prices of our goods, the world with which we interact with, we will still have a problem trading commodities because right now in Ukraine, they can't trade what they have, and it's not oil or gas. So it's more than just, we have an oil and gas economy, so that's why we stay there. No. It's not that. It's more complex than that, and we need to do justice, and goes back to my point, which I will segue into. It's not just, sir, Mr. Pinal, it's not just people throwing their hands up in the air and accepting the budget. What I am saying is, and what people who are intelligent thinkers are saying, is that give us an alternative. Don't just say it's a bad budget and the poor people are going to suffer and this and that and the subsidy go. Tell us what's your alternative. What alternative plan are you suggesting, sir? That's what you're not saying. You come on the radio and talk for 5 minutes, and all you're saying is that, we shouldn't just accept the budget. So we should just reject it. Based on what? What's the alternative? If you're not telling us what the solution is or what the alternative to what we have is, we ain't trying to cause no war over something that makes sense. You ain't got no ideas. Your party ain't talking about no ideas except to reject. So that's the issue, sir. Come with ideas. Just like your analysis of fracking versus deep water drilling, come with ideas. Otherwise, we can see through it. You're just repeating it in a sophisticated way. You're repeating what the opposition is doing in a sophisticated way, in a different way. That's all, bro. All right?
Sir,
Peace.
Thank you. Speak out.
Yes, good day to you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Second day again. When I see the weather set up, like, and this is dark all over, it's rain might be falling somewhere. But
it's falling
down here in south.
It's falling in the south, the southeast part here. It's falling up there. So we got thunder down here right now.
We get plenty thunder. You know, the amazing thing today, I will give you a truth. I went on to do business, bank business, and I said, let me buy the coach. I want to use the washroom. So the best option for me, as I don't lower down high street, is to go by the wharf, right? When I went in there, look, listen how bad it is. When I went in there, I asked the security, I said, sir, like, shall the toilet working? He said, boy, to put them toilet lock up and get out there. I said, oh gosh, boy. He said, go by the coach. They might be a little better. But boy, when I went in by the coach, I met the toilet. No toilet tissue at all. I said, this is a place with transporting people, and people sometimes they very maybe call. So I was a bit only maintenance lady, and I said, excuse me, I wanted to use your washroom, and I see no toilet, and none of the men, she says, they're waiting on toilet since last week. I said, this is looking bad. If I am actually from St. Vincent, or even from Guadeloupe, and I come here for the first time, just a visit, and I visit for a coach to go up in town, and I want to use the washroom, and I see no toilet. I said, no, miss, this is not a political thing. This is a managerial management here. And that thing looking good. I think all these good at all. I was so highly taken back. I said, no. You know what I have to do? I have to leave and go take a car and go straight up by the public toilet and pay my $2. But look how bad that is. I'm going in the coach. So if people say, no, they know who is into the coach, how to use the washroom because the ball is going to give a little trouble. And they have no toilet paper. We tell them now, so everything I'm going to town, I have to walk with a ruler to the paper. Like the old people, them do wrong time. It can look bad enough. I draw your attention to the staff and the learner. I say, you see what I am seeing here? Or they're embarrassing me. This is not a political problem. This is a managerial problem. That ain't good at all. You know?
You might have to buy a bottle of water.
Or something like that, I'll have to use. Okay. But what do you think? You know, they're talking about the invasion, the home invasion. And don't you know in America that the companies like the Medicare and them, they give elderly people who living by themselves alone, like especially if the both families are working, they give them a kind of buzz to have around their neck. So in case they take with a heart attack, they could press and the ambulance service will be wireless to their institution, and they will know something wrong, and they will respond at a fast time. You know, that's a very good thing to have for elderly people. We look at how that wireless like station and thing now. People living in areas that is prone to the old elderly now. You know, man is looking for the people that the place dormant and quiet. You know, they should have something with wireless that you could wire to the station, to the arrow station, so they know the area is something hot here, boy, and come. You get?
Yeah.
That's how America, but it will invest plenty money, but it's a useful thing because nobody know that the police station get a call and the wire and they come because they realize something. I already person in distress. You get?
Yeah.
That is a very good initiative of all the states. That's all the states have it out there.
I think.
But
I think. I know the other security service here that they had it. I don't know if they still have it. You know.
Yeah, that is a very good investment to have, like for security and with people. You know, you pay them like make them a wireless, but they have it around them. So in case of any emergency, they see somebody breaking, they just press it and they will get the response and they will contact the police. Because with that response now, the police will activate the same time too, and both of them come in the same time to deal with the situation.
Right.
But you see, let me tell you something. You know, up to now, me and the opposition saying not to the crime. You see how the bad is fearless and they're shooting and invading home. You know, they ain't saying nothing. You notice that?
Nothing about what? The crime?
No, they ain't saying nothing about the crime. That how, all right, look at this man being therapy, wife being therapy, family being therapy, and the police have to come and shoot them. Well, you know, they ain't saying nothing pertaining to how the crime gets out relentless. You know, because you know, they could say, oh God, crime. What is the government doing? No, the police doing something. You know, they have a problem now because what they be the judge executioner. But I rather be a judge and executioner because I give you second option to shoot up to kill me, you know. It is what I want. It's a split second, you know. It's a split second with a fire, you know. And when they went there, you know, they didn't expect that heavy firepower. They had to call for backup, reinforcement. So let me see now we go by themselves now and they shoot on me. And then there are still 20 people and rob them. All right. Yes. So I commend McDonald Jacob and his acting. And the men and them go out there, working the first. You remember you take a job, you have to die. In this job, you're putting your life on the line. But you go with God. Once you put God first and you go out there, and you take position, and you surround the area, and you cover yourself, and you aim at them, it's sorry for them who want to come out. I'm sorry for them. You come up with your hands up in the air, you know. You have to shoot at me because you were shooting all the time. Shoot. Yeah? And you see now, the lawyers now, remember they make a law now, stating that the criminals and them over so much years and things, and they're lying because make a loophole for them to come out. Well, they're coming out now, but the police go do a different loophole now. And they have a good loophole. You see the officer, and they have a good loophole. They come out with a loophole, and they have a loophole. A plug the loophole. Simple as it is. Yeah? I'm sorry, it's young people, but they don't want to work, boy. Look, you're doing a good job on your radio here. Look, you apply yourself to schools, to the media house, and you learn, and you improve yourself. To become on the radio so people can respond to community, so people respond. Look, you're doing a very good job. Everybody can be lawyer, doctors, but in each field is important. But you have to make yourself accessible in whatever you're doing until you can get something better. But then you must want that. When you go to school, I don't know good. You tell yourself you're ranking and just like that kind of thing. You're a bad boy. And what is glorifying, you see the music outside in the States, the hip hop, and how they're drinking and they're throwing money in the air, so that is only happening in America. Because them fellas are them smart. They're going to make the money, but they will go back to school in Princeton and pay them for their education. Not in Trinidad. They may know that. They know that one. Well, Mr. Matthews,
yes, sir. You
have a nice day today, and may God receive blessing and keep you, and take it to your family safely back home.
Thank you very much.
I'm not going to listen. I'm glad to hear you. When I hear you, sometimes I say, oh, Lord, boy. You know, and everybody is missing, but you have to take a day in order to handle your business.
Definitely.
You coming from?
Yes, definitely.
All right, then. So you have a blessed day. One day you go see me, you go see the guy, you go see what I was talking you.
No problem, man.
All right, then. Bless.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. All right, so it's just on 2 o'clock, so we do the 2 o'clock news update, and then we come back, and we come back after the 2 o'clock news update, and we continue with Speak Out. All right, let's do the 2 o'clock news update and come back.
afternoon, I'm Leanne St. Clair, and this is your 2 o'clock news update on WACK 90.1 FM. St. Augustine MP Khadija Amin cited Port of Spain South MP Keith Scotland's coal pot remarks to argue that the government was out of touch with reality in her budget speech in the House of Representatives on Monday. Meanwhile, National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines has called on the opposition to support a bill to be taken to Parliament that will subject various arms of the ministry and public officers to regular polygraphing as part of integrity tests. And Trini-born musician Trini Boy Juicy auditioned with his original song Bottle Overhead in Week 5 of The Voice UK 2022 blind auditions over the weekend. In regional news, Governor of the Turks and Caicos Islands, Nigel John Dakin, has addressed the House of Assembly in connection with the surge in gang violence in the territory. In international news, Iran's supreme leader has blamed the United States and Israel for the protests sweeping the country following the death of a woman whilst in police custody. And in sport, under the direct patronage of the Trinidad and Tobago Rifle Association, or the TRA, and sponsored in part by AE Tactical Limited, the Trinidad and Tobago team held their own and flew the red, white and black at one of the largest IPSC-sanctioned events since the COVID-19 pandemic, the IPSC Pan American Handgun Championships in Florida last month. And stay tuned for these stories and much more in detail coming up in our major newscast at 4 p.m. right here on WACK 90.1 FM.
One Bet, the biggest live band and artist bet, starring Kes the Band, Raymond and Dilly Danan, Farmer Nappe, Nadia Batson, Skinny Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, J Dell, A-Team, Melik, J Perry, Jimmy October, Kenneth Salik, and more. One Bet, Saturday, October 8th at the Miami-Dade County Fair and Expo Center from 9 p.m. until 4 a.m. Get tickets now. One Bet Miami 2022.eventbrite.com.
Now you can get the world-famous Miami Carnival Panorama on pay-per-view on WACK.tv for $10 US. Bands competing for the 2022 Miami Carnival Steel Band of the Year are Metro Stars Steel Orchestra, Lauder Hill Steel Ensemble, New Generation Branches Steel Orchestra, Elite Pan Stars Academy, and Mellow Groove Steel Orchestra. Special appearances by YY Steel Orchestra from Japan, Roadblock Steel from Trinidad and Tobago, and Newtown Playboy Steel Symphony from Trinidad and Tobago. Date, Friday, October the 7th, 2022. Time, 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Location, Central Broward Regional Park, Lauderhill, Florida. World famous Miami Carnival Panorama. Pay-per-view on WACK.tv for $10 US. That's WACK.tv. Log in, secure your spot, and enjoy the sounds of steel.
Miami Carnival 2022 kicks off with Junior Carnival on Saturday, October 1st at the Carnival Village in Broward County. Doors open at 1 p.m. Then on Friday, October 7th, it's Panorama Night at the Carnival Village in Broward County, featuring guest steel orchestras from TNT, Japan, St. Thomas USVI, and New York, along with our competing steel band from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. What an event! We continue on Saturday, October 8th. Come and enjoy the official Miami Carnival Shoe experience from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. And the grand finale is on Sunday, October 9th. It's the Miami Carnival Parade of Bands and Concerts at Miami-Dade County Fairgrounds from 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. The parade starts at noon with more than 20 mass bands on the road. The concert starts at 1 p.m. featuring Patrice Roberts, Howard George, Sherwin Winchester, Eddie Charles, and the A-Team Band, Julian Believe, and many more artists. Call 305-653-1877 or online, MiamiCarnival.org. Hosted by the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau. This program is supported in part by the Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs.
Do you need a business consultation? Would you like to learn about investing? Maybe you were looking for investment opportunities. Well, Len Capital Certificates is the company you've been looking for. We're located at number 9 to 11 Fitch Street South, Woodbrook, and our contact number is 324-LEN. That's 324-LENN. Get in touch with us today and we can help you grow your business. make better financial decisions, and enable you to earn a passive income. Feel free to ask about our precious gem packages. But remember, at Lend Capital Certificates, it's all about you.
Coffee Boys International present their 13th annual Miami Carnival Fair. Friday, October 7th at the Firefighters Memorial Building, 8000 Northwest 21st Street, Doral, Florida. Fet indoor and outdoor with Foreign Bass and Casanovas from New York City, Goldfinger from Toronto, Miami Survival Sound, TNT's Alpha B, and DJ Foren. Coffee Boys Miami Carnival Fair. Sponsored by Heineken and Limo Transportation. Part proceeds to the National Center for Persons with Disabilities in Trinidad. Pre-sale tickets only, $40. More at the door. Call 770-318-7734, 561-628-2029, or 561-351-4810. Tickets available at Sweet Aunt Kathy, Joy's and Sings Roti, and online at eventbrite.com. Full security, free lit parking, party at the best fete ever. Coffee Boys International's 13th annual Miami Carnival Fair. Friday, October 7th at the Firefighters Memorial Building, 8000 Northwest 21st Street, Doral, Florida.
Numbers to call. Local 652-4901. International 1786-292-2789.
Okay, it's just about 7 minutes after 2 o'clock. You know, for the last couple of days, I wanted to cuss Tuco, you know. But I see they finally kick off their Calypso instrument with a Thanksgiving service. Because I say October reach and nothing has happened. But I see they finally kick off with a Thanksgiving service. Since yesterday, I want to cuss them, you know. But anyhow, we'll see what happens from here. Speak out.
Good afternoon.
Hey, to you.
And how are you?
Everything is sweet.
Well, thank God for it. I'm calling to make a complaint about WACK. I'm speaking out on WACK. I live on Banter in Labray, and it's almost a month. 3 weeks ago, we haven't got any water on the hill. And I would like them to do something for us, please.
I just know what to say when it comes to these things, no?
I know. I know.
Because you have a councillor, you have an MP. Are they
Well,
away?
oh God.
Are they
Oh
away?
gosh, the MP, say, I never see the man, I don't know the man. The other one, hey, he's a really a bouncing ball. He like a pet, and a bad pet.
Boy.
But I would like to get some water, please. If they could help us in self-oppressors.
What part of Laborators?
Barker Hill. Listen to my water tank. Don't have any water at all, not at all. And the surrounding neighborhood complaining. They are complaining. Here's my water tank, and there's 2 of them. This is the voice of my water tank. That is the voice of my water tank. And like Papa going, Tuesday night selling water, I can't quarrel with him. But I still thank God for the air that I breathe.
Yes. Well, Gil, as editors in this country, anytime you want answers, protest.
Now, I ain't any protest now. And we just have to pay $150, $200 to get a tank of water on Barker Hill.
I could imagine.
Right in the back of where Lake Asphalt Sports Club is. Up there we live.
Right. Well,
If I have 2 neighbors here, I could go to them close by, and we are not getting any water.
Well, I hope someone in authority will be listening and they will attend to your needs.
Huh?
I hope someone will attend to your needs soon.
Look, one of the neighbor in my yard here now.
Hello?
Yes, sir. I understand that you all are having serious water problems.
Yeah, about Sahel, I've been pretty long. We haven't had any water here.
But have you all made any complaint to your council or your ministers where this is concerned?
Yes, numerous complaints. To no avail.
To no avail. So what you intend to do next? I have to ask you a question. Just sit down there and be silent?
Well, that is why we call the station, because we don't know where to go from here.
Go down to the office of your MP. Confront him. You have to do it.
All that was already.
And nothing happened?
Nothing.
Boy. Well, I don't know what to say again, because if it is that you have any problem and your MP and your councillor cannot treat with it, you have to find another way, you know. You must have a plan B.
Next time I need to buy the water.
You can't continue doing that. You can't continue doing that, right? You're supposed to get a water supply. And if how long now? How much weeks now?
Yeah, 3 weeks now.
3 weeks now. Yeah. Something had to be done.
Yeah.
So you're supposed to have a plan B in place to deal with this situation. See what you could work out.
All right.
All right?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, man. Thank you very much for your call.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't continue like this, man. Speak out.
Good afternoon, for the love of my country.
Your radio is too loud.
You know how I just call the MP for Labre? This is his name, by the Minister of Labour. Mr. Markart can't see. The road in a mess, and Mr. Markart can't see. That's the only thing I vex with the Prime Minister for. The people didn't want Mr. Markart can't see. They push him down in the people's throat for Labre. You can't see he's just for the ghost. The Labre Road, which part the old cinema was. It had a big hole the longest while. People throw little stuff in it. Mr. Markart can't see. That's the Minister of Labour. He is a waste of time. And you know how them people in Labre vote for he. He useless. Labre in a real mess, and he ain't helping. Don't talk for the councillor. All of them in the same bracket. I hope next election the Prime Minister push them down the people's throat, because they go end up like Moruga. You see how Moruga, they didn't want certain people and they vote. He ain't get a seat. The Calypsonian, Mr. Markart can't see. You do the best thing and resign, and let them put somebody to hold on in your position. For the love of my country. Labre people get up, because the road in a mess. Where was I dig up? Going to point on your right hand side, like close to the savannah. They're in a mess. And the stretch by the plant man in a mess. And he don't care nothing. For the love of my country. Through that, I stop running the taxi points and do. Labre people, shame on all you. All you vote for that, that's all you get. Are gone.
Thank you very much. No end in sight. Right? No end in sight. And you know, people, earlier on I was thinking, the month of August was Pan History Month. And there was so many activities happening at Trinbago initiated, so many activities happening. Pan came alive within that month. We are now in the month of October, which is Calypso History Month. Let me see what Tuku have in place to commemorate and celebrate Calypso History Month. Speak out.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, I am bothered hearing this thing about the people in Latin.
Yeah. You're coming through very, very low.
Yeah, I'm calling from Avail to be pushing Calparo. Anyhow, what I'm saying is this.
Mm-hmm.
I am sorry to hear what is happening to the people in Latin.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We in the opposition talking about how the government want to release people from WASA. Why don't they talk about things like this? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they? I mean, in this day and age, we are supposed to be educated people, aren't we? We are supposed to be the most educated people, in the Caribbean, not so?
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on? I mean, what happened to the people that represent them people? They didn't get any education. It look like
something is wrong.
Something is wrong, man. Something is wrong. Seriously wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Man, thanks for your program, and because it making a lot of people aware of a lot of things.
Yes.
Great, man. Great.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. 6524901, that's our number to speak out. And, the thing about it is, MPs, you voted for these people to represent you. And when you need them, they are never available. So sometimes you wonder, what's the purpose? What's the reason? What are they there for? Sometimes you want to think that these people are just wasting time, yes? Good afternoon.
Hey, but when you look at it, right, all these people who started this, right, all the win, right, phone number change, you have, it's not a big boy of a sudden, the person in the glass wine, the same people will come open and knock on your door. I don't know, even then, right, they don't have any, I think our MPs are afforded our office rent and our staff. I think, depending on the constituency, there's more than one. I think that I never really got into the, our investigative journalists must check on that. And some of them had the office, some of them had the staff sometimes. I mean, it really, and I think that reflects on the political leader because I can remember the deceased Mr. Manning, right? The only sitting prime minister in the visit that constituency every week. And the week you're coming, you should know the week before that you're not coming. And you are sitting prime minister, the prime minister somebody busy, man. What about the other MPs now? What wrong with them? I think that lack of leadership on the two sides because at the end of the day, I lead on them party. I mandating every MP has to have some form of correspondence, proper effective correspondence with the constituents. So some people have been suffering things like NIL member, a MP and a councillor basically supposed to be a person that know the way around in the society. But remember, you representing people who can't read, who can't ride, they're on wheelchair, they need this. I mean, and the people representing them, they don't know what to do. There are certain officers that they can't follow that form. And these are you're supposed to have data of your constituency to be able to assist these people accordingly. But it don't be so, we get so accustomed with this MP councillor, we like the whatever color, and when they finish them for them do nothing, actually they're serving themselves. They pay coming every month, all the perks, everything, and we get done, and next Friday they come back. That system is really working. It's working. In any case, you have to wait on across the board. If the minister works to release funds, you can't get nothing else done. So the actual assistance of the MP is to personally assist the people need sometimes somebody that was a child transfer, they know how to go about it. And whatever it is, and that is the really effective work of an MP. Other than that, any other infrastructural work in the constituency, you have to wait the government to release money, whether you're in parliament, whether you're on the government side or you're on the opposition side. Locked on and listen, right?
Thank you. Yes. That's why you vote for them. You stain your finger for them. But then you wonder, they were there for 5 years. What did they do for your community? They might fix a road in another community. They might bring water to another community. But in your community, what did they do? Did you see them during the period of time they were there? No. People have to start thinking what the reason for voting. Because if you have an MP who is not representing you, then think about it. Am I going to vote again for that particular MP? Think about it. Because that's why you vote for them to represent you, for them to take care of the needs in your community, in your village. And if that's not happening, does it make sense? No, it doesn't make sense. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Gosh, slow down your radio now, man. Call back. Yeah. So this is what have to happen. So people have to start thinking about what they're doing now, because you cannot continue with this type of politics. About time things change, and the change have to start somewhere. It have to start at some time. Because people may be in a constituency, and it's not to say sometimes the MP don't pass through, but probably they don't, because there might be bad road right in front of their constituency office, and they're not seeing it. They're passing through an area every day. Bad road. It might be a leaking line, and they're not seeing it. Speak out.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Look. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Admiral David.
Yes, sir.
Do you think if you vote for another party that things will improve? I would love to hear you and your callers answer this question. And you said if you vote for the MP, are you talking about the independent MP or the party that the MP belongs to?
Well,
I don't know which party rules, the MP in Labrador belongs to. So I don't know if you could just vote for a different MP or just for the party in that area.
well,
Okay, sir?
There might be two. Let's say there might be two, there might be five. You vote for a particular one, that one you vote for, they won.
Okay.
And you are happy. But then,
right.
Are you seeing the results of your stained finger?
No, I'm just saying the point I'm making. I'm just asking. Would you change, let's say there's a PNM councillor there now. Would you vote for another PNM councillor, or you just decide to vote the party out altogether?
That decision, yeah, it all depends.
But I want to answer though. Do you think changing the party now would improve conditions for Trinidadians? Okay, sir?
Okay.
I would like to probably some of you listeners could weigh in. Have a blessed one, my friend.
Thank you. Speak out.
Yeah, good afternoon, David Fireman Matthews.
Yes, sir. Load down your radio.
I don't care.
Gosh.
Yeah, but my music locked down and WACK. Okay? Yeah, I'm calling with a situation with David Lee. That ugly Chinese don't care about nobody in this area. And I call him ugly, but I vote for Krazy. That is my barber, and that is my good friend. You understand? But David Lee have to come better than that, because we'll be flooding out here. We'll be going through some situation, and David Lee never even come back and say thanks. So, I love and respect the program, and I want him to know that we're not taking no bullshit in him.
All right. Thank you very much, caller. Speak out.
Hey, good afternoon, David.
Yes, sir.
David, question for you. You think, because I hear you talking about staining our finger, do you think we will ever get to the point where instead of looking at candidates by what they say they're going to do, we should start asking them, how are you going to do it? Because so far we've been been given promises, well, this is what I will change when I get in there. But do you ever hear them speak about how they're going to change it? Do you think we will get to that point where we'll start holding them accountable? Before I say my finger, you're going to tell us exactly how you're going to accomplish this.
Some of them will. Some of them will, but when they get into power, that's it.
If they're going to do it.
That's it.
You know, because again, like I said, I'm just hearing it, but I'm tired of the broken promises. You know, and I'm just saying we need to be holding them accountable. And even when you do get them into the office, if we're going to go pick at them, say, look, you made this promise, and this is how you're going to do it. You know, we need to start doing a report card on them. You know, just don't let them say, okay, they get in there and give them a buy. No. You said this is what you're going to do. We're going to hold you to it. And if you're not going to do it, we're going to start picking you from your house to your office or block you in your office to keep you to do your work. Because people are fed up. We are fed up of dealing with broken promises. You know the saying, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Have a good day, David.
Thank you. Yes. Speak out.
David, how you doing, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm great, man.
Yeah, this one thing, I'm blaming you. You I'm blaming. So when people call and they refuse to lower their radio, I mean, you don't have to go to college to understand that. It feeds right back into the phone. You get this big set of noise, and it's affecting not you alone, it's affecting everybody on the outside. What you need to do is cut them off. And other stations, they would cut them off. You're saying it loud and loud and loud to him, lower your radio. And he's still carrying on. Oh, well, you're doing a good process. Okay, well, whatever he's paying that to you, but still, you have to put your foot down. It's your show. Because it's affecting not you alone, it's affecting everybody else. All right, man, keep it up.
Thank you. Yeah. So there comes a time when people must stand up for what they believe in. I stayed my finger for you. I stayed my finger for you to represent me, my community. I need that representation. Speak out.
Hi, David, again. Yes. The water problem has been a perennial one. It dates way back. As a matter of fact, we had Calypsonians many years ago talking about water, how we're not getting the water that we pay for and things like that, many years ago. But within recent times, you would realize that the effort, the attempt to fix what seemed unfixable in the past by the present Minister of Public Utilities is a gargantuan task, because so many years have elapsed during which all kinds of wrongdoings took place, all kinds of top-heavy issues and so on that he unearthed and he's working on steadfastly. And I would say that it's nothing that could be remedied immediately. However, when people don't have water, come on. If I don't have flour, I could eat some dashi. If I don't have sugar, I could use honey. When you don't have water, what you're using as a substitute? What else? So the issue of no water is an unbearable one, and one that I could understand why people not say you can't tolerate that, man. And then don't be telling me that I'm paying cheaper than everywhere else, because hear what? Hear what? When the subsidized price, now I always try to do things in a balanced and focused way. And by now you'll realize I support matters relating to government policies based on a rational thinking as far as I'm concerned. I ain't jumping on no bandwagon just like that. But my thing is, if it is that you have subsidized the cost of the water, it means that you would have done it with the understanding that you can provide a reliable service. A reliable service. Don't tell me because it's cheap, I must take whatever you give me. You put it at that price under the subsidy at the time, with the expectation that you can deliver. So it's not like
you're doing that for me, but I have to take anything you want. Like, for example, you tell me $20 a pound for tomatoes, but you have some half-rotten one, and you're telling me I have to take somebody half-rotten one with my $20 a pound. Are you crazy? You charging me 20. Even if you charge me 10 while everybody charging 20. Don't tell me I have to take the $10 a pound because you're charging $10 and I must take rotten ones from you. I am saying, if you give me a subsidized cost, it's because you feel that you can comfortably provide me with the service I am paying for. So give it to me. However, WASA has been mired in corruption and everything that goes against the grain of being able to do what they are supposed to do. So now we have a minister in place who to my mind, I am looking and I'm listening, and I am seeing that he's making an effort to fix something that has gone bad for years. So in the meantime, you would have some situations that will continue to be not as they ought to be. I'm not saying that you're not supposed to pay attention and try to meet people halfway, because I remember the days when you were supposed to do a truck delivery. Don't tell me you stop that if you know fully well that I'm not getting water for 6 and 7 days. What do I do for 6 and 7 days without water? With toilets to flush and a bundle of clothes, so what? Especially when you have children, how do you work that out? What is it? I went through that already, so I can afford to talk. Waiting up late in the night to see if the water will come. When it comes, it trickle before you wink and you get 2 buckets full, it going again, and things like that. So it's a lot of frustration. As far as the MPs are concerned, I hope MPs understand now that the days of flaunting after you acquire the position are no more. You're under scrutiny and you are expected to deliver. However, I think the structure of government, they need to really look at how they utilize the human resource in terms of MPs. Because when you have MPs who are also involved in cabinet sessions, cabinet members and whatnot, that makes it difficult. That makes it difficult for them to be able to deliver in the way they ought to deliver. And I find there should be a standard procedure as far as it is concerned, although I believe it exists at present, where MPs must attend to their purchases and so on, their constituents. At least let us know, let it be a calendar, let it be timetabled. We must know that you are there from such and such a time to such and so on so days. Right? It can't be that you'll come and if you can't come, we must know that. But it should be something that is well organized because and you ought to have a list. Because when you were campaigning, you came around to find out what I needed. You came around to find out what are some of the issues at hand. So you're supposed to have a catalog of that. And I'm not saying it will solve all of them because a lot of it sometimes depends on rollout from central government and whatnot. And as somebody said, right in front of the MP's office might have a role. Yes, that is true. But he can't just up and say, well, it's my constituents and give me. It's something that you have to depend on how the money is allocated and so on. However, constituents must not get the feeling that now that you have gotten into that position, that we are now just, easily disposed of, and you don't need to. They ought to have a list, a catalog. These are some of the needs of the people of my area, in tandem with the councillors, because the councillors are the ones who are even closer to the ground, and therefore let us work together to fulfill the needs of these people. You won't be able to have it 100% correct, but hear what? That is what is required. And one last thing before I go. I heard Mr. Pinal make mention of giving the people hope and saying, you can't with a straight face say that the government has not been leveling with the people and letting them know exactly our status. And in other words, from what I heard him say, what he did not say was they must memorize people and lie to them then. Tell them things good when it's not good, or give them empty promises. I don't think so. I don't think so. If it ain't good, if the thing is as it is, we explain it to you, this is what it is. We are faced with these inflationary situations and so on, and this is how we are hoping to be able to deal with them and so on. And that is what the government has been saying. So I don't believe that you will just tell people things that you feel that they want to hear and mama guide them. But that water situation is one that they really, as the public service minister, hats off to him because I think he's doing a marvelous task at working towards doing something and really making a breakthrough in this water situation.
Definitely, he is.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Definitely, he is. And then sometime it comes right back to your representative. Because you will have problems. You go to your representative, and what are they doing? As the caller from Labre area saying, they spoke to their MP on several occasions. And what has been done? Nothing. They spoke to their councillor on several occasions. What has been done? Nothing. I don't want to deal with my issue yet, you know. Speak out.
Afternoon to you, Mr. David.
Yes, sir.
Mr. David, I'm just on to a certain lady here, and it's gone so far that I need to ask you this question, if I may. Mr. David, if you are a member of a party, you intend to contest leadership of the party, you are going and you are throwing out all your janjan all over the place. And one of that is you are asking the hierarchy of the party where did they get the money to renovate or rebuild the headquarters of that party. Mr. David Anson, now this is where I ask you, if you win that leadership and you go in and have a general meeting, will you have that general meeting in that same building that you are questioning?
I'm trying to see if I understand you.
I just try to understand what if people think people outside here is dumbbell, you know. I just ask myself if people is dumbbell. I don't think you are one, Mr. David. But I don't think that if you want the leadership of that party, you will want to sit down in that same headquarters that you are making reference to all over the country.
Oh no, who doing
will
it?
You?
Who doing it, boy?
It is very, very strange. I just try to understand if people think we are dumbbell outside here. What is this charade? What is this whole carnival all about? What is this carnival all about? I said it yesterday and I'm saying it again. This is just an opportunity. When you get the 95 against 5%, you will now call Mr. Philip Alexander or Mr. Gary Griffith and say, open the door for me, I'm coming. And finally, Mr. David, to all my dear Waconians, please don't respond to Mr. Pinal now, please. He gets an opportunity on a beautiful station to vent his thing. Just listen to him and don't let him take up the program from now on. Don't let him take it up. Just let him vent and listen to him. He have already tell you who we are. Thank you very much, Mr. Admiral.
Thank you, sir. You know, too, I'm wondering, do you think that the representative should be more on the ground than sitting down in a air-conditioned office, waiting for you to come to them once a week? Do you think they should start coming out of their office and intermingle with the community that they represent so they'll have a better idea of what is going on? Instead of sitting down in our office and waiting for you to come to them once a week to tell them of your problems, and then they refer it to one of their note takers, why they don't start coming into the community a bit more and being more on the ground. So they'll have a better idea of what is happening and stop waiting for the information to come into the office. But during election time, it's no problem. They'll find all the time. You could call them any hour of the night, and they'll find all the time. But once they get into office, that's it. That type of leadership must change. Speak out.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, sir.
I want to say something concerning what you just speak about the MP.
Mm-hmm.
Right, my MP is the best MP to have in the country, right? Penny Beckles.
Great.
The Arima MP. She always on the ground. Anytime anybody wants to see she, you can see she all over the place.
That is good.
And she has the biggest constituency, Arima. Branches, Shells, Lafayette, Ripo, Pata, reaching nearly balance, and the whole of Arima. But she always on the ground. Anyway, you could see Beckles and talk to she anytime.
Nice.
Right. Even when she wasn't in power, right? When she wasn't the MP, you could have talked to she anyway.
That is great.
So all who are getting good representation come Arima.
That is great, and that is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, the MP is the best MP in Arima.
Yes.
You look like Arima constituency, well, I would say Aripo, right where I live, was neglected for over 10 years. Yeah, the UNC was in charge of 5 years, and then they come and they had the PNM come back for 5 years, and I don't know if I should call his name, but everybody will know we won before Beckles, right? And he did nothing to Aripo, and the outskirts of the constituency, the outskirts of Arima.
Who was the one? Who was the one before Beckles?
Garcia. Everybody know that, right? He did nothing for the outskirts of Arima. Neglected for 10 years, and look now she come there and she's doing a lot of work. Lot of work in the constituency. And you could see she at any time, any given time you could see Beckles.
That is great. And that is how I believe it's supposed to be.
That is how it's supposed to be, and that is how it is in Arima.
Yeah, because I stain my finger for you, right? And you supposed to come through my community and intermingle to see what is happening. Don't wait for me to come in your office one day a week.
Nah, you could see she anytime, but that's one thing I don't say about our MP. Anybody in Arima say they can't see Beckles, I could tell them in the face they lie. They don't want to see she.
Right.
Because she all over the place, all over. She does it from village to village. She going having village meeting with you, coming bringing the office to you.
That is great.
You don't even have to go to the office. She bringing it to you.
I know.
You know?
I know the MP in Tobago used to be. Well, I know they do the same thing too. You know, sometimes they pitch tents in certain villages and thing, and to meet with the constituents and thing. You know.
Yeah.
But that's great.
Because she constituency big. Remember from Blanchard to Arima, that is over 24 miles. The time you had to take to come, and she go to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great, man. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Very much. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And that is how I think it's supposed to be. Come out of your air-conditioned cocoon and come on the ground. Speak out.
Hey, David.
Yes, sir.
So that issue that you're wrestling with there is part of the problem. What the Dancer Boy tried to allude to when he talked about the BS, right? That is the party system, right? So, for example, it's not just black and white. It's great that you can say the person should come to the constituency more than once a week or whatever, but it depends on the person's responsibility, the person's portfolio. So, for example, like the previous guy, Mr. Garcia, maybe he was overwhelmed in the education ministry. He already probably looked like he had a little low energy, and he's overwhelmed with the work he's doing, so maybe he couldn't multitask like that. So if somebody else doesn't have a portfolio that is so demanding, maybe they can have more flexibility if they so have that desire to do so. So there's a lot of complexities. And then the other side is if the person if your MP is not in the ruling party, then likely you're probably not going to get anything done, right?
No, don't say
Or
that. Don't say
not
that.
very many things done.
You could get things done. You'll get things done. No.
Right, but with this party politics that you have here, maybe maybe they might be tight with the people who run the borough, not the borough, you know what I mean, one of the municipalities, one of the 11 things that they have, the city corporation or whatever it's called. And maybe because if their party, that party's in power and the MP's in power, maybe the streets might be okay because they would make an emphasis for that. But so like on the major infrastructure stuff, if that's not part of the national agenda, then it'll be difficult. Because again, you go back to party politics.
That is why,
as it should be.
That is why, in the opposition constituency, they will protest every Monday morning, and when they protest, they get their problem resolved. Most of the time, forthwith. Those in charge, the ministers, they are there to the rescue forthwith, and that's why they will continue to protest. Because when they protest, they get results.
Well, it is politics, right? It is politics. So, I mean, they are trying to win votes and stay in power as well. So it's like a double-edged sword. And again, it comes back to the party politics. But the reality is that if what you want, if you want a big agenda item, a big infrastructure piece to be handled, and it's not part of the national agenda, or you don't have the influence in the party to get the money, or as the opposition MP to get the funding for it, you can't get it. So I mean, right. That's the difficulty.
Let me just mention this. I live in an area, and my MP, my representative, is in government, and let's say the area where I live, a water tank was built there 4 years ago. It's still empty. What is the MP doing? When I speak to him, when I ask him about it, I'm looking into it for the last 4 years. And he knew about it even before. Even before he knew about it. But he looking into it and nothing could happen. And the people suffering for water. What are you supposed to do? Good.
Try another strategy.
Right, good.
To get his attention.
Right, good. Well, that's what will have to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hold them accountable. I mean, if it's something that needs to get done and could be done, then you need to hold them accountable. Try another strategy.
Good. So this is what have to happen. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Bless.
Yes. And people must continue to give in to that. No, those days are over. Right? I remember talking about it, and the councillor for the area calling and defended him for a lengthy time. I gave him a space. He defended him. And what has happened since? Nothing. Nothing. So, when will it end? It will continue to be like that. And what does it need? It's just a pump, a pump. And after 4 years, they can't get a pump. Since the tank was built, they can't get a pump. You understand? So it will continue. Let us see for how long. Let us see for how long. And people have to put up with that. You understand? That's it. That's the representation that people have to put up with. Right? Every constituency will have bad road. You can't fix all the roads. Every constituency will have water leaks. It's something that will have to be rectified because they can't have all these leakage going on all the time because it's a waste of water. So these are areas that have to be rectified. And I believe sometimes trying to dealing with that, you will get bad road. But even when that happens, you have to find a way to pave the road, resurface the road, and get it back in a good condition. Because if it's not resurfaced, then it will deteriorate and get worse. So all these are things that have to be done. And as I say, your MP have to be more on the ground. have to be more on the ground to know exactly how the people feel, what they are going through. And don't just sit down in your office and wait for people to come and complain. Be on the ground. People vote for you to represent them. Every now and again, make a visit to your constituents. If your constituents see you pass through, they'll feel comfortable. At least my MP pass. I saw my MP. But election will come again. And when election comes, you could see them every night, every morning, every evening, every afternoon, whole day, whole night. They'll have the time, but now they don't have the time. You could get things done at that time. You can't get it done now. Things will change. Politics, the political landscape is changing in this country. What politicians would have gotten away with, it's not so easy to get away with it again. It's not so easy to get away with it again. One of the days when a lot of politicians could have done things and get away with it, councillors could have done things and get away with it. It's not so easy to get away anymore. It's not so easy. Let me just take this call before I wrap. Speak out.
Hi, David.
Hey.
I can't believe for the length of time I heard you complain about that situation, that nothing has been done about it.
Nothing.
So I remember quite some time ago you spoke about that when the other guy called in the council, I think.
Yeah, the councillor, yeah.
And defended and gave the position and explained what was at first, what was at first, and to think so many months later.
Nothing.
And nothing?
Nothing.
And if you look into it, you'll see that the MP. You will see that the tanks MP.
Yes.
This is ridiculous. I heard you complain, and I think that that is less than desirable.
Yes.
That is less than desirable. I can't say the same for my councillor. If I tell you, Mr. Kuchi, he is someone you can reach. You call him on his WhatsApp, you get him immediately. He listens. He follows up. I had a situation that I can tell you, I don't know him personally or anything. He followed up on it. He promised to. He wasn't immediate in following up. I called him back and I told him, and immediately after that, the work was done. You know?
Yes.
And he promised to call back to find out, and he did call back. So, you know, there are those who understand what they are, what is expected of them.
Now, the councillor is on the ground. He tries his best.
Yeah.
Right? He's on the ground. I'll give him credit. He tried. You could call him at any time, and he really tries. But
again, as I said, when MPs have portfolio in government, in parliament, and so on, in cabinet, and so on, I believe it is an uphill task for them to span the whole thing. And I feel they should reconsider these kinds of positions.
But you still have to find time for your constituents.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, they have to be able to balance the thing, to fix things in such a way that you are able to. You know, they have to look at that. They must. You can't just turn your back on the people or give the impression that you did. And sometimes it's not that you get anything done, you know, but at least let people know that you're seeing them.
Yes.
Let you know, be in touch with the people. Let them know what you're able to do right now, what you have to put on priority lists and so on. Let them know. Sometimes it's a total disconnect and people just feel that they are left out in the ocean there with no kind of support.
And I mean, and even if you have to liaise with ACC, you wouldn't even come through the area and tell the people, okay, well, I'm speaking to ACC about it, and nothing.
And that would happen when you have little meetings, pocket meetings, so on there, and have something, do things. Do things to keep in touch with the constituents, bottom line.
Yes.
Yes.
Total waste. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. All right. that's it for me for today, people. Thank you very much for your contributions. Tomorrow will be a tight afternoon, eh? Prepare for it. It will be a tight afternoon. All right? All right? Speak Out will be a tight one tomorrow, please God. All right? So, locked on, and tomorrow I'll be back. Stay sweet.
Dog man. The True Nation Station.
He will never let you down. No, try Jana. We fall down, but we get up. The True Nation Station. We fall down, but we get up.
Give God all the praise. It's blessings time.
Jesus, you're the lover of my soul.
We are Culture Krazy. Count your blessings, not your problems.
Let me go, a blessing me up so I can reach for what is mine. No matter what life bring down the road, I'm gonna reach for what is mine.
Be thankful for what you have and have achieved. 90.1 FM. WACK Radio.
Reach for what is mine.
Do you love your country?
Maria, darling, I must go.
Are you a true Trinbagonian?
I love you so. Again,
Do you love your culture? This is the only station that promotes the culture of Trinidad and Tobago.
It's all about the soca bangra. It's all about
WACK 90.1 FM. WACK 90.1 FM. WACK 90.1.
Now you can see the radio. Step into the future with visual radio. Only on WACK 90.1 FM.
I love my culture. I love soca. I love Calypso.
My culture is the best in the world.
I love chutney. I love Trini Pop. I love pan.
The feeling is real.
I love my country. We love WACK. Our culture never stops.
Taking our culture to the world. WACK 90.1 FM. San Fernando, Trinidad, and Tobago. Now you can see the radio. Step into the future with visual radio. Only on WACK 90.1 FM.
Tony P. on WACK 90.1 FM. Tony P. on WACK 90.1 FM.
Long ago, boy, when I was young, and anything at all go wrong, I used to run to me grandmother for she to help me, but oh brother, when she talk is only parable. When she done, I in more trouble. I know it's good advice she giving, but what the devil she saying? A ounce of prevention better than a whole pound of cure to do. Never trouble, until trouble you. You scratch my back before yours gets scratched. When you're drinking gasoline, don't eat much. What's sweet in goat mouth goes sour in ink pants. Men have no right in rock stone dance.
Talk Tuesdays.
For a storm.
Laughing from for monkey run on.
Oh yeah. I really thought she was a mad woman because I really couldn't understand all these parables she using to me. It was too confusing. You're young, you're quick to fall in love and always have problem to solve. I think I'm getting help from she, but she telling me Nancy's story. Lalin kui shubare. One day, Congote. Who are cocoa in sun, always looking for rain. You have no man afraid as again. Wise man will never practice what you hear him preach. So don't have your hand where your hand carry. Love soon get cold when it run hot like that. Many went for one to stay out. That's the one I love. Tell me more, Granny.
One man to a horse.
Boy, oh boy, she was a real good sport. A real amusing sort. She could fix any problem, I'm sure. She had a plaster for every sore. When you live in glass house, no stone. The window you break might be your own. Who bring you news, won't carry back on you. Everything she tell me is true. Show me a thief, I'm gonna show you a liar.
Words of a fellow flock together.
Knowledge is power, wisdom is force.
See with no knowledge is a runaway horse.
Fool could make money, but his wise man to spend it. Nobody could teach a old dog new trick. One hand can't clap, once bitten, twice shy on.
You'll never miss the water till the well run dry.
Tell me, Granny. Yeah.
Tony P. on WACK 90.1 FM.
I'm a singer, not a handyman. When they go understand, these old housewives keep calling me to work on their property. A few days ago, Mrs. Chloe begged me to put piece of pipe in a kitchen stove. I tried to fix it, everything went wrong. The piece of pipe that I used was too big, too hard and too long. It's too big, it's too big, it's too big, she shout. Take it out, take it out. Mrs. Clove, shut up your mouth before I get mad and hit you a clout. She cuss and fuss and fight and bite and threaten to murder me. Now she telling everybody how I break up she property.
One man to a horse.
I'm a singer, not a handyman. When they go understand, these old housewives keep calling me to work on their property. A few days ago, Mrs. Chloe begged me to put piece of pipe in a kitchen stove. I tried to fix it, everything went wrong. The piece of pipe that I used was too big, too hard and too long. It's too big, it's too big, it's too big, she shout. Take it out, take it out. Mrs. Clove, shut up your mouth before I get mad and hit you a clout. She cuss and fuss and fight and bite and threaten to murder me. Now she telling everybody how I break up she property.
Good afternoon, TNT. Good afternoon to the world. Yes, it's a True Nation station, WCK 90.1 FM. It's your boy Tony P checking in early. It's Calypso History Month. Yeah, so we're gonna put that energy in Of course, at our 3:30, we got an interview from Miami coming up, so we got to stay tuned, okay?
In this struggle and the turnabout, the piece of pipe slip out. She said, oh, please, for the sake of peace, why don't you use some grease? She grabbed the pipe, wipe it clean, then grease it down with a whole lot of Vaseline. She put it back, it started moving slow. Suddenly it was fumes coming out from below. It's too big, it's too big, it's too big, she shout. Take it out, Mrs. Clove, shut up your mouth. She made me so mad I hit she a cloud. She caused some fuss and fight and bite and threaten to murder me. Now she telling everybody how I mash up she property.
Good afternoon, Savi.
Yes, Tony. Hi, Tony. Blessed afternoon. Checking in early. Kaisu.
Yeah, man. Give thanks.
Goodness, Ibo, my brother.
Ibo.
Love and blessings to you, Anoni. I watch you.
Same to you there. That's right. Calypso History Month in October. So you're going to get a taste of everything here.
When I pull it out, good Lord, they drugs are the ball. He changed the charge from assault to impersonating an animal. A woman by the name of Mrs. Valentine said, Your Honor, I'm very fine. I want a handyman round me house. Your Honor, I'm going out of my mind. I need some pipe in my oven, and my husband is a lazy ape. This piece of pipe, Mr. Hawker, here will keep me oven in tip-top shape.
One man to a horse.
I wasn't there, his bomber and Cypher who say they see Shorty beating a girl the other day. This big Calypsonian, I was made to understand. Put a severe licking on the woman. They say he could have done it privately and don't let people see. But in front of everybody, I hear Shorty lick she. Oh God, lick she. Oh. I wasn't there, his bomber and Cypher who say they see Shorty beating a girl the other day. This big Calypsonian, I was made to understand. Put a severe licking on the woman. They say he could have done it privately and don't let people see. But in front of everybody, I hear Shorty lick she. Oh God, he lick she. Oh Jesus, he lick she. Was lick to she face, lick to she waist, he lick off piece of she face.
Please, you're live 90.1.
Mr. Matthew?
No, he has already left, sir. It's 3:18 p.m.
I'm very sorry.
That's all right, Ambassador.
I just stepped back in. I left for a little while.
Yeah, man. Give thanks.
All right, good. I just called him to say where you find them kind of music from. That's all.
Yeah, it's only Tony. It's only Tony. Yeah. Sometimes it's underestimated, but hey, the music is here. Man, believe Tony can't play them songs, you know? But I'm learning too.
It was real back on our Charlotte Street. The girl said, look, constable, have a care. This is my man licking me here. And if he feel to lick me, could lick me down and don't interfere. Oh God, he lick she. Oh Jesus, he lick she. He lick to she chin, down to she shin. He well lick up she pim, 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 pim. Lick she. Oh God, he lick she.
Tony P. on WACK 90.1 FM.
Hey, Calypso History Month, people. You're live 90.1.
Off air for a second.
Mama tell me the fight was great. Shorty lick out the girl plate. She get vexed and decided to retaliate. They say this girl was really tough. She make out a real hard stuff because she stand up there and take out 25 cup. Shorty get mad and he pelts a kick. The girl pop and weep under it. And she hold on to it, squeeze it and start squeezing it. Oh God, she squeeze it. Oh, because she squeeze it. Shorty start to shout, she says, shut your damn mouth. She squeeze it till she squeeze it out and she squeeze it. Oh God, look, she squeeze it.
My girl Veronica, she does make me ball with a taxi driver. The guy name is Paul. We live in the country, she walking in the city. 4 o'clock every morning, he blowing the horn for she. I don't mind he talking to she and she talking to me. I don't mind he takes her to work every morning in the taxi. I don't mind they're in each other and they're carrying on. But what I can't take is the way that he blows this motor car on.
I can't take it too. You're live 9.1.
One man to a horse.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you out of respect, man. You're doing your homework, man.
I'm trying, man.
Yeah, man.
I mean, if you're doing something, you can't get better.
That's right.
It make no sense, you know.
That's what I'm commending you for.
Yeah, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate when people call and they would say these things so you know where to work on and what energy to bring, man.
Yeah, man. Beautiful.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, simple. God is the greatest knower of all things.
He come and blowing the constantly. I open to see.
It's Calypso History Month. So after that interview, we're gonna blast some Calypsos today. And we're gonna mix it up.
I don't mind he talking to she and she talking to he after all. I don't mind he takes her to work every morning.
In the taxi. You're like 9.1.
Tony boy, one man to a horse.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Tony.
Yes, sir.
I remember one year, Krazy, I ain't calling the tune. Krazy bring out that tune, boy. Coming down the coffee. I don't think they could play that tune right now. I don't know if I should call the name of the tune, but you know, that was real ruction that year, boy, back then.
Well, yeah, man, we are here for that. It's WACK Radio. We are for the culture, so you know what I mean, it's gonna get touched at some point in time, yeah?
Penelope is the tune.
Penelope? Yeah.
By Krazy, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Me P.
Listen to the lyrics of that tune.
Yes, sir.
The lyrics of that tune is
yeah, man. Give thanks. One. True Calypso and true music, all stories are told, yeah? It's a 3:23, we got some time.
That night was my Jubilee. She said, don't mind her talking to he and he talking to me. I am doing nothing funny, I give you that guarantee.
You're live, 90.1.
Good afternoon, Tony P.
Good afternoon.
And how are you?
One day at a time, you know.
God be the glory.
Say again?
I said to God be the glory.
All the time, and every time.
Nice music you up, my first man. Nice music.
Well, that's Calypso. That is our music. It's there, you know what I mean? So I just say I don't do nothing here, you know. I just, you know what I mean?
But what you working for? How you mean you're doing nothing here?
Well, I go when he's a shepherd, sometimes the sheep does just do what it ought to do. You ain't really have much to do.
When you keep holding the road that you can't do where you want to go. You don't worry about that.
Trust me, you have to be humble. You know what I mean? You have to be humble. You all could say that about me. I ain't going to say that about myself.
Well, it's good when we could talk about that. I can train anywhere.
I hear that. Goodness.
Blessings.
Appreciate it. But water can start to blow. motor cajon. Oh gosh, Jake. You go in the back here again, girl?
A Grenadian fella named Theodore, with his wife and went up to Baltimore. He went up to work on a construction. To be exceedingly rich was his ambition. But his Grenadian wife, King Mary, playing she like plenty wappy, out every night for the same reason, and coming back home next morning to two crack shot, gamblers Jake and Blake. Well, all she money, they just take. I hear that they don't play, she fear. She losing, but she don't care. And anytime you ask, she cheering for she. They just say, we mommy gone to wappy. She must be gone to cinema, for goodness sake. Or she gone back with Jake and Blake to get break. Well, she like gamble like she just come out.
You're live, 90.1.
Tony P, forgive me. Start back that song for some of we younger writers to hear how to approach. Listen to the language, man.
You mean this, Maestro?
Yes, start back how you build this story now and the language in the
Yes, yes, and I will do that so for the connoisseurs. For the connoisseurs of the thing. Yes, my brother. Goodness. That's what I'm here to do, man.
A Grenadian fella named Theodore leave his wife and went up to Baltimore. He went up to work on a construction. To be exceedingly rich was his ambition. But his Grenadian wife, King Mary, playing she like plenty wappy, out every night for the same reason, and coming back home next morning to two crack shot, gamblers Jake and Blake. Well, all she money, they just take. I hear that they don't play, she fear. She losing, but she don't care. And anytime you ask, she cheering for she. They just say, we mommy gone to wappy. She must be gone to cinema, for goodness sake. Or she gone back with Jake and Blake to get break.
Consecrate 90.1.
Hello.
Oh, good afternoon. Hold the line. Please hold the line. Let me talk to you off here. Yeah, 3:27. We got an interview coming up at 3:30.
Wappy is a thing she can't do without. Sometimes she could win, but she just don't try. If she ever break, she don't satisfy. I hear she don't skylark at all. She like Wappy since she was small. They say she could play like a pro. She could throw, she yards for so. And anytime you ask, she sister Yvonne. They just say she ain't gone in too long. She say she going to buy steak, but that rake is fake. She gone back with Jake and Blake.
Yeah, we want last one touch out. And we're going to come back in with a very special interview, and we're going to continue. Calypso History Month. True all stories are told.
A old man wrote her husband a long letter. This girl getting great too regular. He loved his wife bad, so he bought a plane and come down like a train just to chase she brain. The night when he landed, she was in a spree. Down behind the center playing wappy. He gone calling and laying threats. She say she can't come, she ain't going yet. Well, mouth open, Tory jump out. She husband crying all about. He say no, she lied, she can't and think. For his years now he stopped playing. But anything my wife do, she damn well do. And courthouse for all who bad dogs.
Hey, what's up, Carl Wilson, Elizabeth Superville, Jamie DeGale, and Claire Williams. Yeah, some favorites. I got you.
Miami Carnival 2022 kicks off with Junior Carnival on Saturday, October 1st at the Carnival Village in Broward County. Doors open at 1 p.m. Then on Friday, October 7th, it's Panorama Night at the Carnival Village in Broward County, featuring guest steel orchestras from TNT, Japan, St. Thomas USVI, and New York, along with our competing steel band from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. What an event! We continue on Saturday, October 8th. Come and enjoy the official Miami Carnival Shoe experience from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. And the grand finale is on Sunday, October 9th 9th, it's the Miami Carnival Parade of Bands and Concerts at Miami-Dade County Fairgrounds from 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. The parade starts at noon with more than 20 mass bands on the road. The concert starts at 1 p.m. featuring Patrice Roberts, Howard George, Sherwin Winchester, Eddie Charles, and the A-Team Band, Julian Believe, and many more artists. Hall 305-653-1877 or online, MiamiCarnival.org. Hosted by the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau. This program is supported in part by the Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs. Miami Carnival 2022 kicks off with Junior Carnival on Saturday, October 1st at the Carnival Village in Broward County. Doors open at 1 p.m. Then on Friday, October 7th, it's Panorama Night at the Carnival Village in Broward County, featuring guest steel orchestras from TNT, Japan, St. Thomas USVI, and New York, along with our competing steel band from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. What an event! We continue on Saturday, October 8th. Come and enjoy the official Miami Carnival Shoe experience from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. And the grand finale is on Sunday, October 9th. It's the Miami Carnival Parade of Bands and Concerts at Miami-Dade County Fairgrounds from 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. The parade starts at noon with more than 20 mass bands on the road. The concert starts at 1 p.m. featuring Patrice Roberts, Howard George, Sherwin Winchester, Eddie Charles, and the A-Team Band, Julian Believe, and many more artists. Hall 305-653-1877 or online, MiamiCarnival.org. Hosted by the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau. This program is supported in part by the Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs.
Yeah, Consecrate 90.1 FM. We are awaiting a call right now from the Miami team. Yeah. Got to get some information about what's happening in Miami. So we are waiting Mr. Shane Carter to call us up. This is good afternoon, 90.1.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Shane with Mbach.
Hi, good afternoon, Shane Carter. Is it Shane Carter?
It is Shane Carter.
Yes, my name is Tony Prescott. I'll be doing the interview with you today.
All right, Mr. Prescott.
Welcome to the studios of WACK 90.1 FM.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today.
Yeah, well, that's what our life's mission is. You know, anywhere there's culture and Calypso and soca and everything, Carnival happening, we are there. So tell us, what is your capacity, Shane, within the organization and the community that you represent?
Well, as far as Mbach is concerned in my capacity, this year I've been, I would say, knighted to take care of loss mitigation, just to make sure that we have a safe and productive carnival. All our members that are partaking in the carnival, from the vendors to the patrons, even down to security and whoever's coming in just to look over the fence. We want to make sure everybody's safe.
So you are the man.
I'm just a small cog in a greater wheel. How about that?
Yeah, man, because we know all these spokes, you know, it come, but some ought to be in front, some ought to be in the back. So tell us about what's going to be happening in the events carded for this fantastic and awesome weekend coming up.
Well, this weekend, there's been so much build-up for this weekend. As you know, we're the last carnival in the north and outside of the Caribbean right now. So there's been an excitement building up, and we're starting off this weekend, Friday, with Panorama.
Yes.
Now, Panorama has some I would say, some vibrations building within. What we have this year, which is great, we have 5 local bands that are going to compete for the Band of the Year. And then we have some invited guests that are going to grace our stage. We have a band from Trinidad and Tobago, 2 bands from Trinidad and Tobago. We have Newtown Playboys.
Steel Symphony, yeah.
Yes, Steel Symphony, correct. And we have Roadblock.
Yes.
Now, I have to represent in the Trini side, but all the way from the other side of the globe, we have a Japanese band by the name of YY.
Yeah, Konnichiwa. Still
Konnichiwa.
Yes, from Japan. Yes, sir.
So that gives you an idea of how far Pan definitely has traversed the globe.
True.
And we're bringing it right here to South Florida to put on exhibition for all to see.
So that's going to be held at the Carnival Village, which is Central Broward Regional Park.
At the Miami Central Broward Regional Park, correct.
Yeah, 3700 Northwest 11th Place, Lauderhill, Florida, 33311.
Lauderhill, Florida.
Yes, and the time is 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. What time does that show actually kick off?
The start of the first note should be actually striking around the 6 o'clock hour.
Nice. I'm hearing the consistency.
Right, so
yes.
gates will be opening at 4, so that we get who want to get their seats to make sure they can support their favorite band, and so make sure come early so you can get your seat.
Yes. So after the panorama now, go ahead, you went. It's your
floor. Okay. So I was about to say, for those that weren't able to get on a flight and make it down for whatever reason, we've made provisions. We have a pay-per-view that you could tune into,
right,
and be part of this great exhibition of the art form.
Nice.
Of course, you can go on MiamiBrowardCarnival.org.
Okay.
And be able to log in and get your seats. So at home, you could get your popcorn, you could cook your pilau and all, and have it ready to enjoy. So after the festivities in the Lauderhill area, we moved down south on Saturday.
That's parade.
Saturday.
Right.
Yes, Saturday at the fairgrounds, we'll be moving southward. And that is where we're going to have our Juve celebration. Now, Juve is going to start at 7 o'clock and end at 3. So for all revelers that want to come and get your paint, your powder, and jam with your friend and enjoy the good times and enjoy life, celebration of life, come through and enjoy.
And I see you have a lot of participating bands that's going to be there in the Juve.
Absolutely. We have over 20 bands that are going to be in the Juve.
So if you...
And these bands... Go ahead.
So if you, like these bands already, you land up in Miami, you want to get in a band, are the bands filled or can you register online, or if you make up your mind then, some you reach and you see people and the energy flowing and you go take a jump up in a Juve, Is it possible that you can still get in?
Well, I don't want to speak for all bands because I don't know where they are as far as their capacity.
Right.
But I know that there can be provisions made.
Okay.
Just go onto the website, send an email, call a friend, and I know you can come in.
Nice.
But the Juve is something that, as you know, in all the Caribbean islands that participate in some form of Juve, is a free up, enjoy yourself, let your hair down. If you don't have hair like me and you bald, grow some hair and let that down, But it's to have fun,
Yes,
join up with your friends that you didn't see in a while and so forth and so on. So it's a beautiful spectacle of life again.
And I see live performances by Iowa George, Tall Priest, Skinny Banter, and so you're going to have some of the top artists passing through and bring in that energy also.
Correct. Now that you're playing into my playbook now. So that is for those artists that you just listed, that's gracing our presence. Is for those persons that back to what you were speaking about, that maybe just last minute want to say, you know what, I'm going to go into the Juve.
Right.
You may not be associated with a band, but we've made provisions.
Beautiful.
So that when you come through the gates, you have something to do. You have something to enjoy.
You see, boy, Trini vibes, boy, goodness.
Yeah, we try not to miss. So after the festivities of Juve, you hydrate and you get yourself in order. You're getting ready for Sunday, where we're talking about
parade of the bands.
The parade of the bands. Yes. So Sunday, the festivities are going to start at 11. It's basically 11 to 11. The gates will be open to 11, but music stops at 11 p.m.
Yeah.
Now, ask yourself, anywhere in North America, where do you know, or outside of the Caribbean, let's say it like that goes up to 11 p.m.
Yeah, that's a tough get. I see. I was in something in New York, and and as the sun started to go down there, that was it, game over, you know. So yeah, you're right. So we getting,
So I mean, all
money's
respect
worth.
to every correct. All respect to all the different municipalities outside. No disrespect to them. I know they have to deal with all the rules and regulations. But we've been gracious down here in South Florida to have the local government be able to give us the understanding and the appreciation of our culture. And so we're able to give our patrons opportunities to have a good time.
And it's
so
well
when
deserved.
You're on your plane,
it's well deserved.
Yes.
We have paid our dues for that. It's well deserved.
Correct. We're talking about 38 years of existence.
Correct is right.
So, yeah. So yes, we put in our just due, and we're reaping the rewards of many persons that came before us that put in the work. So
well said.
I myself have to thank those persons that have laid the groundwork, because without that I wouldn't be here.
Great. That's for sure. So Parade of the Bands is going to be on. You come to the park, of course, the Carnival Village South Miami-Dade County Fair Expo, and it's 10901 Southwest 24th Street, Miami, Florida. Of course, 33165, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. So when you're done, stretch out your costume down the thing. What else? There's always something else, you know. It's Miami.
Well, Miami, what I would tell you, if you don't have a fete that to go to on Monday, find yourself to a beach. We have over, 40-something miles of beaches here, combined with Fort Lauderdale and Miami. Find yourself next to a beach, take a cool down. If not, I know there are many parties that are available. Go on a website, ask a friend. Miami is full of activity, and it's a collaboration of all persons that love the Caribbean culture.
Yes, to make it happen. So anything else you want to add? Anything else you think you've forgotten? You want to put in there? You want to reassure people who might be coming for the first time for a couple of years, getting back into, because we know the situation that happened with the COVID and stuff. So a lot of people now are feeling good to head out there. Last year, we must commend you guys for having that energy, which facilitated the Caribbean and a lot of places opening up, because we saw the blueprint. It can happen safely and happen with good fun. So any other information that you'd like to add and encourage anybody else that you think, that might need a little jolt now, boy, that going to pay for the ticket and still need to, they by hearing you today, they buy them tickets.
Well, by hearing me today, I hope I would have given you sufficient information to make a proper decision as to why you should come and jam down in Miami. I mean, Rootsman said it's in Miami. So I would seriously, I would say that we made several provisions many times over to make sure that all persons that come through the gates are well taken care of, from food to security, you name it.
Yes.
The aim is for everybody to have fun, have a good time, but be safe in the same time. All right? So I think what I would tell everybody is, it's on like boiled corn. There we go.
In a split pea soup. You understand? Yeah, we tried out in a split pea soup. It's game over. Of course, Sean, it's great talking to you. And of course, I know we're going to be getting more and more information as the weekend progress. WACK, we are the culture station. Of course, any numbers or the websites that you need to repeat again so that people can know what they can log on to and any numbers they need to know offhand.
The best place to go, the information central, is Miami Broward Carnival.org.
MiamiBrowardCarnival.org.
I apologize. I always say Miami Broward. MiamiCarnival.org.
MiamiCarnival.org. Yeah, I'm following you. MiamiCarnival.org.
MiamiCarnival.org. My correction, fans out there, I apologize. MiamiCarnival.org. And that is the centralized location for all things Miami Carnival. And any questions, concerns could be definitely answered there.
All right, we got you, and I appreciate you taking the time off the call. And as someone say, take a jump, take a little wine for us, and be safe. Looking forward.
Yes, thank you for having me.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, bye-bye.
Miami Carnival 2022 kicks off with Junior Carnival on Saturday, October 1st at the Carnival Village in Broward County. Doors open at 1 p.m. Then on Friday, October 7th, it's Panorama Night at the Carnival Village in Broward County, featuring guest steel orchestras from TNT, Japan, St. Thomas USVI, and New York, along with our competing steel band from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. What an event! We continue on Saturday, October 8th. Come and enjoy the official Miami Carnival Subway experience from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. And the grand finale is on Sunday, October 9th. It's the Miami Carnival Parade of Bands and Concerts at Miami-Dade County Fairgrounds from 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. The parade starts at noon with more than 20 mass bands on the road. The concert starts at 1 p.m. featuring Patrice Roberts, Howard George, Sherwin Winchester, Eddie Charles, and the A-Team Band, Julian Believe, and many more artists. Hall 305-653-1877 or online, MiamiCarnival.org. Hosted by the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau. This program is supported in part by the Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs. One Vet, the biggest live band and artist vet, starring Kes the Band, Raymond and Dilly Danan, Farmer Nappe, Nadia Batson, Skinny Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, J. Dell, A-Team, Melik, J. Perry, Jimmy October, Kenneth Salik, and more. One Vet, Saturday, October 8th at the Miami-Dade County Fair and Expo Center from 9 p.m. until 4 a.m. Get tickets now. One Vet Miami 2022.eventbrite.com.
Miami, it's finally here. Miami White 2022 on Saturday, 8th October at Casa de Amor, 7111 West Commercial Boulevard, Tamarack, Florida, 33319, as we present Soiree.
I turn up the fete till it's over.
Soiree. White affair from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. with the biggest DJs from around the world. Spice International, Foreign Base, DJ Badlad, and Mr. Desmond with a special old school soca session from Johnny King. Johnny King live. Tickets online only $65. Food inclusive. For more info, call Linda 772-341-9783. Sweet Hand Kathy Restaurant 78671-88234 or Joanne 215-266-2812. Miami White Soiree.
These products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Experience the power of 5. Experience 5 of the world's top antioxidants in one powerful nutritional product. Introducing to you Levy from Otis. Levy, the power of a drink in a bottle. Experience the power of mangosteen, noni, acai berry, goji, and pomegranate. Experience the power of 5. Experience Levy. With the regular use of Levy, you would experience a decrease in the level of harmful free radicals, which cause aging. It helps maintain a normal cholesterol level, helps maintain a healthy blood pressure, helps fight virus and bacteria. It also keeps your skin and hair healthy, improve your vision, enhance your sex drive, improve digestion, increase your level of energy, controls your blood sugar level, improve your memory, protects your children's health, lose weight, and allows you to have a better night's sleep. Experience the power of 5. Experience Levy, mangosteen, noni, acai berry, goji, and pomegranate. Now what are you waiting for? It's time to feel good again. Get back your life. Take charge. Call 516-286-7079. That's 516-286-7079. Get all the information you need and place your order now.
Culture Crazy 90.1 FM, the Anglican Church and the Diocese of Trinidad and Tobago, St. Barnabas Parish presents Imagine an October to Remember Concert 3 at Naparima Bowl on Sunday, 16th of October from 6 p.m. You will be captivated with the music of John Michael Thomas and Friends, Alyssa Joseph, Farouk Jr., the St. Hilaire Brothers, Victoria Griffith, Nikita G., Clarice Bipat, Justice Zephyrin, Rosanna. Tickets are only 200, available at St. Paul's Anglican Harris Promenade and St. Barnabas Cedar Drive, Pleasantville, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, the number you can call is 770-4258 and 742-0433. Proceeds will go towards the St. Barnabas Rectory Building Fund. Come, enjoy, and support. Imagine.
The month of October is designated Calypso History Month. We acknowledge and embrace the cultural legacy of this noble art form and celebrate the practitioners of the art. Tune in for the music, interviews, the history, and special features as WACK 90.1 FM celebrates Calypso History Month.
Out of them barrack yards, Calypso rising, yeah.
The two most fascinating things about the Calypso is that no one has as yet determined conclusively where the word Calypso came from or why the word Calypso is now applied to the indigenous music of Trinidad and Tobago. The second intriguing phenomenon is that no one seems to know yet what exactly is a Calypso. Today, what I'll do is I'll begin by sketching an outline of the history of the Calypso. And I want to begin in Port of Spain in the era immediately preceding, or in the period immediately preceding emancipation. The earliest account, or at least the earliest statement coming from that period, comes from a folklorist called Mito Sampson, who apparently heard from his grandmother that in the early days, that is in the days before emancipation, that one Begorat, a planter from the Diego Martin region, used to repair to a cave. And at this cave, he would have African singers singing kaisu. Right? They would engage in what we now call extempo combats. But Begorat seems to have been quite an unstable person. He used to allow them or encourage them to sing flattering songs about himself and songs which were derogatory about his neighbors. Now, all this means is that some of the conventions that we have established as coming from West Africa had remained alive in the West Indies. Back to Kaiso. The first known personality is Grosjean, which in Patois means Big John. And Grosjean was the first person acclaimed met Kaiso, in other words, master of Kaiso. And he apparently had the power to soothe Begora. When Begora was going through his tantrums, his erratic moods, Grosjean used to use Calypso music or Kaiso music to soothe him. Then the word Kaiso gives us some kind of difficulty. Some scholars have determined that Kaiso is a West African word, and they have actually pinpointed the nation in Africa which used the word Kaiso. And Kaiso, of course, is an ancient form of Calypso. I am trying to establish where the word Calypso came from, or trying to pinpoint the difficulties in this. So we know that Kaiso came to Trinidad because we have the evidence of Mito Sampson that Grosjean was the first met Kaiso. If you want to use today's terminology, the first Calypso king. But what about the word Calypso? Kaiso, we know, was a Hausa word which meant bravo, anko, and so on. Okay, join us tomorrow for another installment of the saga when we would look a little bit more closely at Calypso. What is Calypso? How the word came to be applied to the indigenous music of Trinidad. I am Dr. Louis Regis, presenting a mini-series on Calypso on behalf of Radio WACK 90.1.
The month of October is designated Calypso History Month. We acknowledge and embrace the cultural legacy of this noble art form and celebrate the practitioners of the art. Tune in for the music, interviews, the history, and special features as WACK 90.1 FM celebrates Calypso History Month.
Out of them barrack yards, Calypso rising, yeah.
Tony P. on WACK 90.1 FM.
Well, this one is class. The Chara magistrate for driving too fast. You mustn't doubt me. Well, this one is class. The Chara magistrate for driving too fast. But there's one courthouse in the district. He is the only magistrate here to run it. If you see how the people flock up the place, you see how the magistrate for try your own case. He self tell himself you are charged for speeding. He self start to shout the policeman lying. He self tell himself to shout. It's a no sport and he charge himself for contempt of court. He said, go ahead, let me hear what happened. So the police said, so you see how this man could speed, and he pointing at the magistrate Johnny Mead. The magistrate asked him, who he talking about? Is you even mean? The policeman shout out. The magistrate pick up a looking glass and ask himself, is it true he was driving fast? He self told himself, you are charged for speeding. He self started to shout, the policeman lying. Himself told himself to shout, this is no sport, and he charged himself for contempt of court.
One man to a horse.
It's a Chinese man truck and a Negro man make a collision. But the two truck squeeze a car which was driven by a woman. Well, friends, I laugh too bad until I near go insane. When the magistrate called the Chinese man to explain, he say, my lolly, corny up, he lolly, corny tongue, he too lolly, bongy lady. He's singing the guy Well, it's bacchanal now, friends. I sorry all you didn't day. When he writes a husband to hear what the Chinese say. But he prosecutor self like if he went out the brain. The magistrate pass an order, but he asked the Chinese again. The Chinese say, my lolly, corny up, he lolly, corny tongue, he too lolly, bongy lady, line for Ellie potty, but he lolly, sham chippy hand and pussy lay tongue on my lolly. So please tell me who placky lolly more long.
Tony P. on WACK 90.1 FM.
Can you hear a distant drum? It is a living vibration, rooted deep within my Caribbean belly. Lyrics to make a politician cringe, or turn a woman's body into jelly. Shake it, mama, shake it, mama. It is a sweet soca music, Calypso. They could have never refuse it, Calypso. It make you shake like a shango now, Calypso. Why it is you shaking, you don't know, that's Calypso. Calypso, Calypso, Calypso music, yeah, yeah. Calypso, 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 music, singing oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, Calypso, singing oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, Calypso. I say that I am the seed of Attila now. I'm like a honey, I got to sing oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, Calypso.
On WACK 90.1 FM. This is News 9:01 to 4 p.m. In the headlines.
St. Augustine MP says government is disconnected from reality. Minister Hines called on opposition to support polygraph bill. Regionally, gang violence surge in Turks and Caicos related to transnational crime, and internationally, Iran's supreme leader blames unrest on U.S. and Israel. With the news in detail to 4 p.m., I'm Leanne St. Clair. Good afternoon. St. Augustine MP Khadija Amin cited Port of Spain South MP Keith Scotland's coal pot remarks to argue that the government was out of touch with reality in her budget speech in the House of Representatives on Monday. On Saturday, Mr. Scotland had claimed to use a coal pot at home and urged others to do likewise, but provoked a social media storm of derision and disbelief. MP Amin alleged the government was clearly disconnected from reality and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. She hailed opposition leader Kamla Persad-Bissessa's budget response for exposing the government's, quote, alternate data, alternate facts, and alternate statistics. Ms. Amin said government MPs' budget speeches had a common thread, disconnection. She then scoffed that while the PNM had called the UNC a box drain government, the PNM were, quote, a pothole government. She quipped that the Ministry of Digitization was not digitized, even as many local government councillors and CEOs lacked laptops. She asked if people generally would digitally access public services as mooted by local government Minister Faris Al-Rawi. She queried Minister Al-Wari's plans for hiring after past job losses in local government, saying that she was shocked to hear the minister speaking about hiring litter prevention wardens when the PNM came into office in 2015 and fired hundreds of litter prevention wardens hired under the UNC government. Ms. Amin asked about the government's past plans for a tire tax, which she alleged that the government's only interest in local government was to win elections. She said the local government ministry had blamed the Ministry of Finance for delays in corporation funding, while the grass is growing and the horse is starving. Flooding, poor drainage, and potholes were now the order of the day. She said Minister Al-Rawi's vow to babysit the corporations was belittling. She called for legislation to raise a corporation CEO's spending limit from $300,000, noting high costs nowadays. She lamented corporations bearing the brunt of fallout of the government's non-performance. Expecting people to send the government a message in the next local election, she said that they are beginning to riot and question whether the finance minister was listening. Meanwhile, National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines has called on the opposition to support a bill to be taken to Parliament that will subject various arms of the ministry and public officers to regular polygraphing as part of integrity tests. During his budget debate contribution on Monday, Minister Hines cited the recent alleged involvement of a soldier in the brazen Pennywise robbery that left 2 security officers dead and 1 fighting for her life at hospital. He said the Ministry of National Security has mandated that proper and complete vetting must be done by its arms when recruiting new members. This is why he said the bill for polygraph testing will be reintroduced. Minister Hines also indicated improved methods of crime control and securing the borders will be implemented in the new fiscal year. A Venezuelan national who is believed to be a gang leader was scheduled to appear at the Chaguanas Magistrates Court yesterday to face charges of human trafficking. An official statement from the police service reports the accused was one of 4 Venezuelans intercepted in the Santa Flora district by officers of the Southwestern Division on September 30th. Police detained 2 men and 2 women who allegedly had a firearm, ammunition, and contraband in their possession at the time of the arrest. Following his arrest, one of the suspects, Sixto Rafael Marcano Carrion, was handed over to the Special Investigations Task Force, which conducted investigations into alleged crimes of human trafficking. The man was then charged with trafficking in children, causing a child to become a prostitute, transporting a person for prostitution, and being a gang leader. And Trini-born musician Trini-boy Juicy auditioned with his original song Bottle Overhead in week 5 of The Voice UK 2022 blind auditions over the weekend. Trini-boy took a leap of faith to open the show on Saturday by performing the original song, which was released in Trinidad and Tobago in 2020. He admitted that he declined the opportunity to be part of the show twice prior because he did not believe they understood authentic artists. However, he said the Voice UK team reassured him it would be a collaborative effort to raise awareness of the soca genre. He said they were supportive when he chose his own song and commended the band's ability to learn and perform the music. On Saturday, Trini-boy treated the UK audiences and judges to a Trini performance full of vibes and energy. He immediately turned the show into a fete, with audience members on their feet, dancing and cheering him on. Within the first 30 seconds of his performance, coach and singer Anne-Marie hit her button, turning around while dancing along to his performance. Almost at the end of his performance, Ollie Murs would then hit his button. The musician would eventually select Anne-Marie as his coach. In regional news, Governor of the Turks and Caicos Islands, Nigel John Dakin, has addressed the House of Assembly in connection with the surge in gang violence in the territory. Efforts are being made to end the ongoing crime situation, which is related to Jamaican gangs and serious transnational crime. In a bid to get control of the situation, the governor stated firearms specialists from the UK arrived on the island and are at work with the TCI's Tactical Firearms Unit. More UK resources will follow during the coming week. In addition, an anti-gangs team of 24 detectives, funded by the UK, to an initial tune of £3 million is being recruited. Its forward elements arrive shortly. In international news, Iran's supreme leader has blamed the United States and Israel for the protests sweeping the country following the death of a woman whilst in police custody. In his first public comments on the unrest, he said riots had been engineered by Iran's arch-enemies and their allies. The protests are the biggest challenge to his rule for a decade, and he urged security forces to be ready for more. The U.S. said it was appalled by the violent response to the protests. The UK echoed the sentiment, summoning Iran's most senior diplomat in London on Monday to tell their leaders in Tehran that instead of blaming external factors for the unrest, they should take responsibility for their own actions and listen to the concerns of their people. 22-year-old Masa Amini fell into a coma hours after being detained by morality police on September 13th in Tehran for allegedly breaking the strict law requiring women to cover their hair with a hijab or headscarf. She died 3 days later. Her family has alleged that officers beat her head with a baton and banged her head against one of their vehicles. The police have said there is no evidence of any mistreatment and that she suffered sudden heart failure. Women have led the protests that began after Miss Amini's funeral, waving their headscarves in the air or setting them on fire to chants of woman, life, freedom, and death to the dictator, a reference to their leader. And in sport, Under the direct patronage of the Trinidad and Tobago Rifle Association, or the TRA, and sponsored in part by AE Tactical Limited, the Trinidad and Tobago team held their own and flew the red, white, and black at one of the largest IPSC-sanctioned events since the COVID-19 pandemic, the IPSC Pan American Handgun Championships in Florida last month. The shooters Thomas Nicholas, Richard Hopkinson, Jude Gordon, Dave Ramlal, Nicholas Ali, Nawaz Karim, and Luke Hadid shot the 24-stage competition against shooters from over 40 Pan-American regions. With mixed emotions about firearms in the hands of law-abiding citizens, institutions such as the TRA and AE Tactical seek to improve and establish the standard for responsible gun ownership, training and firearm safety in multiple disciplines: sport, personnel protection, and duty. And that's the Good News to 4 p.m. Recapping the headlines. St. Augustine MP says government is disconnected from reality. Minister Hines called on opposition to support polygraph bill. Regionally, gang violence surge in Turks and Caicos related to transnational crime, and internationally, Iran's supreme leader blames unrest on U.S. and Israel. That's a look at news to 4 p.m. on WACK 90.1 FM. You can get more news online at www.wackradio901fm.com. I'm Leanne St. Clair. Good afternoon.
On fire. We're here for you. We about to get the party jumping. You already know what it is. And Calypso, Soca.
Now we do.
No one does it like WACK 90.1 FM.
Turn it up.
The culture crazy station.
Now you can see the radio. Step into the future with visual radio. Only on WACK 90.1 FM.
No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no Bama could touch any woman. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, any woman could touch any woman. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid. Take your time and dance the calendar. You go be a 6'5" tiger. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, any woman could touch any woman. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama. Take your time and dance the calendar. You go be a 6'5" champion. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama. Break your wood in time, brother man. You go be a 6'5" champion. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid. No Bama, no afraid.
All right, let's get it. Good afternoon, TNT. And of course, Mr. Desmond is not going to be around for a little bit. You're going to catch him in Miami. He will be on tonight. Yeah. Aaron and Ricardo with the living room, and then Mr. Desmond with the big bands. So you can cop those tickets. Catch Mr. Desmond in MIA Miami. Local line, local number 652-4901. That's 652-4901. 786-292-2789. That's 786-292-2789. And via WhatsApp, 766-4920. 766-4920. Carry on, come in, boy. People. Hey, boy, to those who don't give the right people the opportunities, you know. Dwight York, boy, why does that be, boy? Everybody has had to jump out of here to get through. You never giving certain people a chance, and that whole football thing here in more bacchanal. Let me take this call here. More bacchanal. Your life.
Tony P.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Boy, I don't know who to boy. West Indies cricket or Hetmeyer. I'm supposed to go down to Australia and miss his flight.
Reason being?
They ain't told me that he get dropped from the team because he missed his flight.
Something ain't adding up there. Because you're getting, you're signing a contract, eh? Remember, you're signing a contract, you're getting paid. Retainer and everything to represent the West Indies.
Right, but they dropped him because he missed his flight. But what I am saying, right? Mm-hmm. The whole CPL play, everybody was in Guyana the past couple of weeks. The whole team are going down there.
Right.
Why did they just have a camp in Guyana and everybody leave from Guyana and go? You understand what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but you
So that's
know.
my point.
Okay, well, somebody might call up and yeah, thanks.
And give you some better information.
Yeah, true. And where are they going right now?
Australia, they're playing in the morning.
Well, that is why the man miss a flight. If you like going down to take them licks in the hot sun. Yeah, man. I going down here together. That's oh, good. They never had dull moment, eh? They missed the flight, boy. Helps, boy. Did he give an excuse? You know what I mean? We can't down the man. Suppose something happened in the brother's family, in his household. Is he married? He have children? Because I mean, sometimes these things trump your career and your sport and different things, you know. I mean, I know some people had family members die and them still went out and sing and thing. I say, boy, thumbs up to all, yeah, boy. But maybe we need some more information how we gonna miss a flight that you booked for and he get dropped. So, you know, like, all right, he missed the flight, something happened and we put him on our next flight. So, anybody who knows anything up on these ends, let us know. Yeah, boy, Dwight York, congratulations, boy. Look how teamwork make the dream work and support. And I tell all Chinese that, you know. That's why I say we are some of us have to leave Babylon and walk and cry. Instead of sit down and complaining things that you may not get and may not come your way. Go where love who love you. Go where you can be appreciated and get the job done without the politics, you know. So it's a great feeling to know that he came from where he came from, not being and being successful on all levels. When you hear a white man had to tell you one of your sport, they had to tell you the great things about one of your people, when that should be on a list in the airport for everybody to read out. Fellas like York and Latters and Lara and all those who came before, all those who doing it now. You got to hear in an interview, boy, you win a Champions League, you win in all forms in football, except you're represented in a World Cup. As a manager, that is a feat. That's a feat. So when we think that everything is doom and gloom, it are people doing some things out here. So, Yorkie, and while you doing good and we still can't pay men in the football, new people come in, same old problems. I ain't know what is the matter, boy. I say, well, new team come in, the thing will start to go a certain way, but let's hope. 652-4901-786-2922-2789 and 766-4920. Carry on coming. No sermons today. That was yesterday. Hey, but these aiders and abettors, you know, I mean, I don't something I just really find it hard to try to understand some of our Trinbagonians. These gang leaders and coming, and kudos to the police officers who did their due diligence and realized bam, but that is who get catch. But there are people out here who harboring, aiding and abetting people. Once you come to Trinidad just to eat our food, you're turning a blind eye to things that going on. How would you feel to know that your daughter, your sister, or mother, or family member, or woman in general, go on to the next country and somebody had to take that underage person and turn them into a prostitute? And plenty man will be laughing on the block and giggling and get, you know what I mean? Boy, for all you too. Your life.
Yeah, Tony.
Yes, sir.
I want to go. I'm not going to call the name of the band, a certain mass band, Trinidad mass band. The reason why I'm calling is because it's all over social media. What happened? A designer for that band, right, decided the person's going to do the modeling. But the band wanted somebody with a lighter complexion and blue eyes to do the modeling. And because she did her thing, right? They pull the section from the band.
They pull
the section from the band.
Also,
and the band, the costume was very popular because my two daughters actually They live in Miami, and they actually wanted to play that section. So they gave me the whole rundown. Because, it's young people. Because I know it's like an older crowd actually listening station. But we as adults, I'm sure some of us are aware these things have been going on. Racism is still big down here.
So you're saying, right, and I like how you put it, because I just want to ask a question too, so that, many people mightn't be so up on the social media and what's happening. So what you're saying is there's a band that's coming out for Carnival 2023 in Trinidad and Tobago, right? Yes. They have been registering members just like most bands have been doing. A lot of the bands have sold out, but anyway.
Right.
And this particular band, what they're having, the section now being advertised. Yeah?
Yes.
And in the advertising of the section, somebody was used who didn't find favor with who? The band members, the public, the owner?
No, what happened? You see, this particular band, apparently they say they have high standards. When the designer for that section, right, decided that she's going to do the modeling of the section.
Oh, so the designer of the section, she wanted to model?
Yes, so she modeled and she put out, the costume.
Right.
And a lot of people liked it, but the band itself wanted their own model. And the model had to be a blue-eye.
I understand. Okay, I understand.
Right?
I understand. Yes,
so that's why I put them on that.
Yes, sir. I understand.
I don't want to call the band.
No, we don't need to. We don't need to.
Yeah,
I'm not
going to do that.
Yeah, man.
Right?
I appreciate
it. That is happening in Trinidad, right?
Long time.
The high price of the costume, right?
It is what it is. Yeah, I understand.
One love.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't go to price and what, because everybody price into their price, yeah? How some people say, can you put a price on certain things? It's only the soca man and the calypsonians, and I would say some, so when people say no, and some people get what they get, and I could say no problem with that. If a man want to charge $1 million and he's getting that, no problem. I don't have no problem with that. But also remember, not everybody getting that $1 million. Is a real big fall from the $1 million to on the other for the other. So don't think that everybody is getting that, eh? Yeah, you're live.
Hi, Tony. I'm not so sure, but I think the cricketer had a family matter, and he took the flight the next day also because of the distance. That's why they put somebody out. But he's not dropped from the team, but he's going to miss the test match.
All right. That one say, yeah, man. Take care. Yeah.
Okay, darling. Bye.
That one say, you're on contract, and if you renege on these contracts, it's a whole scene. They'll pick you instead of somebody. It's business, and you would have been picked a while for this particular team, because West Indies have different teams, and different people sometimes get picked. Sometimes the same people will get picked throughout. So there are places that if you can't make it before, we'll put somebody in place and get a contract, sign those things, documents, work permits. It's not just like you pick up and say, I'm going to Tobago tomorrow. So everything would have been in place, even for us here who making a little travel, sort of put your thing in again. So let's see if we get some more information, and the information can be collaborated, as they would say, because I'm a lot of family problem, but you're not saying what, yeah? So we'll respect that. Yeah, so it comes down to choice. What's what the guy was saying? First I watch now. First I just be sometimes, these blase and things. I just need to take on these things, because when I say take it on, because social media come like that now, boys. From the time something drop, everybody like they just look for something to attack, and then if you ask them what with that situation that might have been going on for 400 years and more now, you decide to have a go. But what are you going to do going forward? Are you going to say, well, okay, you see that will happen there, mean like that, I am going to not buy these products. I am going to now look at my people now and shop at their places. I fed up, I'm done. No, sometimes you just hear the whole talk. And I just see it with real people, even with my little business. Tell me and do them nothing. You know what I'm saying? So your own does fight you. So sometimes they come up and they would give you this nice, we standing and stuff. And and it becomes a different energy. How do we go out and physically make that, what we say, make that change so that it wouldn't happen again? You know what I mean? I can give real stories on my entertainment. I go in some of the places and you changing under big song, big singer, and they bring in man and man have all kind of thing. And it had 20,000 people on a fete and you changing on that stage. You changing on a park disposal. So that's why I'm glad now that a lot of the artists could get the respect and get the tables and the drinks and the tents and the fruits. Yeah. You go in places where men tell you, you singing, you're good enough to sing for the crowd in those areas. You're good enough to sing for them, but you can't eat. You know, well, when we run Tony P, when I was a but when that changed, you know that had to change. Because I had to let them know here. Then we come here to play music. We ain't come here to be treated like no animals. Yeah? So if that is your policy, you might as well get our next band. And so they did the next year, because that's how it goes. When people feel you're sink and you think it has something, you standing up for you out here and people hate you for that. You know? Big man thing, you know, you standing up for your own and rights, and some of the people you might have stand up for will have turn around and stab you in your back too. Enough artists have real stories, but they don't tell it. There's only talk it in shoo, and so the public will never really know and comprehend a lot of things that goes on out there that you will take it and have to take. That man slapping you with a wallet out there. And we didn't invent it. We come and meet it. Plenty of artists will tell you about their performances. But one thing I always say to my brother called Brian McFarlane, I will always stand with him. Any way, any time, anyhow, for any crowd, I have never been mistreated. As a matter of fact, I get the best. Better than those who even come there. Because there are people who make sure that, you see, once you hear, you is not no boy. Because there are people who like that. I go in places and performing for people and I feel in that type of way because the only people I see in serving, and it was deliberate, because when you have eyes, you just see it, is certain color people. Serving. Your role is to serve in that fit. I'm telling you straight up things. Because when you have these levels of things, people just tell you who they want in their place and who they don't want. So I just say that leading forward with the band situation and the lady, these things happen. Sometimes if as a person you stand and you talk these things, that people they don't like to hear it from you. But they will sit down and have empathy and cry about another man's story. You know what I mean? So, but we will talk it, eh? Who vex lost, because sometimes that is what you are brought here for. Because there are some people that they're comfortable and they're saying nothings. You know what I mean? The generation that stayed there and wasted themselves away. Nothing happened under their watch. So anything time you come in and you want to talk or say something, they always want to hush you up. What you're saying that for? The status quo. But in order to have change, you have to be the change you want to first see how in your liberty. 652-4901, 786-292-2789, and 766-4920. And I say it easy, you know, if I find out about a group or people, I'm not going there. Me not buying anything, me not playing anything, me not whatever, but it is what it is. Sometimes we talk it and remember what happened with the juice? I sure plenty are we drinking down the juice. Remember how they portray banana and said, I sure people go on there and jump up with them. Remember how a certain company talk about things what you would in big bad with chicken? I sure man still eat it and forget that. So that's it. This too will pass, be forgotten, and we'll be on to the next as we normally do. You're live.
Hi, Tony. This is Joan. Listen, I always tell people, if you can't afford to bring an artist and treat them right, don't bring them. You see, I was in show business and I know what it is to just get my bus fare to go home. When I hire somebody to come here and I get a contract signed and they sign it, I send them half of what they charge me. I have the hotel ready. I have transportation. They get food every day, you know, and before they go on stage, they get the other half. And you treat them decent. You know, that's the way I know of doing things. But when I hear they trying to treat artists all kind of sideways shit, it just pisses me off. And they have the money in their pocket. They have the money in their pocket to do it. If you know you can't afford to do it, don't do it. You know.
I understand.
That's my say.
Yes,
okay,
babe.
thank you.
And of course, like I said, I just talk about my experience, yeah? And I believe that everything happens in a reason. So that's why, and I ended by saying I'm happy now that if a man could get this and he brings a crowd to the thing and the promoter getting a chance to make money, right? Because, I mean, I can't vex if the African giant price is $500,000 US and he says he want a plane, he say, and if I get like that, thing, I ask him for that. I'm about to ask for him if I go in Japan and you go in places outside of certain areas because there are people that say who you feel you are and all these things. Your life.
I get through.
Yes, sir.
From man to a horse. Listen, you know, my grandpa used to tell my brothers and I, there are three types of people in this world. Those who say nothings and just live merry. Those who do all the wickedness and exploitation to the world and others. And those who, with the little blessings they have, try and change the world to do right. So that's for anybody who is in it. Say nothing and sing, okay? Just bore them for me.
Amen.
I remember.
And I said we have come a long way. When I did the Summit of the Americas, to the dismay of many, and I will always say it because I was there with the person who organized it, so I know who was vexed. But I'll never say it out loud. I know who was vexed. But I didn't pick me for no favors. Right? So get all your facts right. Because some people just downplay, and they feel there is nobody and nothing. But when you go other places, people treat you in the manner that you are befitting of. So I just say, hey, it ain't got none until it's got, right? One man meet is another man. You don't know. So that we say thumbs up to Dwight York and going out there and succeeding on our level and getting the qualms and getting the kudos that come with it. If it was Trinidad, you might have be successful and somebody will have find some story with you and what had happened. And you know, we never really dealing with certain issues. Always I don't like him, but I don't know why I ain't like him. I find she. You know what I mean? And we had to offer that because the world is changing before our very eyes, at least the people in the world and the energy. The world is the world. And sometimes we're not adjusting to these things. Speaking about adjusting, we will never adjust, or at least someone like me will never adjust to when you look at television and you see that a picture like somebody could have spent their money to bring that Jeffrey Dahmer picture to make that movie. Now, normally I don't get into things freedom of expression, but a serial murderer, but I mean, we bring Chucky, we bring Freddy, and all you watch it. But big man, these are actual man who kill real people, boy. They make a movie, boy. It had so much of history. All them Indians, all them liquid. So much men come on the slave ship. All you couldn't make back a route. Men put money to make that Jeffrey Dahmer, boy. Nah, that boy. Your life.
Don't give me a boy, that is all.
Huh?
Don't give me a boy, that is all.
All right.
Locked in and listening.
Yeah, give thanks, my brother. Yeah. What about the trauma of you being a family member of one of those victims? What? I remember even rightfully or wrongfully, so O.J. Simpson, he did what he did. He wherever, we all know, right? And after that, he couldn't even have a life because rightfully, wrongfully, it was so boom, bang, bang. People had to get their money. But one man go kill all them people, only make a movie and be comfortable with that and telling people watch that. What am I going to get from that horrific act? And you just find that, you wonder why you just call some people dumb and asshole country and all kind of thing, but we keeping serial murderer alive and talking to them Manson and them fellas and them getting visit. We used to get visit. This, like the more people you kill, like we fascinated with you. And that's just my view, because some people they don't care either way. But when you're watching these things, it has some nice scenes in some of these movies, right? There's put it up at the top of the picture, right? And it will take less than 3 or 4 seconds because you almost can't read it. And every time you try to go back to look for it, it don't come up again. They said viewing this movie could cause some kind of psycho synopsis. I'll get the right word, because I see it every so often. And when I go back to look for it, it may cause So when we feeling it's just a movie you watching sometime and it have no effect on you, but until we all are wrong, you know. Because if music could have effect on you with frequencies, and people just put the certain frequencies in certain songs which catch people, trust me, you know, so you have to be careful where you look at your life.
Yes, Tony. I want to applaud the person that put up the 4 people that got killed on Facebook. There's no glory about that. Why put it on Facebook? Why? You know, come on.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I wonder if that was... I ain't see it. Is that the 4 alleged bandits who were shot by police? I don't know. I don't know if it's that, but it is what it is. Our phone is a reporting instrument right now, so most of the likely it will be somebody who was there. 652-4901, 786-292-2789, and 766-4920. When you start to hear the reports of that damn picture and how people feeling, trust me. So people be careful of what you expose yourself to. Because to me, there is no glory in a man showing a picture with a, and the in-depth way of what he did now. I mean, he might do it in a documentary and tell people, as we have had throughout the time, this person did this, boom, bam, but to go in there and make a movie and get funding to make that. You know, and everything in movies now are being portrayed. So you're not going to say, well, it's going to have the adverse effect that we show in this movie and people are going to stay away from these things. The amount of things I know about this man was the Amtrak man and the Unabomber. And them men studied and like almost to a point glorifying these people. And you seeing people worthy of some kind of recognition for some good. They didn't kill nobody and mass murder nobody, and we can make a little movie on them and empower their communities and nothing. And I don't know what is the agenda in this universe right now where there is a real haste to make what's wrong, so much things that's wrong right now, boy. And a lot of we falling into it now, boy, and we having a clash with people, having a clash on what is actually right and what is actually wrong. Because everybody have a say and our feelings and our emotions, and according to some, everybody had to have their view to taken care of. And I guess if Solomon they do that baby will get chopped up so much at times. But somebody had to make a right and a rational decision at times, eh? But some people say today's right was yesterday's wrong. I don't know about that, no? I don't know about that. I mean, there are things that actually we know for sure. Especially that 400 years and beyond. There are real things we know. Real lies tell, we know that. Real wrongs, we know that. But they say you're coming to convince a man to tell a person, well, look, glorifying yourself as a murderer or promoting yourself in the most negative way could be right. All you call me all you call me dinosaur, all you call me anything. But just spell it right. Just spell it correct. Your life.
I get through again. Let's say that just goes to show that moral standards have gone through the window where the movie industry is concerned, right? But like you said, everybody's in a haste to make all the wrongs right. But the Bible talks about that. Look, if you keep calling the wrong right, a curse will never depart from you. So it's a choice.
Yes, sir.
It's a choice.
Yes, sir. Not only a choice, it's frightening, it's scary because sometimes you're looking like if you going mad. You know what I mean? Because you actually see people who long time will subscribe to some sort of right and a goodness, say, boy, that ain't working, you know. It have people watch me and tell me, why do I stop praying, Tony? I stop praying because what's going on, right? And how can I convince that person? Well, I ain't gonna waste my breath and try too hard, because I gonna know, boy, I'm not giving up on the Almighty, So, but I will understand what you're saying and have some empathy towards it, because You could see where a man could reach in a position, a man, a woman, a person, and give up on life itself. Because a person trying out there. And simple when you look at the transition in this universe and in this space. TikTok run the world right now. Some of you guys won't know about it. You're not into it, no problem. But that is the speed right now. That is speed. That take over everything. Instagram, everything gone. Everything gone. Remember long time I tell you Snapchat, this, that. TikTok is it. You understand? And when you realize the designing of that program, as I would say, I might say it right there, but that particular thing, the Chinese, they designed it. And when you look at that in their diaspora, it's all about upliftment. Nobody can show nothing with no skin out and wind down and get on like no fool. No, they stayed going and lock them up and, them Chinese who play, they'll send their people for you. So throughout the whole Asian peninsula, they encourage them to show their work, their beauty, their health, their ancient, their arts, martial arts, Buddhist monks. You see anything where you used to see in them movie, Jet Li and them flying in air, them showing you, look, we have the capability to do these things under great studying. And they can admire that, right? Because everybody in the world have a story. You understand? Some get their stories from others and they didn't even realize it. But it's all good. It had to go back to the source one day, and I guess when night turned to day, a lot of people will run away. But in their space, it's all about upliftment. Doing good things, showcasing people studying, cooking. We're not talking about cooking, fruits. Anything you could think about, fishing, anything down to a breeze and all, listening to the ocean, everything positive. No filter, no added preservatives, no steroids. But what is sent to the West and in their programming is the opposite to that. And as they would say, if you want to destroy our people, you destroy their mind. So when a person is being rewarded, because how many people making real money off of it, there are people who went working and happy, good for them, because they had that energy to pull people and they get money for being on social media. So when you might be vexed with them and say they like it, there are people getting paid. When you hear the rappers and them tell you, for every million stream, 5,000 US, that money is money. There are people eating our food on a daily basis, right? On a weekly basis, wherever the case is. But within the other regions now, you are being rewarded to act a fool. Jump off a building. Let me do that jump off a building challenge. Let us go and make jokes on people challenge. You see people coming up to you and spitting on you and call that a challenge. A man with you a jump kick and run and call that a challenge. Somebody go trip you and call that a challenge. People acting a fool. And you are generated by likes. Right? So to your mind, okay, they like me. But you will say, well, when I did put up, I studied and I got an A+. I didn't get one like. Yeah? But when I put and I act and I cough down the teacher, man, boy, if you see thing I get, boy. So that is the energy. And the thing about it, a lot of people cannot differentiate between both. And we can't say it's only youths, because a lot of users call me and come to me and talk real sense. Real sense. And I just have counsel with them and energy with them. And when you leave, it's like you get more sharp, as a person, because you can say, well, look, yeah, boy, there is a lot of hope. But the truth being is that through programming, because it starts early, It starts early, and when you look back at Sesame Street now as a big man, I see certain things, I want to explain it here on national radio, but I realize, okay, that is what they was doing. When I was watching He-Man and them thing, okay, that is what they was doing. When you watch Wonder Woman, you see everybody white as pale, and you call it Isis, who is an African god. Okay, that is what he was doing. When you had people in blackface, right, playing a white man in blackface, playing a black man, and it had people to act those parts, but you would not hire them. We understood that. When we see in all the Wild West stories, the American Indians was the bad people. History proved that no, it wasn't so. They were there first. So if I'm handy defending, he think how you come and write the story, and history is his story. So we understanding a lot of these things that are being done to change our perspective, not just on the globe, but perspective on ourselves. Because you watching an African picture like Ben-Hur, yes, we like Charlton Heston, but how? Sidney Poitier couldn't play that part? How? How when you try to whiten down Egypt, you put Egypt in the Middle East. Where's the middle? It's not Middle West, Middle North, Middle South. How come to Middle East? We chopping up places and people feel, well, that is the originality of these places. When no, you can't take Egypt out of Africa, because with sense we realize Egypt is in Africa, even if we didn't care about it, because in the African Confederation Cup, they win most of the football. So how they going to be Middle East and winning in Africa? So the lies don't add up to now, boy. And there's the time where it will catch up with a lot of people. But when the truth is being told in this time, people don't want to hear it. They prefer to live in the lie, and I could understand why. But I say, my trip on this earth is a one-man journey, you know. Me ain't come here as no grapes, or no plum, or no fig to bunch up, you know. You dig? So, you're live, 90.1.
Hey, where you going, man?
Yeah, one day at a time, man.
I just called to give my blessings and, to give thanks, man. And, that's all we could do and continue doing, giving thanks. Sometimes, generally people only give thanks and realize how fortunate we are. End of the day, however challenges are just part of life. They come in varying degrees and sizes. So just ask for the strength to climb different mountains. So look down, listen, man. Have a blessed one, man. And
yeah, man.
Give the positive spirit.
Well, I say it all the time, right? And something I thought I was going crazy in the sense that it becomes not just a thing, it's a way of life. You know, when you say you give thanks now, but you really, it doesn't better say the words, eh? But yeah, words mean something, because at first there was the word, and the word was wit. But I ain't going there. I ain't going there. All that. I ain't going to shake that hourglass today. Out of one come many, boy. One and a three and a one. They tell later the right day, and then you get it. But there's a prayer saying, unto thee do we give thanks, for thy name is near, and thy wondrous works declare. Yeah, so unto thee do we always give thanks, man. We shall be judged uprightly, yeah? But not only give thanks, we have to call it out for when we see it too also, so. Obama, no friend, ain't nothing to body place nice. For the desert. Desert, no friend. I take one or two more, man. Who's had to get it? I didn't want to go in the political realm, because I know, right? It's some boy to tell you. Your life.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
One day at a time.
I would like to bore some of our journalists from our national newspapers. I don't know what some of them just be writing. How did this get the news? Where did this get the news? But their writing leaves a lot to be desired.
True.
It is horrible.
True.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. And somebody had a song about the same low standards we set, you know. It's like a lot of us have, you know, and not the lady here, and just talking in general now, you know, we let so many things slip, boy. Rajab's song is we, boy. Who throw rubbish down the drain is we. I will never get a song, boy. Is we, boy. Who does fuss and complain? Yes, it's we to blame. And, you know, we sometimes we don't stand for certain things, and they give us what we want ultimately, you know. Because that is what does we said. We like bacchanal, we like confusion. If somebody go and write the thing and investigate, and we just long for that. But then, can we handle the truth when the investigation and it's one of we people we like, they find in the wrong? Your life.
Tony P, good evening.
Yes, sir, good day.
You know, say something there. As I the person that be calling regular to ask for that Raja boy is me. Like of course, a gem of a Calypso, and it's truth after this morning, I see it again walking down the road. They're walking up the road, eating the doubles, and they're throwing the doubles paper right on the pavement. The school children had to walk, brother. right on the walk as they eat the doubles. They just throw that paper. They drink the chubby when they drunk, they eat the doubles. They drop that right on the pavement, right along by me, boys. They ain't nice at all. And them is the ones blaming the government. They blaming Rowley, blaming this one, but then it's them throwing the rubbish on the street. Hope you understand me.
No, I fully, but I just say it.
So you know, see that anything, you remember, I was called and said, I want to hear Raja.
Yeah, man.
I want to hear that song, bad.
Here we go. I will try to pull that here for you.
Yeah, bad.
Man.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Tony P.
Goodness.
God bless all the time, man. All the time.
Yeah. Well, I truly hope so by now, eh?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man. By now, if he ain't blessed me, well, boy, I have that pressure, you know. But I go still hold on to Amazing Grace that could save a wretch now, boy. Yeah. How sweet the song. Yeah. Who to blame? That this guy had a song, Generation Next, with the same low standards you set. And one thing I can appreciate my family for, you know, the only perfection is within the Almighty. But people do the best that they could do. But the respect that you had to show towards your family, that was important. Not to just do as I say or do as I do. I mean, yeah, we know stringency, but you ain't gonna complain for that. You know what I mean? Because people try to give you the best that they would have gotten, you know. Anita Baker singing that, you know, giving you the best that I've got. It's not easy to raise children. It's not easy. Some of us haven't even matured yet, 30, 40, 50, and we still ain't matured yet. You know what I mean? Nobody ain't say like everybody that come, you get a light coming on in you and you're gonna be automatic. It's a process, yeah? But within this diaspora here, we let real things slip, and we letting real things slip. Because when the police will come now and catch a man from another country in your zone, pimping out the people in the zone, and no one wherever, and that ain't even say. And I can say, despite America and all the things, I know that areas they go louder because they ain't care, well, like, let that area be so and so. But once too much are shooting, we go start to care, right? But if you walk in a neighborhood, let me say you on a car, nobody don't know you. By the time you reach by the corner, them cops done run up on you. Excuse me, sir, are you from around here? And if it's a certain community, the ambulance might be coming for you. Because we have seen people was running through our area, get lost, mixed up. And I saw men, Bobby Joe and them, put their thing in the back of our truck and was brutal to the person, and they were just lost. But people don't cater for, if you don't know you in this area, what you're doing here, what's your purpose. And plenty of we in Trinidad like this, eat our food, come and do what you want here once I eating our food, and you're bringing all these demons and bringing all this energy on your country. And then it's easy for you to sit back and say, well, this one ain't doing that enough for me out there. This one ain't doing enough for me out there. And we understand there are a lot of socio-economic, macro, micro enterprise and different things that goes on and make up the whole thing and the 400 years. And we understand all of that. But the Almighty still give you the power and the energy to reverse things, first within yourself in the way you think. Yeah, because there's some people holding on. I seen that every single day I come to work. Some people holding on to a certain energy, and that energy done gone. You understand? So I just say for a reward, what you gonna do? We go hold on? For what? Tomorrow I could be gone, you could be gone, anybody gone. We go up in the great beyond and say I'm holding on to something that Jerry did get me vex. But the Father didn't want to hear you. Because he's hoping that you come to him in under the energy that you should. We don't want to hear about nothing that go on there. By your deeds you truly shall be known. And that's why in the words of the great Dennis Emmanuel Brown, love and hate could never be friends. Hey, that's my time.
No man afraid, no man any man could cut any woman. Take your time and dance the calendar, you go be a 6-5 champion.
Miami Carnival 2022 kicks off with Junior Carnival
on Saturday, October 1st at the Carnival Village in Broward County. Doors open at 1 p.m. Then on Friday, October 7th, it's Panorama Night at the Carnival Village in Broward County, featuring guest steel orchestras from TNT, Japan, St. Thomas USVI, and New York, along with our competing steel band from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. What an event! We continue on Saturday, October 8th. Come and enjoy the official Miami Carnival Subway experience from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. And the grand finale is on Sunday, October 9th. It's the Miami Carnival Parade of Bands and Concerts at Miami-Dade County Fairgrounds from 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. The parade starts at noon with more than 20 mass bands on the road. The concert starts at 1 p.m. featuring Patrice Roberts, Howard George, Sherwin Winchester, Eddie Charles, and the A-Team Band, Julian Believe, and many more artists. Call 305-653-1877 or online, MiamiCarnival.org. Hosted by the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau. This program is supported in part by the Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs.
Put your hand in the air and shake it. Jammers, if you don't care, shake it.
Looking for real food with real flavor? Why not check out Caldero's Flavor at their new location at 2 to 8 Riverside Drive, Links, Suite Hotel, off Gulfview Lake Road, San Fernando. From curry crab and dumplings to callaloo, oil down, bus up shot or pilau, soup and fish broth on Saturday, foil fish, jerk wings, burgers, you name it. Open Tuesdays to Saturdays. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Call 335-7081.
Women people who come out to party, women people who come out to
Coffee Boys International present their 13th annual Miami Carnival Fest. Friday, October 7th at the Firefighters Memorial Building, 8000 Northwest 21st Street, Doral, Florida. Fet indoor and outdoor with foreign bass and Casanovas from New York City, Goldfinger from Toronto, Miami's Survival Sound, TNT's Alpha B, and DJ Foren. Coffee Boys Miami Carnival Fest. Sponsored by Heineken and Limo Transportation. Part proceeds to the National Center for Persons with Disabilities in Trinidad. Pre-sale tickets only, $40. More at the door. Call 770-318-7734, 561-628-2029, or 561-351-4810. Tickets available at Sweet and Kathy, Joy's and Sings Roti, and online at eventbrite.com. Full security, free lit parking. Party, party, party at the best fete ever. Coffee Boys International's 13th annual Miami Carnival Fest. Friday, October 7th at the Firefighters Memorial Building, 8000 Northwest 21st Street, Doral, Florida.
On Monday, the 10th of October, Sexy in White at Lauderhill Festival Ground, 1400 North State Road, 7 Lauderhill, Florida, from 5 p.m. till 2 a.m. Featuring Cass the Band, Raymond Ramnarai, and Tilla the Dad, Patrice Roberts, Jay Perry, Jimmy October, and more. Limited early bird tickets cost $50. VIP is $70. Get them at Eventbrite. For more info, 786-286-6166. Sexy in White, the biggest white outdoor party for Miami.
Culture Crate 90.1, 4:58 p.m. Hey, let me premiere a big song right now. Yeah. Mr. Desmond and Daddy Chiney. Well, I can't say world premiere because he beat it already, but yes, you asked for it. He made his debut. I don't know if he's gonna sing that in Casa de Amor. That's where you come to take work, boy. Brand new music kind of way. It's released. Daddy Chiney and Mr. Desmond. Desmond, boy. I'm gonna start to manage somebody today.
and show. The rest that she tell me, it was off the air. What this woman tell me, I just couldn't share. Parang, 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 parang.
Somebody call him on the radio. I want to, who called that? Mr. Desmond, your life.
Mr. Tony, good evening.
Hi, good afternoon.
And how are you?
One day at a time, you know.
And one man on the horse, or off the horse, which one?
Well, yeah, we leave the stagecoach home because there's money in here, so I ride in the horse solo.
Well, I know how it is, because remember, he's a big man, eh?
I didn't say
He's a big young man.
I didn't say it.
Have to go and he could go, right?
Yes.
Don't worry, you're going just now too.
Yeah, man, we went and we come in, we here. Where you at? I just be where I'm at.
Yeah. So give the young man a chance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Tony, you have a good evening.
Yeah, man, good days.
To play on Shiva and show.
Yeah, man.
The rest that she tell me, it
Time for 5 at 5 inside the Culture Drive.
I just couldn't share. Parang, 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 parang. Sipping on something and having a time. Parang, 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 parang. It's real Christmas love and we
90.1, 5 at 5.
Good evening.
All right, good day to you.
Could I get Rando, please?
Yeah, Rando.
All right.
I feel like going to endorse her energy. Like if there's an artist you call, say, hey, this is Jim. I would like to hear my song. Yeah. Let me do, you understand? Yeah, man. I just do it, you know. Your life.
Good afternoon, Tony P.
Hi, good
Can
day.
I hear Karina Shea, please?
Karina Shea. Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Welcome. 90.1.
Tony P, I'll get you. Can I have a Daniel Brown, please?
A Daniel Brown?
Trinidad Rio Boys.
I was going to call Benjai to ask him now.
Rodney LeBlanc?
That one high for you.
For Rodney LeBlanc?
And I uncle and nephew, I think?
I know they're related.
Oh, well, I'm telling you now. I was going to call Benjai to ask him about Rio. Yeah, man. Might even touch two of them together for you. Your life.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Endorse your energy you put forth. I am the mother of Calypso Charlton. I would like to hear her song.
Yes. You understand? Love, I want that. You understand? You know, ting and blase and man. No.
Correct.
So we want, what's her name? Calypso Charles?
Calypso Charles. Correct.
Right. Goodness. Yeah.
All right. Good evening. Bye.
Yeah, you're welcome. And that sneak attack thing. Let the word of the people who you love be magnified. At least here. I know who disrespected me to call me with their phone because they are playing their song, you know, in the middle of the thing, they want to call you now. That's how it does go. I'm working for them now. Your life.
One man to a horse.
Yeah, man.
I called to see the Tamata manager. That's all.
Well, I seen that thing here with him on our phone here. I know he ain't called the landline or he ain't called the thing line, but he called in off air for me to talk to him. Big man, call the regular line. Your fans want to talk to you.
Call for manager, yeah.
Yeah. Let me play over the big tune. Yeah, man. Mr. Desmond. Call us on the international. This is him here, the big artist, Mr. Desmond.
Good afternoon, Tony. Tony, can I hear Terry Lyons, please?
All right, yeah. Well, that's the last one, right? Nice.
Okay, darling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want the line to be open here in this few minutes here for Mr. Desmond. You get four-wheel. What happened, Desmond, when you recorded this song? How did you feel? Yeah, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is this Timothy Watkins?
Junior.
So Timo, I mean, what was the inspiration behind this one, boy? Because I hear a woman call on some phone and WACK now.
Don't leave me alone now, boy.
You come in, a woman call on the phone, right? Right, and she wanted the parang. Hey, how was it, buddy? How is it going, man?
I get. You know, well, today we finally get the master. Can he hold it, or you try to hold it all out? And want me to read.
Yeah, you trying to fight it now. They're fighting the artists, you know. I hear in the parang semi-finals already, you know.
What that mean?
Yeah. But Chinese don't miss, you know. Chinese don't register already, you know.
So you can do what you want, yeah?
Yeah, man. But hey, things songing good. Things songing good. I mean, you're wrong music long enough, so if you come off there, we'll rate you for 6. But WACK is love, and you have your family and your peoples here. You know what I mean? And they've been asking you for a contribution. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
that's the day.
You step forward.
Get your suitcase and thing ready. We headed up to the ET, you know.
Are they here now? Yeah. Give me a suitcase. We going Ghana? Talk the dancer. Hey, man. Hey, and best of luck on everything this weekend, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, goodness. You're what? You heard from the star, you know. Man, I'm managing, I sing in background, I play music. And I go still sing a 2 song too for you there, so. Hey, Culture Crazy, let me get at 5 at 5. I'll be off at 6 p.m. But you can get Desmond on tonight at 7 too, you know, blase, right?
Homemade wine and whiskey, black cake and pastel, punch and crepes, sorrel. All that she gave me, I started to sweat when I see the big parang side that she come with. Parang, we sipping on something and having a time. Parang, it's real Christmas love and we singing the line. La la la.
Is this Kenny Phillips?
Yeah, good evening, Tony.
Good day.
There is Marabella Harmony Hall.
Yes, sir.
I wonder here, my Randy.
All right, I'll try to see what I can do for you. I'm out there. I thought this was the management team calling.
I know that.
Yeah, so I'll try to see what I can do, yeah?
All right. Thank you very much.
Hey, goodness, my brother.
Yeah, love and respect.
All the time, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Time for 5 at 5 inside the Culture Drive.
Anything that you want, anything that you're into, in we private party.
time for 5 at 5 inside the Culture Drive.
Peter, what's your favorite song? I know that. You're glad I'm doing it. Once they had a competition for the most traveled Calypsonian. Everyone was shocked to see the finalist was Sparrow and me. Sparrow went Nigeria, then he went to Spain. He went to Ethiopia, then he went back again. He went Cincinnati, then he went Ohio. But I was the favorite, the crush out. I went to San Fernando Palace, Coconut, Pelosi Road, and one report to Rio, Claro, Kumodo, Gas, Perino, Escolo, Mondiablo, Toco, and Miara brothers. I've been everywhere. I wasn't entering the show, but something say go Rio go. I know I only wasting time, but I only following my mind. But look, my passport don't even got a visa in it, but something telling me Rio you could win it. Them foreign judges so incompetent, so say where you went, man. Say where you went. I went to Calvi, China, Point Comana, Manzalina, Tana, Puna, Tagariga, Matura, Nariba, and Barataria, Siparia, Balanda, Rima, and Palmaria. I've been everywhere. Now every time I walk the land, the people hail traveling man. From Caranage to Icacos, well they just call me Columbus. Well look, I travel like Tarzan, I travel by vine, travel by almost everything you find. The two exceptions that I could explain, and that is minus boat and aeroplane. I travel down and travel up like Chimborazo or Cotopaxi, double bus, omnibus, minibus and maxi taxi, trolley, lawnmower and tricycle, donkey cart and motorcycle. I've been everywhere.
Culture Crazy 9.1 FM. We'd like to take time to say happy birthday. Going out to Rando. Yes, Rando. Yeah, man. Next time call in and say Rando, blase, man. No hide behind no thing. You know, you deserve that energy. You've been around in the thing long enough. So, happy birthday to you, brother. And to all those celebrating a birthday, of course, all your friends and family, Rando. Good afternoon. Hey, Miss Charles, Miss Charles' mommy, give me a call.
But you know you can. Then they start to chant. One more soca, one more soca, one more soca before you hit the road. Why? Cause all night we jamming, all night we jamming. Carnival. I come here to wine and wine and wine and wine. All night we jamming, all night we jamming.
let it come, let it flow. When we feeling hot, don't say no. Whenever I hear my fans cry, my job is to supply. No way I could refuse a challenge. I hope my memory doesn't fail on me. From my soca book, I'll turn another page. So I must attack when they call me back. One more soca, one more soca, one more soca before you hit the road. Why? All night we jamming, all night we jamming. Carnival. I come here to wine. All night we jamming, all night we jamming. Rando, Jamaica is so. What a soca night, what a night. Fun for everyone, what a line. Enjoying the music, divine and ecstatic. Now everybody started shouting Calypso. People pack the place, keeping up the place. They're just dancing and singing on and on. So what can I do? At the break of dawn, one more soca. I give them one more soca. One more soca before you hit the road. Why? All night we jamming, all night we jamming. I come here to wine. All night we jamming, all night we jamming. Rando, Jamaica is so. All night we jamming, all night we jamming. Carnival.
I will say happy birthday going out again to Rando. Happy birthday, brother. Time for 5 at 5. Inside the Culture Drive.
History.
Hey, Calypso's mom, give me a call. Yeah.
Come now, boy. Come now, boy. Come work me out. Come work me out. Come work me. Come work me out. Come now, bend me back. Walk me, stretch me out. Walk me out. Give me pressure. Walk me. Top. History. Hey. Come now, boy. Come now, boy. Come work me out. Come work me out. Come work me. Come work me out. Come now, bend me back. Walk me, stretch me out. Walk me out. Give me pressure. Walk me. Don't hold back. Walk me out. I wanna feel it. Walk me. Here's me tension. Walk me out. Do it like you feel it. Walk me out. Be my personal trainer, baby. Walk me out. Apply the pressure, don't take it easy. Walk me out. You make me feel good when you push me real hard. You is the best and there is no doubt about it. Walk me out. Bumper up, head down, go back up, go back down. Oh yes, I can feel it now. You're making me feel it now. Turn around, that's what I love it when you make me do that. Love when you put pressure on the spot like back. Come walk me, work me out. Come work me out. Come work me. Come work me out. Come now, bend me back. Walk me
Hey, Stephen, give me a call, Stephen.
The pain all up in my belly.
If you're listening.
Testing the stamina. Can't hold back no longer. I can't tell no lie. I've seen the results already. Bumper up, head down, go back up, go back down. Oh yes, I can feel it now. You're making me feel it now. Turn around, that's what I love it when you make me do that. Love when you put pressure on the spot like back. Come on, back canal.
This is the time to meet me on the road to Bacchanal. Time for you to get dirty, time for you to get mad, time for you to come meet me on the road to Bacchanal. So meet me there with the Bacchanal. This is the time to pick up the pace, shake up yourself and loosen your waist. Meet me there with the Bacchanal. This is the time to pick up the pace, up in the air make everything nice. 'Cause I on the road to Bacchanal. So let me go to Bacchanal. Meet me. I on the road to Bacchanal. Meet me. So let me go to Bacchanal. Meet me. Warning, I think you should beware of the atmosphere. It's girls and liquor there, and I love it 'cause I'm a player of the culture. Soca. Warning, so please don't have no fear. The energy is rare. I paint the picture clear, and I love it 'cause I'm a player of the culture. Soca. Meet me with the Bacchanal. This is the time to pick up the pace, shake up yourself and loosen your waist. Meet me with the Bacchanal. This is the time to pick up the pace, up in the air make everything nice. 'Cause I on the road to Bacchanal. So let me go to Bacchanal. Meet me. I on the road to Bacchanal. Meet me. So let me go to Bacchanal. Meet me. This is the time to meet me on the road to Bacchanal. Time for you to get dirty, time for you to get mad, time for you to come meet me on the road to Bacchanal. So meet me there with the Bacchanal. This is the time to pick up the pace, shake up yourself and loosen your waist.
Say we like all types of music. That's a fact. But see right now, the people want soca, nothing but soca. All we want is soca. Nah, this is a soca party. Soca people, hands up there. All are we in the soca party. When we fit in, that is all we want to hear. Get them soca in there, soca in there, soca in there, soca in there. Get them soca in there, soca in there. Take soca in there, soca in there. Do not get it twisted, do not play yourself. If you want the vitamins, then you don't need nothing else. The people want soca, nothing but soca. Thing to make the girl them push back the bumper and bend over. Oh gosh, everybody come to the front, everybody come to the front. Oh gosh, tell the DJ where I want, tell the DJ where I want. Soca, over everything I say, and if you don't like soca, stand up over there. This is a soca party. Soca people, hands up there. All are we in the soca party. When we fit in, that is all we want to hear. Get them soca in there, soca in there, soca in there, soca in there. Get them soca in there, soca in there. Take soca in there, soca in there. You can ask a sister, ask all of your friends. When they want to party, them want soca till the end. The people want soca, nothing but soca. Play any tune and watch how the whole party turn over. Oh gosh, everybody come to the front, everybody come to the front. Oh gosh, tell the DJ where I want, tell the DJ where I want. Soca, over everything I say, and if you don't like soca, stand up over there. This is a soca party.
Yeah, 5 at 5. I was trying to get Calypso's mom to call me, man. You'll call me a little bit after. You got to get some info. I've been trying to look for that particular track, but not seeing it, so get some energy from you, so maybe we'll be able to get it going at some point in time. Today, 5 at 5. We say happy birthday going out to Rando, Karina Shea, Trinidad Rio, Terry Lyons are supposed to get a Calypso. Charles, we're trying to get the right name, spelling, everything, yeah? I got one more to touch, San Jose Serenade is gonna do that. Then we're gonna go to the 5 at 5:30 Sports Spotlight, and then we have a half an hour to blaze. So maybe I'll be able to put my hands on anything that I didn't play, yeah? Time for 5 at 5 inside the Culture Drive.
Tu amor está completamente tierno, forjado de recuerdos, y sin saber es sobre la ventana que me abrirá mañana. Tu amor me parte en dos el occidente, me clava de repente y me convierte más a que se amora a una emoción ardiente. Dime si más igual verte mental de voz, o le pego un pacho mi alma a tu lugar, derecho de un corazón. Dime cómo está mi amor en tu amor, frío, frío, como el agua del río, oh caliente, como el agua de fuente, tibio, tibio, como un beso que cae y se enciende, si su caso requieres.
And to the mom of Miss Charles, yeah, give me a call. Yeah, I want to get some info from you. Yeah?
Tu amor despierta y lava su carita, de rosas me salpica, y sin saber es una vilaquia que gira en la vida. Tu amor lo guardo dentro de mis ojos como lagrimita, y no los lloro para que no salgan tus besos de mi vista. Dime si mastico al verte mentre tu voz, o le pego un pacho mi alma a tu lugar, derecho de un corazón. Dime cómo está mi amor en tu amor, frío, frío, como el agua del río, oh caliente, como el agua fuente, tibio, tibio, como un beso que cae y se enciende, si su caso requiere. Por el cielo La 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 la, hasta que quieras tú. Frío, frío, como el agua del río. Oh, caliente, como el agua corriente. Tibio, tibio, como un beso que cae y se siente. Si acaso requiere frío, frío, como el agua del río. Oh, caliente, como el agua fuente. Tibio, tibio, bebé, como un beso que cae y se siente. Si acaso requiere.
I think some people, the verdict was in out there with Mr. Desmond and myself, he said, Daisy Fonse and top. Right, and then everybody else, he said. But we know this lady's gonna be there in that, in that set, yeah? Charlene Flores.
Frío, frío, como el agua del río. Oh, caliente, como el agua corriente. Tibio, tibio, bebé, como un beso que cae y se siente.
Of course, you must say son of this Gloria Alcazar also, yeah. We'll do this one also, yeah?
Join your culture station for Sports Spotlight. Weekdays at 6 p.m. Sports Spotlight is a look at the daily sporting activity around Trinbago and the world. Sports Spotlight, weekdays on the True Nation station, 90.1 FM.
Good afternoon, I'm Leanne St. Clair and welcome to Sports Spotlight on WACK Radio. Shamar Brooks has replaced Shimron Hetmeyer on the West Indies team for this month's ICC T20 World Cup in Australia. According to a media release from Cricket West Indies, or CWI, the decision by them was made as Shimron Hetmeyer missed his rescheduled flight to Australia, which had been changed from Saturday at his request due to family reasons. It said that with flight availability a real challenge, a seat was found for him to leave Guyana yesterday, meaning he would unfortunately miss the first T20 International against Australia on Wednesday at the Metricon Stadium. Commonwealth gold medalist Nicholas Paul will miss the 2022 UCI Track Cycling World Championships due to injury. In a media release on Monday night, the Trinidad and Tobago Cycling Federation said Paul was injured in a crash during training. Details of the injury was not revealed, but the TTCF said doctors advised him to stay off the bike for the rest of the season. The TTCB wished Paul a speedy recovery and sent best wishes to the other members of the national team, Krazy Brown and Akil Campbell. The UCI Track Cycling World Championships takes place in France from October 12th to 16th. 24-year-old Paul has been in sensational form in the last couple of months with gold, silver and bronze at the Commonwealth Games in England. He followed that result with triple gold at the Elite Pan Am Championships in Peru. Under the direct patronage of the Trinidad and Tobago Rifle Association, or the TRA, and sponsored in part by AE Tactical Limited, the Trinidad and Tobago team held their own and flew the red, white and black at one of the largest IPSC-sanctioned events since the COVID-19 pandemic, the IPSC Pan American Handgun Championships in Florida last month. The shooters Thomas Nicholas, Richard Hopkinson, Jude Gordon, Dave Ramlal, Nicholas Ali, Nawaz Karim, and Luke Hadid shot the 24-stage competition against shooters from over 40 Pan-American regions. With mixed emotions about firearms in the hands of law-abiding citizens, institutions such as the TRA and AE Tactical seek to improve and establish the standard for responsible gun ownership, training and firearm safety in multiple disciplines, sport, personal protection, and duty. And that's the look at Sports Spotlight for today. Join us tomorrow for another edition on 90.1 FM WACK Radio.
Miami Carnival 2022 kicks off with Junior Carnival Saturday, October 1st, at the Carnival Village in Broward County. Doors open at 1 p.m. Then on Friday, October 7th, it's Panorama Night at the Carnival Village in Broward County, featuring guest steel orchestras from TNT, Japan, St. Thomas USVI, and New York, along with our competing steel band from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. What an event! We continue on Saturday, October 8th. Come and enjoy the official Miami Carnival Shoe experience from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. And the grand finale is on Sunday, October 9th. It's the Miami Carnival Parade of Bands and Concerts at Miami-Dade County Fairgrounds from 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. The parade starts at noon with more than 20 mass bands on the road. The concert starts at 1 p.m. featuring Patrice Roberts, Howard George, Sherwin Winchester, Eddie Charles, and the A-Team Band, Julian Believe, and many more artists. Call 305-653-1877 or online, MiamiCarnival.org. Hosted by the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau. This program is supported in part by the Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs. One Vet, the biggest live band and artist vet, starring Kes the Band, Raymond and Dilly Danan, Farmer Nappe, Nadia Matson, Skinny Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, Jay Dell, A-Team, Melik, Jay Perry, Jimmy October, Kenneth Salik, and more. One Vet, Saturday, October 8th at the Miami-Dade County Fair and Expo Center from 9 p.m. until 4 a.m. Get tickets now. One Vet Miami 2022.eventbrite.com.
Coffee Boys International present their 13th annual Miami Carnival Fest. Friday, October 7th at the Firefighters Memorial Building, 8000 Northwest 21st Street, Doral, Florida. Fet indoor and outdoor with foreign bass and Casanovas from New York City, Goldfinger from Toronto, Miami's Survival Sound, TNT's Alpha B, and DJ for Ren. Coffee Boys Miami Carnival Fest. Sponsored by Heineken and Limo Transportation. Part proceeds to the National Center for Persons with Disabilities in Trinidad. Pre-sale tickets only, $40. More at the door. Call 770-318-7734, 561-628-2029, or 561-351-4810. Tickets available at Sweet and Kathy, Joy's and Sings Roti, and online at eventbrite.com. Full security, free lit parking, party at the best fete ever. Coffee Boys International's 13th annual Miami Carnival Fest. Friday, October 7th at the Firefighters Memorial Building, 8000 Northwest 21st Street, Doral, Florida.
On Monday, the 10th of October, Sexy and White at Lauderhill Festival Ground, 1400 North State Road 7, Lauderhill, Florida, from 5 p.m. till 2 a.m. Featuring Kes the Band, Raymond Ramnarine and Dylan Adan, Patrice Roberts, Jay Perry, Jimmy October, and more. Limited early bird tickets cost $50. VIP is $70. Get them at Eventbrite. For more info, 786-286-6166. Sexy and White, the biggest white outdoor party for Miami.
Tony P. on WACK 90.1 FM.
Change the accent of Carnival to a bacchanal, wailing express.
Top Tune Tuesday.
Wake up, people, examine your minds. Get with it, the change of the times. It's a new generation, endless vibrations. Right on. Right on, right on, right on. Le, 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 le. Le, 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 le. Hit me horns. Come baby, oh baby, jump with me. Come baby.
We're on the home stretch. And remember, it's Calypso History Month.
It's Carnival time.
Yeah, so we're going to be doing it fluid. Consecrate 90.1 FM. You know how we do.
Change your your musical structure. Make it super sweeter. Juve morning when we wailing. Bring on this funky feeling. Uptight, uptight, feeling so fine. Come on, come on, come on, let the music take your mind. Get with the feel.
I'm now sitting here and I'm wondering if when this song, on the road, you just really decide and see the energy of a song. I wonder when this song played on the road, how was the energy and what was the reaction like? Was it a new thing, How did people feel about this on the road? There are certain songs they say, the masquerade, they say, I play a mass with that song, boy. I play a mass, Tony.
Right on.
Right on.
A new musical expression to ease today's frustration. Move it, come on, groove it. Endlessly, let me feel it. Come on, people, check out the scene. Take a side, the music is mean. Can you dig it, brother? Get it all together. Right on, right on, right on, right on. It's the horns. Betting, Carnival Sunday night. Don't dig no blues, don't dig no fright. Hey, we whining, Lord, we prancing. Rock your baby, kung fu fighting. Music so bad, fuss your hip. Rock your boat, rock your ship. It's really out of sight, makes you feel like dynamite. Right on. Right on, right on, right on.
Tony P on WACK 90.1 FM.
Well.
From the old to the new.
Whoa, aye. Well, I want to see everybody mad in the front. Oh gosh, jump up now. Oh gosh, jump up now. Oh gosh, jump up now. Well.
One man to a horse.
I don't. This garbage. Whoa, aye. Well, I want to see everybody mad in the front. Oh gosh, jump up now.
Tuesday.
All I am a pass, get ready, this one here for you. Do what you do, man. Clear your hand, play what you play. I can't get peace in tongue from angry musicians who say they playing in a iron band. They want a road my jam for iron bands to come. A simple chat and pulsating rhythm. A little ping, a little funk, a steady beat with a big bass drum. So when you hear the iron band, you want to come in and sing a chant. Come again. But if you years are gone, if you've been looking on, you see the iron man them getting strong. Even little children, banging iron with them, they play a big part in our.
Anybody ever party with this band?
We want to feel the real culture, we want to feel.
I think one is your Caribbean personality or Caribbean of the Caribbean. You have to party with this band. Yeah, it's a different party, you know.
Come again.
Hey, before you heard Iowa George, in the background the sound of burning flames, maybe now red hot flames.
We want nothing but heat. We want to feel the rhythm in our feet. So hurry up on yan, give us a one more jam, so we could bang iron and sing our song. A little ping, a little punk, a steady beat with a big bass drum. So when you hear the iron band, you want to come in and sing a chant. Come again.
Tuesday. Top Tune Tuesdays.
Hey,
One man
hey. Mr. Red, ready up, ready up, ready up. Hey. Mr. Red, ready up, ready up, ready up. Hey, I chat up and ready to fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, roll bam bam, roll the bam bam, roll bam bam, roll the bam bam, fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, roll bam bam, roll the bam bam, roll bam bam. If my feet have been out the back, come up with foot, that's not your fetting business. I feel like mine I go down, that's not your fetting business. If I drink and I drink till I drunk, that's not your fetting business. My fetting business is not your fetting business. Feeling nice, I'm feeling so nice. Oh, give me room, oh, give me room. Give me room, give me room, give me room, I'm ready to fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, roll bam bam, roll the bam bam, roll bam bam, roll the bam bam, fling the bam bam, fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, roll bam bam, roll the bam bam, roll bam bam. If I feel to carry on like a hooligan, that's not your fetting business. And if I feel like taking jam, that's not your fetting business. If I feel like bubble like this, that's not your fetting business. My fetting business is not your fetting business. I'm feeling nice, I'm feeling so nice. Give me room, give me room. Give me room, give me room, give me room, I'm ready to fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, roll bam bam, roll the bam bam, roll bam bam, roll the bam bam, fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, fling bam bam, fling the bam bam, roll bam bam, roll the bam bam, roll bam bam. I don't care who say my behavior dirty, my behavior smutty, men behavior mucky. Mind your business,
Getting on real bad in the party. Don't have to answer to nobody. Bacchanal me hobby.
It's 5:51 p.m. Getting ready to shut. Appreciate you guys for being on board with me. Yeah. Let's try to get better at what we do, yeah? So I hope it was enjoyable for you guys. At 6 p.m. we got Aaron coming up with the living room. And at 7 we're gonna do our preemptive Mr. Desmond something. So all those who are staying locked on for the big bands, yes. Tomorrow's Wednesday, we're gonna start all over again. Today's the day the Lord has made, and truly let us be glad and rejoice in it. Yes. Let me see. I like this man tune. It's not your business to fet. But when they fetting outside, of course, exercise some caution. But we'll take being savage any day of the week, man. Miami, New York, Boston, LA. Yes, sir!
New York City don't have money. Anywhere you walk, that's the song in New York. England, getting the finest woman, telling the congressman, then home the West Indian. They say we West Indian. They say we ain't human.
Top Tune Tuesdays. Top Tune Tuesdays.
That's we think of. Same way. Blood. Even better. Especially in the winter. Temperature lower than ever. Yankee looking for shelter. West Indian heroes taking over. We taking over. Looks like fire.
That's my time. Goodness, good energy. Give thanks. Hey, be safe, Trinidad and Tobago. We say walk by faith, never ever by sight. Be safe, Trinidad and Tobago extension, the whole wide world. I'll see you guys tomorrow, God's willing, through the Almighty. Each and everything and all things are made possible. Let's be our brothers and sisters, keepers. Chase with them negative energy and any feelings that you have had harboring towards anyone, man. Yes, let's lighten up the place. I'm gone.
Every year I just have to work wrong this time.
And every Christmas my family does have a line. I'm missing all the action, so it's on my mind. I don't know what to do, but I got to make some time. I'm feeling a vibes deep down in my bones. I can't miss Christmas again. Tell them I'm coming home. Working in the cold, I feel all alone. Skyping my family, trying to feel at home. Well, look, I'm telling them I'm coming home. Let me start the baranging. I'm coming home. It's non-stop jamming. I'm coming home. Hard liquor we drinking. I'm coming home. And the vibes not stopping. We drinking, punching with ginger beer. We paranging like we just don't care. Look at wild meat inside our hair. We eating everything down to there. Neighbor bring out the money cool. Curry duck, even chicken stew. All kind of dish on the menu. And so we paranging vibes deep down in my bones. I can't miss Christmas again. Tell them I'm coming home. Working in the cold, I feel all alone. Skyping my family, trying to feel at home. Well, look, I'm telling them I'm coming home. Let me start the baranging. I'm coming home. It's not stop jamming. I'm coming home. Hard liquor we drinking. I'm coming home. And the vibes not stopping. Every year I just have to work round this time. And every Christmas my family does have a line. I'm missing all the action, so it's on my mind. I don't know what to do, but I got to make some time. I'm feeling a vibes deep down in my bones. I can't miss Christmas again. Tell them I'm coming home. Working in the cold, I feel all alone. Skyping my family, trying to feel at home. Well, look, I'm telling them I'm coming home. Let me start the baranging. I'm coming home. It's not stop jamming. I'm coming home. Hard liquor we drinking. I'm coming home. And the vibes not stopping. I'm coming home again. Oh. I'm coming home again. Look, I'm coming. I'm feeling a vibes deep down in my bones. I can't miss Christmas again. Tell them I'm coming home. Working in the cold, I feel all alone. Skyping my family, trying to feel at home. Well, look, I'm telling them I'm coming home. Let me start the baranging. I'm coming home. It's non-stop jamming. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. And the vibes are stopping. Optimus, Tony Prescott. One time only. This is not a drill.
True Nation Station.
He will never let you down. No, try, we fall down, but we get up. The True Nation We fall down, but we get up.
Give God all the praise. It's blessings time.
Jesus, you're the lover of my soul. Jesus, I never
We are Culture Krazy.
taking me from the marine place.
Count your blessings, not your problems.
Let me go, a bus in the road so I can reach for what is mine. No matter what life bring down the road, I'm gonna reach for what is mine.
Be thankful for what you have and have achieved. 90.1 FM. WACK Radio.
What is mine?
The living room, where the family meets to discuss issues, any issue which may be bothering one of the family members. That's what we do each and every Tuesday on WACK 90.1 FM with Ricardo Mitchell and DJ Aaron 868. We have casual conversations on serious topics, from sports to culture, mental health to economics, relationships to life lessons. Join us each and every Tuesday on WACK 90.1 FM. The Living Room, casual conversations on serious topics.
It is currently 6 p.m. here in Trinidad and Tobago. I still don't know why Ricardo does that every week when I say the time. No watch.
Out of timing.
Clearly.
That's my plan.
You succeed. Right? It's just, well, not only at least 1 minute after 6 p.m. here in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know what time it is where you are, but I'm glad to know you're locked on to the true nation station, WACK 90.1 FM, where we are culture crazy. Let's kick it off first and foremost, as we always do, all right? Must give thanks and praises to the Almighty for granting us the gift of life and seeing another day. No matter what time of day it is, you must always
give thanks.
Secondly, we must say thank you to those that went before us. And when we say that, we're not just talking about the ancestors, the original inhabitants of Trinidad and Tobago, the Taínos and the Calanagos, because we all know that Columbus lied. And that pause was so dramatic.
It was dramatic.
But also to our brother in music, Tony Prescott, and the P this week stands for?
Progress.
You sure?
Yeah. Progress, not perfection.
You sure?
Correct is right.
Right? This is another edition of Living Room with yours truly, DJ Aaron 868. I'm always great and I'm never late. Alongside my bro with no fro,
Ricardo Mitchell, the babyface sage.
What?
Are we babyface too? I'm the babyface sage now.
I thought that was me.
No. You have baby body. I have baby face.
Oh, jeez. Wow. Really funny before we
swinging at each other today.
Really funny before we get into the meat of the matter, because we are joined again today by Franz Jalizo to wrap up the conversation that we started last week as we kick off Mental Health Month, where the theme for 2022 is Make Mental Health a Priority. And that's something that we in the living room have been doing. We make mental health a priority, right? But before we get down into the serious matters, I have a joke, right? So on Saturday morning, I went to get some clothes for work, particularly one work shoot. And you know how those sales attendants are on High Street?
Right.
They try and use all kinds of tactics and words to get you in the store. So I went with my mom because she had to get something as well. And a young lady was like, "Yeah, boy, uncle, let you and your wife come in to buy something now." I say, whoa. I was like, firstly, don't call me uncle. Secondly, that's not my wife, that's my mom. So I take that as a compliment to my mom that she still has the youth in her. But wow. Just to say I did not go in that store and buy any socks or drawers. Yeah, that was...
Well, you know, also can't claim to have no baby face, huh?
Yeah, boy.
I mean, the last uncle I get was a red card a while back.
No, but
I was in the gas station the other day and I say, "Yeah, young boy, what you need?" So I feel like I win there. You could take win. France. I've seen you topless for the day and you definitely taken win. I think that sounds very strange, but thanks.
Yeah, please.
Is that good?
Out of time, man.
Is that good?
It fit.
I should have just said bareback. But moving on.
But that was before I took a shave. I think at least 20 years off the face there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just about have 40 to go again and you'll be appropriate.
And we get down to the meat of the matter. Today we are joined, as I said, by Franz Jalizo to, I wouldn't say wrap up the conversation, but to continue the conversation that we started last week, right? The Lonely Road. I must say it was well received, and persons have been looking forward to find out what is the way forward. Because we crossed the junction, we now going down the rest of the, I won't call it a lonely road, right? But the rest of the road.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to know, firstly, and we start off by asking all our guests this, and before we started recording, was Not was he seen, or was he just physicist and all those different things. But how are you, Franz?
Again, I'm good. The conversation we had last week was good. It was, as you said, it was well received. I got a lot of people reached out to me with support and their own stories, and it has me feeling hopeful, not just for myself, but for other people in the struggle, people around those in the struggle, that they can and will have the conversation now. So I am feeling pretty good.
Nice.
How are you all?
Ricardo, since I've been talking for the majority thus far, I've gotten used to you monopolize. Anyway,
You had a spot before reach here, because I find
no, it's just football season. You know? Yeah. Yeah.
Right, I get you.
But I'm good. I was very encouraged by the way the week went. And Aaron, you looking like you're trying to multiply two prime numbers, pensive. No, I was actually doing it in multiples of 3. Oh. 3, 6, you know how that goes. Yeah. Right? For me, I feel like I'm still not doing enough. Because on one hand, we are having the conversations. We are talking the talk and walking the walk in our own lives. But I still think that we as men still need to do better for other men. Because the topic of mental health is still taboo amongst my peers, within my age group. I can't say for Ricardo's peers or Franz's peers, all right? We right there. We literally right there.
Remember, he's a baby face.
Oh.
So we hold up.
Right? Remember, 21. Right. So I still think we are not doing enough for men to give men that support emotionally, because our peacock balance continues not just on a national scale, but also within our social circles. And we need to change that. If you have a friend that is saying, hey, fellas, I'm feeling too good today, you know, don't follow it up with, boy, just go and work out now, or just go and take a drink or something. Follow it up by asking. Yeah. You need to start following it up by asking, how are you doing, or what's bothering you? Because I think that's how we as men will begin to do better. Right? And for my friends out there, for those that I'm good with and those that I'm not so good with or communicate with often, I think I'm going to start to do that more. And that's how I'm feeling, that I need to do more. So this conversation has empowered me. That is good. I also want to apologize to the people that I don't check in. I don't check in on them as much as I could. Or take 2 weeks to answer the messages. Or you're on.
Feel like they need a whole episode to settle all the differences.
We need a mediator. There are no differences to be settled. But yeah. Yeah, it's been a week. It's been a week. I guess it's a good opportunity for us to segue into that was so funny last week. Into what has your week been like? I know we're gonna have the conversation about the after and the road forward, the way forward. But I know people checking in, showing certain interest, that type of thing. It was like when I had COVID. Every day somebody asking me how I'm feeling, and it's almost like I have to recycle the conversation. Copy and paste the response. Yeah, the copy and paste. Right? How have you felt having these conversations, or have they all been different in their own ways?
They've all been different because people ask different things. So a couple people have asked, so how are you now? Like, you're good? And the response to that is, I can only talk about this the way we spoke about it if I'm good. Yeah. If I was not in a good place, I cannot talk about it. So the fact that I can talk about it is an indication that I'm good, because I'm good enough to talk about it. Others had no idea what I'd been through. And so it wasn't shock, but it was it was concern of, I didn't realize, and how has it been since, and how you doing these days, and how is work, and how's your family, and a couple people, like I said, reached out with either their own stories, one of which really took me aback, or to a similar story, but they weren't the individual. They're friends of the individual who was in the crisis moment, and so she asked how she could broach the subject with the friend who had survived an attempt, and what to say, what not to say, what to ask, how to deal with it. She was also asking a therapist on advice, but me having been there, she wanted my opinion as well. So the conversations have been good. This week has been, it's been a pretty normal week aside from the fact that I've had these conversations with people, but it's been good. It's been a really, really positive week.
Now, I like that question, Ricardo, because as I say, when something happens or you come out and admit something, that's when a sudden outpouring of care, for want of better words, come up, right? Now, we're going to talk, as I say, we passed the junction and we're talking about the road going forward from that incident, right? So, in the initial aftermath, Franz, as I said in the drive back home, because they say you didn't remember calling and stuff like that, because they say depression tends to hamper with memory and stuff like that, right? So, to the best of your recollection, that first week after that incident,
what was it like?
Yeah.
I was in a brain fog for days afterwards. My synapses were not firing. It's like you take one of those old-timey muzzle-loaded guns and you drop it in water. It's not gonna fire. Sorry for the random analogy. I'll have pirates on my mind.
Yeah, I get it.
So you soak gunpowder in water, it's not gonna fire. Right? So my brain was moving like molasses. I was reaching for words I normally wouldn't have to reach for to have conversations. I was speaking very slowly. I would have to have people repeat themselves a couple times until I can filter it through wherever it has to go to understand what they're actually saying. My brain was muddled, and that lasted for weeks. Not as bad as the first 2 or 3 days. I was really, really muddled. But for weeks afterwards, I know I was speaking slower than I normally would. I was at a loss for words when I would not normally be. So it's because I was in shock. And so it got better the further away from the epicenter you get time-wise. But yeah, the first few days into the first few weeks, my brain just was on a go slow mode. And so the reason I was in shock is there's a huge difference between wanting to die and trying to die. Because having suffered with depression almost my whole life, as far as I can recall, I wanted to die a lot. And one of the reasons people might ask, well, why don't you do something about it? You felt like this for a few weeks and then you finally come out of it. Well, go for help at the time. It feels like you're waking up from a dream and you don't remember just how low you were. You can't believe you were that low. So it was probably nothing. And you try to go on with your life. Like we were talking after the show last week about migraines. When you come out from a migraine, colors are brighter and every sounds are nicer and you don't really remember how much pain you were just in. Yeah. The further you get away from a dream, you don't really remember what the dream was or how you felt. So that's what it's like coming out of depression and getting past the point of suicidal ideation. You don't really remember just how dark it was. It could not have been that dark, so I'll just move on and that's not going to happen again. Right. So that's one of the reasons people may not seek help immediately. So, but then trying to die, it's like somebody tried to kill you. You're going to have PTSD. But the somebody was you, and so that's even scarier. Like the thoughts of it in those days immediately after terrified me. And so that was probably a lot of what informed the sluggishness of my brain and stuff. I was just in shock that I had reached that point and I had tried to kill myself. That was a trip to deal with mentally. And anyway, you were going to ask something.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, so on a daily, even on a moment-to-moment basis, you have to confront your threat. You have to confront the perpetrator.
Yeah.
You have to navigate. I can't say I'm not going to go to these places or I'm not going to do these things. I have to live with me.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine what it's like driving past places. What I mean is the PTSD experience. Because I was going to ask that question. Now, there was a time where my company would have lost one of our ex-co-workers, and we had to do CISD for that. And the counselor asked CISD for the critical incident stress debrief. So when something traumatic happens, you have a session to attend to that. Thanks, Ricardo, for verifying that. Right? And the counselor asked the question if any of us would have visited the site to see what or where the incident would have happened. So, Franz, I know this may be a tough question, right? But has there ever been an incident where you went back to that site?
Yes. And it's not a tough question. I was going to broach it myself if you all didn't. So, we talk about progress, and Ricardo's P-word progress, followed by not perfection, is very important for any discussion of a recovery from the depths of mental health troubles. Because it is not a linear journey at all. You will make progress and you will backslide. There's almost no doubt about it. And so coming out of it, weeks go by, start to get back to life as normal. I'm still putting on a massive front. I mean, I'm not trying to be all holly jolly, but I'm definitely doing things just to do them. I don't want to be there. And I was in Miaro, so I backslid pretty heavily. And it started where we were in Miaro and I got a call or a message from, I think it was a message first and then a call. Did you hear about, I don't even remember the dude's name, So. I said, no, who is that and what happened? And another trainer who I didn't know had killed himself. He was down the islands at a party. This was a big bacchanal because apparently he got his hands on someone else's gun and committed suicide. It was very quickly kind of, I wouldn't say covered up, but it fell out of the headlines very quickly because I
think I recall that story too.
There was some bacchanal involved in it and I really don't know what has come out of it. Anyway, and when I heard about that, the first thought in my mind was, you lucky bastard, he get through.
Right.
And then I immediately arrested that thought and said, no, we're trying to do better than this. And I tried to put that thought out of my head, but that was the first thought I had. So what I did to counter that, and we were talking about self-awareness and stuff last time, and I'm going to try to dive into just how important self-awareness is when you're battling these demons. What I try to do to counter it is, okay, think of all the things you would have missed if you had been successful. And so like, all right, I went to my sister-in-law's wedding. I saw my son do his first day at school, online though it may be. And so I just started ticking these boxes to try to combat that way boy, he get through kind of thought. Then a little while after that, I myself drove past the spot where it was meant to be, not actually where it happened. Because I had eventually in my meandering drivings, I came up with a spot where it was supposed to be. But there were people there and there was police, and so I moved on to a different spot. But in my mind, that's the spot where it was supposed to be. Yeah. So I had driven past that spot. But because I was driving, I didn't pay any attention to it. I just drove past. A few weeks later, I was driven past that spot and I looked at it And I started, the PTSD came back up, and that was another chink in the armor that I started spiraling pretty hard. And I went to work. I was working at Cyborg's gym at the time. And it was, so this is post-COVID, there's hours during the day where it's just me. There's no members, I wasn't training clients at the time. So it's just me sitting there with way too many thoughts in my head. And I remember getting up and just kind of walking around, and I was looking at the beam. I was in a really bad headspace. And I walked by and I looked up at one of the beams and said, one day somebody gonna come inside here and find me hanging. And I thought, whoa, let's arrest that again, because hanging was never one of the ways I had thought of doing it, ever. I was like, that is a gross way to die. Because it's not, I'm not gonna snap my neck, I'll just choke out, and that's gross. You'll need to put a trigger warning on the front of this video.
Yeah. It's right there.
Right, good, trigger warning. So that thought crossed my mind again, and I tried to arrest it, I tried to get past it. But despite all these little heads up, you're not in a good place, I just carried on. I didn't tell anybody anything, I just carried on. And I spiraled and I spiraled and I spiraled. And I got right back to that point where I would have taken a drive. And I felt physically cold and emotionally completely numb. And I was thinking of places again to just go and get the deed done. And again, arbitrary point in the future is not going to be right this second. I'll wait until blah, blah, blah. And there's always a rationale behind it. So if I do it now, people are going to come in and somebody might try to stop me, and I don't want to go through that whole, you get caught trying to attempt suicide, and then that's a bag of drama I didn't want to have to go through. So I'll wait and do it some other time. And then I just happened to be watching a video, and it was one of my favorite YouTube channels, MMA. I think it was MMA on Point, and it was a list show where they were talking about the 10 most, I don't remember what, in MMA, and it was a tongue-in-cheek kind of jokey thing, and it gets to number 1, and the narrator just says the words mental health, and I cracked, and again, just tears, and that snapped me out of it. That catharsis broke the spell, and I was like, all right, now, we can't do this again. And I called the therapist, not that day, actually, but so that broke the spell for that moment. I'm cleaning up the gym afterwards, and I looked up and caught sight of myself in the mirror, but unexpectedly. I didn't realize I would see my reflection, so I didn't have time to fix my face.
All right.
To look at myself in the mirror, and I didn't recognize who was looking back at me. And then I just kind of sat and stared at whoever this was looking back at me, and I did not recognize the person at all. This is when I had my fantastic follicles and stuff.
Yeah, very much Yuri Boyka.
Yes.
What? Yeah.
Boyka from Undisputed.
Greatest fighter in the world? No. Okay.
We have some movies to talk about.
Yeah, we'll fix that. Yeah.
Anyway, so I didn't recognize who I saw in the mirror. So I went home that night and I shaved my bed to see if I would recognize if I was underneath the bed. And the face was there, but the eyes were not there. I did not recognize my own eyes, basically. I wasn't there. There was nothing behind the eyes. And that goes back to self-awareness again. You have to know who you are when you look at yourself in the mirror. And I didn't see me. So the next day I called the psychiatrist, because by this point I'd been weaned off of meds. I called the psychiatrist and I said, Dr. Maraj, I really think I need to go back on meds. And he, of course, he's not just going to say, okay, cool, no problem.
Franz wants meds, so.
Here's some questions. He asked me some very pertinent questions and pointed questions. And the answers to those questions said to him, yes, okay, we'll put you back on for a 2-week dose. The same every other night thing, and then you'll move up to, so it would have been 3 weeks. Every other night, and then every night, and then every other night, and then stop. And After a few days back on the meds, I recognized myself again. And friends of mine recognized me again. Because I had that conversation with a friend of mine. I wasn't feeling myself last time I saw you, and I'm feeling better now. And she said, yeah, you did not look like you last time, and you look like you now. So that's another thing people around those in the struggle can look for. If the person is very much not themselves, that could be a warning sign, and you could broach the topic with them. And like we were saying, it's not, was he seen? And you're good, boy, and it's, how are you? Are you okay? Are you okay is an even better one. Another catharsis moment was a friend of mine, because I used to write a lot of this stuff on Facebook, and then I came off of Facebook entirely. Mm-hmm. And that sort of kicked a few friends of mine to ask, well, what's going on? I'm not seeing you, are you okay? I know you were going through some things. And that was really powerful, and that got me through a lot of moments after that. Is just, I have to remember how many people checked in on me so that I can't tell myself nobody cares. Yeah, so you have to keep those things in your pocket for when you're going through your moments. And I'd gotten to the point where I was going through emotions again, just doing things out of habit, like I talked about. And I was working out in the backyard, and a friend of mine, my friend Chow, he has been consistently checking up on me since. And you were talking about men need to check up on other men. Man, I have some fantastic men in my life, some proper brothers. And every now and then, Chow would just hit me a message, how are you? But it's not the light, was he seeing, how are you? It's a, how are you doing? And just reading that message again, tears, catharsis, immediately felt better. And I responded, I was like, man, I've been kind of going through it, but thanks for checking in. This helps a lot. And so like catharsis helps, whatever your form of catharsis is. Mine seems to be crying, and that breaks the spell and it helps you get through.
I want to interject here, and this is something that I think needs to be said as well. For men out there, it's okay to cry. Crying is okay.
Sometimes crying might save your life.
Exactly. It's a sign of strength, not weakness. Remember that.
Interestingly, a lot of this is serendipitous in just the way that it lines up. I posted a picture a couple of days ago on Instagram. I had my headphones on. I was listening to a friend of mine, his album, Christian hip hop artist out of Baton Rouge. And the first line that hit me when I realized I'm going to sit and listen to this was the title of the song. He just asked first line, can I cry more? Like, as a man, can I cry more? Can I just experience what I'm experiencing? Is it okay for me to just feel what I'm feeling?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be frank, I could remember stretches of years where I hadn't cried.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to actually tell this story because it was really weird. We were at work, so this had to be years ago. And shift work, you're there overnight. Of course, you have a movie or two or a series on your laptop or your phone or whatever. I mean, when you're working shift era, it's not like stuff happening all the time, right? And it's better that I'm awake watching an episode than I'm not awake.
Then you fall asleep on the work.
Right, which we don't advocate at all.
No, stay awake on your job, please.
Right, and I'm watching an episode of Hell on Wheels, right? This series about the Old West where they were building the transatlantic railroad. Transcontinental railroad. And they killed off one of the characters. And something inside me just snapped. I had not cried in maybe 8 or 9 years. And seeing a fictional character get killed off on a show, I just found myself gasping and started feeling the swelling and the lock. And I'm like, what is happening to me? So I get up and I go to the next office and I am leaning on the door and I am crying. And my co-worker at the time, admittedly, Lando, he's like, what's going on? What happened? And I'm like, he dead, boy. I can't believe they killed him. And he's like freaking out, asking, who dead?
I think anybody would have that scene.
Right?
If that's your first way of explaining it, he dead, boy.
And he's seeing Cardo crying. The last time he saw me cry would have been when our mom passed away, which would have been in 2001.
Well, that's exactly why he reacted the way he reacted.
Right? And I ain't gonna lie, I get proper cuss. He proper cuss when I explained to him it was this fictional character in the show.
Good.
But I sat and I had to process, what about my makeup? What about the way that I think? What about the way that I manage things led to a fictional character being killed off in a show, tipping a scale? I had to sit and process how I was dealing with the things that I'm feeling and thinking. Why would that have triggered me? And worse yet too, why was I so loaded that even when triggered, this is what came out? So yeah, can I cry more?
No,
you probably should.
I probably should.
I'm not smiling or laughing because of these stories, but I'm smiling and laughing because I think with men especially, we tend to show that emotion either during sports or for movies or something of the sort, because the last time I would have cried, I think was, again, I'm a sap for emotional stuff. Just saying.
We've been transparent here, not judging.
Yeah, just saying, right? But like openly in front of someone was, I think I went to watch the movie Here Comes the Boom. And after watching the movie, walking outside with my girlfriend at the time, I just broke down and started crying. Now, I don't know if any of you ever saw that movie.
That's Kevin James MMA?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yes.
That movie has nothing to cry.
No, there's nothing.
Nothing.
There's nothing tearworthy in that movie.
Nothing tearworthy. And I'm walking out of the cinema and I just broke down. And as Ricardo said, I don't know what moment it was that really just opened up the floodgates.
Maybe it was the guy's love of music, because that's really the emotional center of the movie. Is the music teacher who could come back to teaching his music, and maybe that might have been it. I don't know. I definitely didn't cry in that one.
And as you think, so for the male listeners right now, really think to yourself and ask yourself, when last did you cry? And not because Man U lost this weekend badly. Thank you very much for reminding the listeners. Not because West Indies, is West Indies.
Or TKR.
Or TKR is TKR. Or when last did you just cry and let your emotions show?
More than show, let them out.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you don't have to show in front of anybody. You have your private moments. And
not just the emotion of crying, huh? If even it's hysterical laughter because you find something funny or something upset you and you allowed yourself that moment to embrace the rage. Because as we say, sometimes when you keep things bottled up, it's worse than letting it out. And again, I'll be in no way advocating for any form of violence. We don't do that here. Alright? So let's get back to the conversation now.
So to just kind of put a cap on the progress part and then segue into support and how to have the discussion. Progress, not perfection. So I backslid. I got right back to the point where I was. I had my little moment of catharsis, recognized what had happened, and then sought help immediately thereafter. And what I've been telling myself, and what I can tell people, is 3 steps forward and 2 steps back is still 1 step forward. So progress, not perfection. Give yourself credit for where you've come, because I can't say that before that moment I recognized or didn't recognize anything in my eyes, even leading up to the attempt. That did not factor. So that was progress. That in itself is progress. Reaching out immediately after is progress instead of waiting to see if it happens again, which historically is just kind of what I've done. Because again, you forget about how dark it was and then you just carry on like it's never going to happen again. So those kinds of things are progress. So back to men checking in on men, or I mean checking in anyway, but it's really powerful when your brother's checking on you. Just because men are typically not that emotional. So 2 good friends of mine, both named Mark, for some reason, might be something to that. So my friend Mark Chow, he's the one who checked in on me and caused the little moment of catharsis in the backyard. My other friend, Mark, who I talked about last week, who gave me the safe space to just kind of be, he is the first person I told. And so this is how to deal with finding out and how to have the conversation. He's the first person I told outside of the immediate family, who I never actually told, but they just kind of knew what happened.
Yeah.
And we were shooting pool. So what happened, because I couldn't drink on the meds, my father, I think like the weekend after, said, come, let's go to my brother's compound where he lives. They have a pool and a pool table. We'll go shoot some pool, the kids will play. He had beers, I was drinking ginseng. And listened to music, and we played pool. We didn't really talk about anything, we were just in each other's company. So that became my safe space, because one of the other things coming out of the attempt and the PTSD is I developed extreme social anxiety, which is not something I'd ever had before. I did not want to go out. I didn't want to have to talk to people I didn't know. Like I realized it when I was trying to go Allied to buy something. And the thought of having to go into this massive store, not know where the thing is, so I might have to speak to an attendant, and I just drove around and went back home because I didn't want to go inside. And this is something that I'd never experienced before. So I had to sit and think about it. And why did I react like that? And I realized I ended up going back the next day. I went inside. I eventually had to speak to an attendant. And when I did and nothing bad happened, I just felt better immediately. And that began my kind of recovery from social anxiety. But it was bad enough that I couldn't go out till I still couldn't drink, so why am I going to sit down in a bar? I didn't want to go sit by Mark to also not drink and then just kind of sit there and stare at each other awkwardly. So let's go shoot some pool. And we don't have to talk, just be in each other's company. And cool, you drink your beers, I drink my ginseng, and everything is everything. And I think like the second time we went, I just said it. And trigger warning, I'm about to say what it actually was. I'm just standing there, I think he's about to take a shot, or I was about to take a shot, and I said, yeah, I tried to kill myself a couple weeks ago. And he didn't move, he didn't react, he did nothing. He just stood there with the pool cue and said, wow, really? And I said, yeah. I put a knife to my throat, but my hand wouldn't move. Tried several times. And that's what happened that day. That's why I was by my parents and blah, blah. And again, didn't react. He's like, that's intense. How are you now? And I said, I'm fine. I'm better. Sorry, I'm not fine. I'm better. Otherwise, I would not have been able to tell you. But I just wanted you to know. And it's, how should I put it? That was a little selfish of me that's a lot to lay on somebody. But it created for me, somebody knows now, and I can just be myself in front of that someone. I don't have to hide when I'm around him now. He knows what happened. He knows before, he knows after. So now I created for myself this safe space that I could just be me. And to his credit, he took that like a champ, because not everybody can react to news like that as calmly as he did. And going back to checking up on people and asking pointed, how are you questions, I would go over by him when I weaned off the meds and I can drink again. Go over by him on a Friday or a Saturday to have some beers because I still couldn't go out. And he would very pointedly ask me, how are you? How are you doing today? How has the week been? Are you back in that place, or you're good? And we would have, it was very brief, it wouldn't be the whole night, but That's how it would start. You good? You all right? You sure? Cool. And then we talk about what went on football, or if they had a fight on that night or something. So being calm in having the conversation with people in struggle, people who've attempted, being calm is baseline. That's where you start. Do not get hysterical with them. Please don't try to psychoanalyze them. You're not a therapist. And I understand the curiosity of, well, why? Because I'm always more interested in why something happened than the fact that it happened.
Yeah.
And so I understand wanting to ask why, and then wanting to try to help the person navigate through the feelings and stuff. If you are not trained, please do not try to do that. You will make it worse. You are not trained to ask the right questions and then recognize when the person starts to spiral, and then recognize when you might be pushing too hard. You might need to back off. If you are not trained to carry the flow of the conversation, please do not try to psychoanalyze your friends who are in crisis or coming out of an attempt. You will most likely just make things worse and ensure that they're not going to come to you anymore. Listen. And if you're trying to counteract their depressive manifestations, nobody cares, and I'm no good at work, and I'm no good at parenting, and I'm no good at my hobbies. If you're going to counteract that, which you should, just do it pretty matter-of-factly. Point out to them why they're wrong, but don't say, no, you're wrong. Say, oh, come on, you know your son loves you, or, didn't you just get that award? Something like that. But don't say, no, you're wrong, you're full of it. So don't be too aggressive with it, but just gently point out to counteract. Maybe don't say you're wrong, but gently counter them with facts, not opinions.
With the positives.
With the positives, yes. And keep them forward focused. A big part of therapy in the aftermath was keeping me forward focused. Dominic was constantly encouraging me to start teaching kids in Taekwondo in the garage. And he was, every single session, he would, what have you done today or this week to get to that point? Have you talked to parents? Have you talked to your kid? It took me a little while to realize why that was. It's something to plan for and keep you forward focused and keep you going. So that's several ways to have the conversation, and some things not to say. Tough love. It's not going to work in a crisis situation. Yeah, well, life's a bitch and then you die. Come on, deal with it. Is not going to work. That will do much more harm than good. If you know you are not in a place yourself, mentally or emotionally, to deal with somebody like this and potentially save a life, please just don't even try. It's better if you say maybe you should call so-by-so. Please don't try to help if you know you are yourself down, which is fine, eh? Mm-hmm. Everybody has that moments. Not everybody can be everything to everybody at the same time. So if you know you're not able, maybe you should call your brother, your father, your mother, somebody. But it's not me today. It can't be me today, and that's fine. Because if you try and it's not your day to be that person, you could do more harm than good.
Well, and that comes back to the self-awareness again. And not just self-awareness as you, the person who is in crisis, but the self-awareness of you, the person who that person who's in crisis is reaching out to.
Has gone to, yep.
Right? And I also love the fact that you are saying that if you are not trained to deal with these scenarios, try your best not to attempt to do it. Right?
Yeah, don't psychoanalyze. By all means, help the person, but don't try to psychoanalyze them. Don't ask them therapy type questions. Well, how does this make you feel? And well, have you thought of trying this? And please don't. You're gonna push too hard, and you'll do more harm than good.
Again, I'm smiling and laughing at this because we all have attended and graduated from, in different degrees, from the University of YouTube. Right? And not because you look at a couple videos from Psych today, or you look at episodes of Chit Chat, or whatever it may be, that means that all of a sudden that you are a mental health professional. No. Going to school for these types of things takes years. It takes practicum hours. It takes professional development hours for you to be able to confidently ask the questions that Francis is referring to here. Please don't graduate from the University of YouTube and think that you are a professional in mental health. I begging.
I begging too.
In full transparency, this part of the conversation is a challenge for me. And the reason I'm saying that is because I was maybe 14 or 15 when I was first confronted with a call. You know, the trigger warning. I'm tying a belt around the burglar proofing. I'm going to kill myself. I was a pubescent teenager. I could tell you now that after 25 years of being the person that someone says maybe you should talk to, I have never been professionally trained. I do have 25 years or more of navigating, and I will apologize to everybody who was a part of my learning curve and who is a part of my learning curve. Because, say the catch, I don't know what I don't know. The challenge for people who inclined to provide that type of assistance, or are that they are that person in people's lives, please be mindful of what you see or what you could navigate or negotiate in that instance. It's not always what the person is prepared for.
Exactly.
The self-awareness is not just about being insightful or intuitive or being able to help somebody navigate their feelings. It is about the timing of how much, of when, of if. You have to recognize your own capacity. You have to recognize when, listen, this is not a conversation for us to have today. Because yesterday I would have said one thing, tomorrow I'll say something else. But where I am right now, I will do more harm than good. Yo, I can't talk now, you know. Or if you don't want to reject the person by saying that you can't talk now, better you don't answer. What I'm saying is, depending on what the situation is, you have to kind of treat each situation, each encounter on its own merit. The self-awareness is very important, because I ain't lie to tell you, I've gone from being that tough love, I just trying to help you, being honest with your person, to actually on record, here and I see how you're looking at me, being commended for developing my delivery over time. But here the catch, it's not even about developing the delivery. It's about respecting other people's capacity. Not everybody who is in a position to counsel is a counselor.
Ooh, that's profound.
Well, thank you. So here the catch, right? If in your helping you're doing more harm than good, as much as it might be against your nature, you'll have to stop helping until you get better at what it is you're trying to do.
Or don't say anything at all.
Just listen.
Like you said, don't answer the call. That's not something I would advocate for at all. Somebody's reaching out to you. You have had a responsibility thrust upon you. You need to do something. So somebody calls and says, I've tied a belt to the burglar proof and I'm gonna kill myself. You don't have to try to psychoanalyze that person. You go over and you tell them, don't. You don't have to say anything when you go there. If you go there, you don't have to say anything. Just be there. That's all it takes. They can talk and they can talk and they can talk, and you just nod and say, and let them express themselves. Most people, as I said last week, they just want somebody to listen. Touch is also very powerful. Just a hand on a shoulder if it's a brethren, or a hug even if it's a brethren, guy, girl, whatever. Hugs are really powerful emotional tools. I mean, there's studies on this, but a hand on a shoulder just to let somebody know you're there. The reason I could not and would not do these conversations through a screen is this would not have been there. And I would not have felt like y'all were with me to be able to talk me through this. And you can't do that. You can't have that level of connection over a phone, and certainly not through a screen. And so that's why I insisted, and you'll accommodated, that this be an in-person discussion. Because over the phone and through a screen would not work for something like this. I would have shelled up and not said anything.
Franz, you tap my phone or something, or on my WhatsApp or something?
My name is not Zuckerberg, so I don't do those things.
Wow. Guess what? We never air on Facebook now.
Right?
Sorry, Mark.
The reason why I asked that is because just this week I was telling some friends of mine, and we really need to accept and understand this, that 90% of all communication is non-verbal, right? So you can't get tone. I've said this and I continue to say it. You can't get tone through a WhatsApp message.
Well, you can, but you can't get correct tone. Well, you read a WhatsApp message in whatever tone is in your head, but it's not necessarily the tone the person intended.
So, for example,
emojis
and I want to say
ambiguous. So
typing in caps that people take as shouting. If I'm using web WhatsApp and I am in my work software, which I have to type in caps in all the time, and I just go to answer a message, I just go and type in caps one time. I just type in. You may think I'm shouting, but this is
you're screaming at me if you're typing at me in caps.
I wouldn't even read your status if I seen too much.
If it's all caps.
Really?
Yeah, I ain't going through that.
So you would read someone and I shout, I forget, I'm not supposed to be commenting on social issues. My apologies. Right? But again, you can't have all the conversations that you want to have through WhatsApp. Some of them you need to have either phone, like actual talking, or in person like this. And I always advocate that certain conversations need to be had over the phone or in person, especially difficult conversations with personal problems, relationship issues, or sometimes national issues. That's the only reference I'm making to that.
What I will say is I will apologize to the numerous people whose calls I don't answer. It's not factual, but listen, I will do better in terms of at least acknowledging if I can't speak at that point in time.
Swipe up, I'll call back. Swipe up, can't talk right now.
Because
depending on the type of phone you have.
Capacity, and maybe there's a conversation that we could go into as we continue the mental health month, but awareness of the capacity is a huge issue when it comes to burnout.
What is burnout, Ricardo?
What is burnout, Iran?
Bro, we're supposed to sacrifice. Oh, sorry. There now. Anyhow,
you're gonna use the
S word.
The S word?
Yeah, boy.
Anyway.
Alright. But really and truly, guys, now we are getting perilously close to the end of today's program, and I know you all look forward to hearing me use that P word each and every week. Now we're gonna let Franz have a couple minutes here.
So one of the ways you as the individual or the people around the individual is give them something to achieve. And that sense of achievement, that sense of moving forward, it builds momentum. So finding forward focus is the goal. Meeting goals and meeting achievements along the way is a way to reinforce the forward focus. And so that's how either you, the individual in the struggle, can do it, or the people around the individual can give them something to focus on moving forward and goals to achieve on the way, because momentum has an impetus of its own and it will get you forward. Things to look for, the people around them, because self-monitoring will only go so far. And we talked about sleeping a lot the last time, mood shifts. Somebody once described depression as your personality slowly fading away and being replaced by a block of concrete. If there's major personality shifts, that's a warning sign. A big warning sign is giving away or throwing away formerly prized possessions. I remember, and there's a lot of intent there. People aren't just along for the ride. There is intent behind what they're doing because they want to die. I wore a hat, a flat cap by Mark and I. And I really wanted him to compliment my hat so that I could give it to him. Because I had all intents at that moment, within a couple of weeks I'm going to try again. He did not compliment my hat. It's a nice hat, but he didn't do it, so I could not give it to him. But had he done it, I would have given him the hat. You like it? Hey, hold it now. And then that would have been the first step of me giving away something. Honestly, that's the first time that ever occurred to me to do. I have thought of throwing away all my Taekwondo do box, ripping up my certificates, because in my mind I am a garbage martial artist and I'm just gonna destroy this stuff. But then another voice said that would be way too obvious a thing to do. They will know you're in crisis. You don't want them to know you're in crisis, so don't do it. And small segue, the people around, and now I'm gonna talk to those left behind. Don't be too hard on yourself. The person who has killed themselves did not want you to know, and they did everything in their power for you not to realize what they were going through. It is insidious, it is sneaky what your mind tells you when you're in this moment. Don't be too obvious. They will figure you out and they will stop you, and you don't want them to stop you. Distancing yourselves from friends and family is another sign. A lot of people talk about how it's because of shame, which it is. It's because you have no social battery whatsoever, which is true. Another big part of it is you do not want to be stopped. And so you will distance yourself from anyone you think is going to stop you. And that is a really disturbing thing to realize that you're doing. Because I've realized I've done it. And that was why. Why are you doing this to this person? Like, why have you distanced yourself so much? And I mean, you all have mentioned my self-awareness. To me, it's not something that I'm that aware of, ironically enough. But I toy with things in my mind until, like, you're cracking a safe, it goes click. And the click that came was, I do not want this person to stop me. And they will stop me. And I'll listen to them if they try to stop me. And I don't want to be stopped. So I'm going to push this person away. I'm going to distance myself. So to those left behind, I'm sorry in that position, but the person did not want you to know. So don't be too hard on yourself. A lot of people talk about how they should have seen and they realized something was wrong. Hindsight is always 20/20. The person did not want you to know. And also I'm very sorry for your loss.
As we wrap up this conversation and kickstart mental health month conversations, I'll continue them next week. I first and foremost want to say, friends, thank you very much for, one, inviting yourself to the living room, two, initiating probably one of the realest conversations we have ever had inside the living room, three, allowing us to spend this time together, because it's been a while since we have done a face-to-face episode, right? And it means a lot to get to sit in this space and have these kinds of conversations. And certainly, last but not least, the courage to sit with us and tell your story. Because this story is not one which should be hidden. This story is one that needs to be said for persons to know that they are not alone. That their thoughts or their ideations are not unique to them, that there are other persons that would have gone through or are going through it, and that there are persons that have continued walking that road, that journey called life, right? So I want to thank you very much, friends, for that. I also want to invite myself now to a couple Taekwondo lessons.
Sure. No. This is me actively listening. That's all. I mean, I remember he was taking up swimming as well.
And I got him a swim instructor, as I recall.
Yes. That I'll be starting when I come back from Tobago.
That was 4 years ago. What?
COVID happened in between that
2 years after that? Nah, man. Nah, you're on.
Nah, but no, I will be. I learned to dance already. Now I'm gonna learn to swim and probably train a couple of taekwondo lessons somewhere in there too.
We ain't that.
Right? So again, thank you very much, Franz. We forgot to tell you that you could have come in a football jersey today, but only one of us had to take the pay.
I did not get that memo. Otherwise, I would have been rocking my Man U as well. But
yeah, I think I have a suspicion that this will not be the last time that we have in this type of sit down. So you'll get an opportunity to wear your Man U jersey.
I mean, I don't have to wear, but if that was the dress code, then
no, that was out of pure
spite.
Yes.
Barcelona play today. What you want to do? Right. This has been, again, thank you, Franz. We've been back and forth about, hey, get ready, bringing in the living room, and you'd be like, hey, I want to talk about something, and we'd make it happen. This was important in terms of how it happened and what it started. Right? I'm not even kidding. Literally, a couple hundred people already went and looked at the conversation we had last week. And it's good to know that it means something. It's good to know that the experience in itself